Chapter 493. A little distance away from the two children, Yi Guhan sat cross-legged, expressionless. Although he did not make any movements, his mind was filled with thoughts of swordsmanship. He had not done anything else in the past few days, only creating and practicing swordsmanship. With the two children as role models and the single-armed saber technique as a model, the revitalized Yi Guhan was full of longing for his own unique swordsmanship. Solitary Eagle was also not asleep. He was in Grandpa Jun's study discussing something with Jun Wui. Everything seemed to be very calm and everything was filled with peace. Jun Moxie smiled comfortingly. At this moment, the sound of breaking wind suddenly rose from the distant sky, accompanied by an unusually powerful divine sense, unscrupulously pressing towards them. That powerful divine sense carried a majestic anger and a biting cold murderous aura. This imposing aura could swallow the heavens and shake the earth, a peerless power. In all of Jun Moxie's life, there was only one person who could be mentioned in the same breath as him, and that person was Tian Fa's venerable Mei. The others, including Hermitage's two world-shaking swordsmen, the twin masters of Storm and Gale, were all slightly inferior. Such power had obviously reached the pinnacle of the human world. Jun Moxie's pupils contracted sharply. Finally, it's here. And this time it's going to be a big one. This person was most likely the ancestor of the Huang family, because that vigorous anger and murderous aura allowed Jun Moxie to guess his identity. It was actually so unbridled and brazen. Is there really no other expert in this world? Jun Moxie sneered in his heart. This young master has already cast a big net. It seems that I'm going to catch a big fish tonight? In the study, Solitary Eagle and the other two were startled and suddenly raised their heads. In Elegant Fragrance Courtyard, Snake King also had a shocked expression on his face as he quickly walked out of the door. Mei Shuyan's brows furrowed as a hint of anger flashed through her eyes, but she remained seated. In the next moment, a purple figure had already appeared at the top of the Jun family's tallest building, the top of the tower. He was dressed in an exceptionally eye-catching purple robe and had a head of white hair. He was tall and sturdy, and the golden edges of his robe shone dazzlingly under the moonlight. He just stood there with his hands clasped behind his back and didn't make a sound. However, the surging aura from his body had already informed everyone of his arrival. He was waiting for someone from the Jun family to take the initiative to speak up. However, this peerless expert did not expect that when he landed, his 2 feet almost stepped on Jun Moxie, who was also at the top of the pagoda. Young Master Jun, who was hidden in the dark, was forcefully pushed out. This caused young Master Jun to feel somewhat depressed. May I ask who is this esteemed person who has graced my Jun residence in the middle of the night? This old man is Jun Zhantian. Forgive me for not going out to meet you. An unusually deep and steady voice rang out. The one who spoke was naturally Grandpa Jun Zhantian. Grandpa Jun had already determined from the aura of this person that no one in the Jun family could match up to this person. However, he still spoke calmly without the slightest hint of fear. Grandpa Jun may not have had many confrontations with experts in his life, but he had experienced more unforeseen events than anyone else in his lifetime. His ability to remain calm even in the face of a collapsing mountain was something only a few great masters could do. Jun Zhantian? You are not worthy to speak to this old man. The person at the top of the pagoda laughed wildly. Who was the audacious dog who detained the guards of our illusory ocean of blood last night? Quickly come out and save this old man the trouble. A sneer rang out as a person coldly said, Illusory ocean of blood? What a great name. Could it be that as long as they belong to the illusory ocean of blood they can't be detained? As the sneer rang out, a slender figure slowly walked out from the shadows. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were like lightning. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, and his stature was as straight as a mountain. It was the grassland god of Eagle, Solitary Eagle. The solitary falcon's character had always been unruly, and he had always done things his own way. Therefore he couldn't bear to see people who bullied others and yet still tried to act tough. So, how could the solitary falcon not be angry when he saw this man's arrogant and condescending tone? Solitary Eagle had only vaguely heard about last night's incident today. He had originally felt that he had missed a great opportunity. Seeing this person arrive tonight, he was delighted. Even though he knew that he might not be able to defeat this person, he still wanted to fight first. Not to mention anything else, just looking at this person's arrogant and unlucky appearance, Solitary Eagle's heart was in a mess. Are the 3 holy lands that great? Why does one of them act like I'm number 1 in the world? I'm not going to piss on you. Who are you? Old Huang looked at him condescendingly, Tell me your name first. Let's see if you're qualified to die in my hands. I've never killed a nameless person in my life. I'm Solitary Eagle. Am I qualified? Solitary Eagle raised his head and looked at this old senior with disdain. In his eyes, this old man was simply putting on an opera. What, am I qualified to die in my hands? Don't kill a nameless person? These were simply lines that could only be used in an opera. He could not help but sigh. The three holy lands had spoiled these people for so many years. It's fine if you just want to fight, but you actually want to be so dramatic? Do you think you're a blue-clothed courtesan? Hee, Solitary Eagle. You must be the last of the 8 great masters, right? I know you. Old Huang raised his white eyebrows and said in a sarcastic tone, but I only know you. You're not qualified to join our illusory ocean of blood with your current strength. How dare you act so arrogantly in front of this old man? You're not qualified to fight with this old man. We'll know whether I'm qualified or not after we fight. Your Excellency has brazenly come here. So you won't hide your identity. I wonder which illusory ocean of blood you are? Tell me your name if you're really powerful. Solitary Eagle snorted and asked. I'll let you know. Stand firm. Don't be scared to death by this old man's name. Old Huang looked up and laughed. He then glared at him and said, This old man is Huang Taiyang of the 1,000 Scorching Mountains. A sound came from the void. Jun Dashao could not help but laugh. This old man's name is really good. He's called Huang Taiyang. What's more interesting is that his nickname is 1,000 Scorching Mountains. This is a perfect match. It's impossible not to laugh. Jun Moxie finally confirmed that the old man in front of him was the ancestor of the Huang family after he heard this name. However, the Solitary Eagle of the Prairie didn't feel the slightest bit amused even though Jun Moxie found it funny. That was because the name Huang Taiyang of the 1,000 Scorching Mountains was somewhat comical. However, it represented a legend in the martial world from 130 years ago. Huang Taiyang was born in the ordinary Huang family. His aptitude was only slightly better than others. However, his martial power suddenly increased to the same level as Xin Xian's. He then traveled the martial world and challenged people everywhere. His actions were ruthless, and it was unknown how many people had died at his hands. It was said that his Xian strength seemed to be limitless. Moreover, it was growing at an exceptionally fast pace. In just a few short years, he had broken through the shackles of the Great Master Realm from the Earth Xian realm. He had become one of the world's top experts in one fell swoop. Moreover, he had become a great legend among the world's Xian experts, a mysterious and powerful legend. Rumor had it that he had single-handedly fought against the 2 beast kings of the Tianfa forest. And he hadn't been at a disadvantage. The progress of his Xian strength had always been the most intriguing mystery in the martial world. What kind of power could make an Earth Xian expert break through the Xin Xian realm in just a few short years? Even the Great Master realm? This was also the reason why so many people had come to find him. It could be said that his enemies were everywhere in the world. Countless Xian experts had joined forces to seek revenge against him. However, he had single-handedly killed them all. This bloody legend had finally come to an end when Huang Taiyang had disappeared for no reason. It turned out that the so-called legend had disappeared because he had been lured into the illusory ocean of blood. However, Huang Taiyang's disappearance had led to the ruthless suppression of the Huang family by his enemies in order to lure him out of hiding. The Huang family knew that he had entered the illusory ocean of blood at that time. However, Huang Taiyang hadn't reappeared. Moreover, entering the illusory ocean of blood didn't mean that he had any glory. Instead, they had lost contact with him. The Huang family had lost their strongest backer. So, they had no choice but to helplessly continue to decline. In fact, they had been reduced to a small and ordinary Shenqi family. In fact, the Dugu family had been their backer in recent years. In fact, the Huang family might have scattered like monkeys when the tree falls if it weren't for them. There's no such thing as a story without coincidences. Nobody could have imagined that this legendary fiend of the older generation would appear out of nowhere when Jun Moxie and Tang Yuan had started to deal with the Huang family. In fact, he had appeared here. So, it's Senior Huang. Could it be that Senior Huang has come here tonight just to show off his power? The Solitary Eagle knew that the person opposite him was Huang Taiyang. So, he was shocked in his heart. However, he still spoke in a crafty and harsh manner. I've shown off my power. But this old man doesn't mind killing a few more people. Huang Taiyang looked disdainfully at him. Lengling smiled and said in a voice like that of a nightingale, for example, some undeserved reputation. They became one of the 8 great masters by luck. Or, they're ranked last among the great masters. But they shamelessly think that they're the #1 person in the world? the solitary eagle flew into a rage. His eyes flickered with a fierce light. Huang Taiyang, I'm giving you face by calling you senior. But don't rely on your rotten signboard to act like a tyrant. You're already old. The current Jianghu isn't the world that you're familiar with. You're an expired legend. So, you should be worried that I won't ruin your 200-year-old reputation. Huang Taiyang burst into loud laughter. It seemed as if he had heard an extremely ridiculous joke. In fact, he was so happy that his body swayed back and forth. Suddenly, a cold and indifferent voice said in an impatient manner, "Where did this old crow come from? Why are you shouting in the middle of the night? You're disturbing my sleep." This voice wasn't very loud. But, it seemed as if a dazzling lightning had cut through the aura that Huang Taiyang had created with his supreme mysterious technique with ease. It seemed as if a sword had suddenly slashed down from the sky to the ground in the middle of the dark night. Every word seemed as if the god of thunder was venting his depression. It seemed as if he was beating a slow drum in the ninth heaven. However, the hearts of everyone who heard the sound of this drum would tremble along with it. Their hearts would tremble along with every word that had been spoken. Throbbing. It seemed as if these words had turned into heavy drumsticks. And they were pounding on their hearts. Chapter 494. Today the two of them are combined. It won't be complete if I take it apart. Tomorrow will erupt. Who is it? May I ask which one of the other two holy lands is here? Please show yourself. Don't let a momentary misunderstanding affect our friendship. Huang Taiyang's expression became cautious. After all, an expert would know when they made their move. It was a very simple sentence, but Huang Taiyang had already experienced the strength of this person. In fact, he didn't even pay attention to the insulting tone in this person's words. Instead, he immediately shouted out his question. And his tone had changed. This was because he had quickly determined that this person's strength was very high. Compared to his own safety, a little insult from words was really insignificant. Huang Taiyang had over 100 years of rich experience in the Jianghu. So, how could he not understand this truth? The Jun family has an expert. Moreover, I'm afraid that this person's strength isn't any less than mine. Huang Taiyang was greatly shocked. It seems that I've underestimated the Jun family. This person and the great master-level falcon could pose a great threat to me if they join hands. In fact, they could even pose a fatal threat to me. Huang Taiyang had given up on the idea of coming to the Jun family for revenge or to extort the bone-tempering pills. In fact, he had even started to look askance at the situation. He was trying to find a way out. His keen senses told him that tonight was going to be extremely dangerous. In fact, he could lose his life if he wasn't careful. This was the intuition that he had tempered over 100 years of experience in the Jianghu. Huang Taiyang had always firmly believed in his intuition. A rustling sound was heard, and a green-clothed girl quietly appeared beside the solitary eagle. Lengling looked at Huang Taiyang and said, "It's me." The one who had spoken was Mei Shuiyan. But the one who had come out was the Qiansun Serpent Queen. Huang Taiyang's eyes opened wide. He had thought that the person who had appeared before him would be a great master-level expert who was around the same age as him. In fact, he had assumed that she would be an old woman with wrinkled skin and white hair. But he hadn't expected that she would be such a young and beautiful girl. He couldn't help but be flabbergasted as he asked, "Who are you?" This was also the first time that the Snake King met the solitary eagle since he arrived at the Jun family. But this time she did not disguise herself. When the solitary eagle saw that it was her, and that she was standing on his side, his eyes widened. If not for the solitary eagle's extraordinary self-control, he would have almost cried out in surprise. Although he managed to restrain himself, his face and eyes were filled with disbelief. This Tianfa's Poison King, the Lord of Snakes, why would he suddenly appear here? Old Eagle, what are you staring at? Are you surprised that I'm here? Qiansun Serpent Queen snorted, dissatisfied with his expression. But, the question is, why are you here? The solitary eagle stammered as his brain short-circuited. Shouldn't she have returned to the Tianfa forest with her big brother? Why would she suddenly appear in the Jun family's residence? Isn't the distance between the north and the south a little too far? I followed you back, hee, the Snake King smiled. Oh, so that's how it is. The solitary eagle had a look of realization on his face. Then he looked at the Snake King with a dubious look in his eyes. Jun Moxie had mysteriously disappeared for 2 days in the southern heaven region. Could it be that he had gone into the Tianfa forest and hooked up with the Snake King during those 2 days? What a powerful person. What is a powerful person? Isn't it a powerful person who can do what others can't? It seems that Jun Dashao and the Snake King were in love during those 2 days in the Tianfa forest. After June Moxie left the Southern Heaven region, the Snake King had followed him all the way here. Alright, this brat June Moxie has been disappearing without a trace these 2 days. It seems like he has gone to meet someone. It's good to be a gigolo. He even hooked up with a Beast King? In just a short while, the solitary eagle had already sketched out the script of a romantic drama in his mind. And the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. In that instant, the solitary eagle was filled with admiration. What's the big deal about seducing a beauty of the world? Look at this June Dashao. He had quietly hooked up with a Tian Fa Beast King, and a very powerful one at that. This is great ability. It had to be said that solitary eagle's thinking was somewhat outrageous. But it wasn't far from the truth. It was just that he had chosen the wrong target. The two of them spoke as if there was no one else present. Huang Taiyang was a reclusive expert from the 3 Holy Lands. However, no one paid any attention to his question. In fact, this expert's status and cultivation were above the great master level. Huang Taiyang endured for a while. But he saw that the two of them were getting more and more excited as they talked. In fact, they didn't even put him in their eyes. So he couldn't help but get angry. He let out a long roar and spoke in a sinister manner. You 2 youngsters dare to not put this old man in your eyes? This old man will let you know my power today. Huang Taiyang's silhouette flew down from the top of the pagoda with a whoosh. His white hair fluttered in the wind, and his hands drew a small circle in the air. Then he floated down. Everyone present felt a strange sensation as his silhouette fell down. It was an exceptionally abrupt feeling. Everyone felt as if their bodies weren't under their control and were falling forward. In fact, their mouths and noses felt suffocated. Therefore they couldn't help but be startled. Huang Taiyang's fall seemed to have sucked out all the air in the area. In fact, the huge courtyard had turned into a vacuum zone. Moreover, a Xianqi vortex had formed in the middle of this vacuum zone, and was attracting people to fall towards it. They would be at Huang Taiyang's mercy if they were to fall into this vortex. This technique had the shadow of the world cage technique. However, it was far inferior. In fact, it couldn't reach the terrifying realm of trapping the enemy within an inch of space. However, it was still enough to shock the world. Jun Zhan Tian Jun Wui, the Snake King, and the solitary eagle were at least as strong as Tian Xian. Therefore they had reacted in time. However, the others had fallen into a state of temporary loss of control. Jun Zhan Tian and his son were aware that they weren't strong enough. So, they knew that they would only be a burden to their side if they acted rashly. Therefore they turned around and quickly escaped from the range of the vortex's control. Then, solitary eagle waved his hand, and the two of them were thrown out of the battle zone. Jun Zhan Tian had just turned around when he saw that both the solitary eagle and the Snake King had already engaged Huang Taiyang with their long hair fluttering in the wind. Both of them were moving in the same manner. The solitary eagle extended his arms, and rapidly rotated them to counteract the powerful suction force. Then his pair of eagle claws issued a sharp screech in the air. Meanwhile, the Snake King rotated in the opposite direction. He remained motionless at first. Then his body shot forward, and drew a zigzagging trajectory in the air as he pounced towards Huang Taiyang. A sharp gust of wind resounded as the solitary eagle soared into the sky like a goshawk. He soared into the clouds and then fell down with a loud rumble. The two of them, one from the top and the other from the bottom, were like a snake spitting out its tongue. And the other was like an eagle soaring through the sky. They had completed a near-flawless joint attack in an instant. Eagle and snake fight to death. Huang Taiyang shouted in a stern voice, insignificant skill. Even a grain of rice can shine brilliantly. Suddenly, his body spun in a strange manner. It seemed as if he had turned into a mass of nothingness. However, the entire sky and the earth were filled with palm shadows and fist winds. In fact, it seemed as if thousands of palms and fists were attacking him at the same time. The solitary eagle shouted, "Ghost Eagle!" Then, his body abruptly floated up, and his eagle claws covered the sky and the earth as they came pouring down. A green light flashed in the eyes of the Qiansun Serpent Queen. Then, countless hair-like gray shadows flew out of her body, and approached the enemy. Then her hands, feet and hair started to attack in a frenzied manner. Huang Taiyang coldly snorted in astonishment and said, "It's so cold here. So, where did so many silk snakes come from?" He shook his arms and the gray shadows scattered in all directions. The solitary eagle and the Snake King closed in on each other at this time. Several muffled sounds were heard as the three of them shot out in 3 different directions. However, their figures didn't stop flying back in the blink of an eye. Instead, they turned around at the same time, and left behind dozens of illusory afterimages in the air. Then they converged at the same spot at lightning speed. Junjian Tian and his son watched over the solitary eagle and the Snake King from the side. The three figures could still be seen waving their hands and kicking their feet in an indistinct manner at first. However, their speed had increased again in the blink of an eye. In fact, they had almost turned into three dark shadows. Then they had fused into one. Only the sound of tearing wind was left behind. They had gone from the south to the north and then from the east to the west. They had gone from the ground to the sky and then back to the ground again. The place had become a complete mess wherever they went. Flowers, and branches were fluttering in the air. However, they had turned into sharp weapons to attack their opponents. Flying flowers, falling leaves, grass, trees, bamboo, and stones could injure people. In fact, they could even kill people if they were injured. The Snake King and the Solitary Eagle were famous for their speed and agility. The Solitary Eagle was incomparably swift and fierce, while the Snake King was sinister and malicious. The Solitary Eagle and the Snake King were natural enemies. However, the two of them had joined hands to make up for each other's weaknesses. Moreover, this was their first time working together. So, they hadn't reached the stage where they could do whatever they wanted. However, it was enough for them to contend against an existence that had surpassed the level of a great master. However, Huang Taiyang's agility was also astonishing. In fact, he wasn't the least bit inferior to the two of them. Moreover, his Shenqi was profound. So his movements were bold yet peerless. His power and agility combined into one. Therefore, he didn't fall into a disadvantageous position even though he was fighting against the two of them. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to get involved in this battle between the three of them. In fact, countless punches and kicks would be unleashed in every blink of an eye. However, they would also have to endure countless punches and kicks at the same time. Junjian Tian was the strongest amongst those who were watching the battle from the sidelines. He had already reached the Spirit Shen realm. However, he was unable to differentiate between the enemies and allies. Rashly lending a hand would only result in him becoming a burden. He would not be of any help at all. Huang Taiyang was worthy of being a great expert who had been famous for over 100 years. His strength was extraordinary. So, he hadn't fallen into a disadvantageous position even when facing the Solitary Eagle and the Snake King. In fact, he had even managed to seize the upper hand in the beginning. However, the Eagle and the Snake King were a natural pair. So, the two of them had become more and more harmonious as they fought. In fact, their coordination had become increasingly perfect. Therefore, not only had they managed to suppress Huang Taiyang, but they had also managed to take the initiative. However, defeating Huang Taiyang was still a very difficult task. Huang Taiyang calmly faced the battle. He was advancing step by step. He wasn't anxious or impatient. The corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. After all, Huang Taiyang was confident that he could defeat them if the Jun family only had these two people. In fact, he would have achieved his objective. Solitary Eagle started to laugh wildly as the battle reached its climax. Then he said, "Satisfying. Satisfying. Today's battle is truly satisfying." Suddenly, a loud roar was heard. Solitary Eagle's body paused in midair for a moment. Then he returned to the battlefield. However, his fists collided and his palms met. He didn't retreat even half a step. Instead, he attacked without any intention of defending. Facing the tyrannical pressure of such a peerless expert had caused Solitary Eagle's blood to erupt with a dauntless aura. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he advanced courageously. In fact, it seemed as if he didn't care about his own safety. Solitary Eagle had received at least 80% of Huang Taiyang's ferocious attacks. Therefore, the pressure on Qian Sun Serpent Queen's side had been greatly reduced. Moreover, how could a Beast King of Tian Fa be willing to take advantage of the situation? Therefore, Qian Sun Serpent Queen also let out a shrill cry. Her eyes turned a deathly green. Then her body shot into the air. Then she shot down like a javelin from the sky. She arrived above Huang Taiyang's head. Then her body suddenly flashed and transformed into 8 figures. 8 Snake Kings had attacked at the same time. Huang Taiyang's hair fluttered in the air as he shouted, "Come at me!" His palms were imbued with the power of wind and thunder as they collided with the Snake King. However, the corners of Snake King's mouth curled into a sneer. Then, his body flashed and the entire space was filled with the beautiful figures of the Snake King. From one side, it seemed as if the entire space of the battlefield was occupied by the Snake King. Huang Taiyang couldn't help but be startled when he saw such a shocking move. However, Solitary Eagle had also pounced down from the sky as if he didn't care for his life. The corners of Solitary Eagle's mouth curled into a sneer as he mercilessly attacked. He had sealed off the only gap in the Snake King's killing move, The sky. Ghostly eagle descends from the heavens. Huang Taiyang roared in anger. Then he laughed in anger and counterattacked with all his might. Bang, bang, bang. The Snake King's 9 linked palms struck Huang Taiyang's back in the blink of an eye. However, Solitary Eagle's 7 claws also landed on Huang Taiyang's chest at the same time. Huang Taiyang laughed wildly. However, he didn't show the slightest intention of dodging. Instead, he struck back with his palms 3 times. Bang, bang, bang. Then he kicked out like a whirlwind. The Snake King let out a muffled groan. However, he was also kicked back by Huang Taiyang. The 3 of them had been injured in the blink of an eye. All 3 of them were top-notch experts in the world. Moreover, they were tyrannical and arrogant people. So, how could they accept such a thing? Suddenly they became even more berserk. Then they roared at the same time. Then they unleashed an all-out attack. An all-out attack. 3 sharp roars reverberated and soared into the sky. Then the winds and clouds in the sky changed. The clouds in the sky above the Tianxiang city dispersed in all directions and revealed the night sky. Then several loud explosions were heard. The Snake King's roar, the Solitary Eagle's wild laughter, and Huang Taiyang's curses resounded at the same time. Then a powerful explosion was heard. This explosive sound brought about a tyrannical reaction, and it seemed as if the entire Tianxiang city was trembling because of it. An abundant and irresistible force erupted from the center with a loud rumble. Jun Zhantian and Jun Wui had been watching from the sidelines. However, they had been forcibly pushed several hundred feet away by this force. Their backs had bumped into the wall with a bang, and their breathing had become stifled. The 3 silhouettes flew down like meteors and landed in 3 different directions. The Solitary Eagle staggered a bit and retreated 2 steps after he landed. He wanted to forcibly stabilize his footing. However, Huang Taiyang's ferocious strength hadn't dissipated yet. So he rammed into him again. The Solitary Eagle wasn't able to stop the momentum of his retreat. So he retreated another 2 steps. His complexion turned red and then white. Then, a wisp of fresh blood slowly trickled down from the corner of his mouth. The Snake King was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. He somersaulted a few times in the air, and staggered a few steps back after he landed. His beautiful face had turned pale. However, it seemed as if his legs had taken root in the ground. They hadn't moved at all. However, his upper body couldn't help but lean back a little. His long hair fluttered in a strange manner and issued a hissing sound. Huang Taiyang landed on the ground with a loud bang and spun around twice. His originally neatly combed white hair had become completely disheveled at this moment. It was draped over his shoulders and he looked like a ferocious ghost. His face was full of rage. He roared and shook his arms. Then dozens of purple objects fluttered down from his body like butterflies. It turned out that Huang Taiyang had been locked onto by the Snake Eagles and the Eagles' moves during the fierce battle. So he had been left with no choice. Therefore he had been struck by 9 palms and 7 claws. His Xian cultivation and valiant body had been able to withstand the attacks. However, his purple robe had been left with 16 clear palm prints. Now that the 3 of them had separated, the 16 palm prints on his robe had also fallen off his body. It fluttered to the ground. Huang Taiyang's purple robe had turned into a beggar's outfit. And a golden soft armor had been revealed beneath it. Jun Moxie had concealed himself as he watched the battle. However, he couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. The Solitary Eagle and the Snake King's palms were extremely frightening. Jun Moxie was well aware of this fact. However, Huang Taiyang's body hadn't suffered any damage even though he had been struck by these 16 solid attacks. The soft armor on his body had certainly played a considerable role. However, this old man's martial power had reached an extremely high level. So, the toughness of his body had also reached an appalling level. No wonder Mei Shuiyan had once said that I would be powerless against a great master even if my agility technique is extremely fast. Moreover, I have a peerless sword in my hand. Perhaps, my sneak attack on Huang Taiyang wouldn't have had much of an effect on him. Such a freak actually exists in this world. Jun Moxie secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, I hadn't used my divine sword to mount a sneak attack on him when he had first arrived. Otherwise, I would have gone for wool and come home shorn. Huang Taiyang silently lowered his head and looked at his clothes. He raised his head after a long while. Then he opened his mouth and revealed a smile that didn't seem like a smile. Then he said in a gloomy manner, "Not simple. This old man hasn't been injured in the last 100 years. But I've been forced into such a state by you 2 juniors. This is a novel feeling. Ah, not bad. Not bad. This is very satisfying. This is extremely satisfying. He paused and looked at Solitary Eagle. Solitary Eagle, it seems that your reputation isn't undeserved. This old man has admitted that your reputation as one of the 8 great masters isn't undeserved. However, it's a pity that you're going to die here soon, even though you've just obtained my recognition as a great master. It's a pity that you're going to die here. Solitary Eagle sneered and said, "It's not up to you to decide whether I'm going to die or not, or when I'm going to die." Huang Taiyang ignored him. Instead, he looked at the Qian Sun Serpent Queen with a gloomy expression in his eyes. "Little girl, you're not simple either. This old man's eyes aren't blurry and I'm guessing correctly. You're the Snake King of the Tianfa Forest, right? You clearly know that I'm the Snake King of Tianfa. But you still dare to call me little girl? Huang Taiyang, you've got guts. Aren't you a little too arrogant? You're merely 200 years old. Yet you dare to flaunt your seniority in front of me?" The Qian Sun Serpent Queen didn't show any mercy as she retorted in a sarcastic manner. The Beast Kings of the Tianfa Forest are admittedly very old. But their ages will be calculated according to the age of humans once they take human form. Your Excellency the Snake King of Tianfa, I'm afraid that you haven't taken human form for more than 30 years, right? But this old man has lived for more than 200 years. So, what's wrong with calling you little girl? Do you really want this old man to call you a stinky snake? Huang Taiyang smiled sinisterly. But his words were very malicious. Disgraceful. What are you talking about? That stinky snake. The Qian Sun Serpent Queen hadn't taken human form for long. In fact, it hadn't even been 20 years. So, her temperament wasn't stable enough. Moreover, her flaws had been exposed in the past. And she knew that women loved beauty and hated ugliness. Therefore she was enraged by Huang Taiyang. But it turns out that the Tianfa Forest is supporting you from behind. Snake King, hee. It's a very big name. But it's a pity that the Tianfa Forest of 200 years ago might have given me some fear. But now the Tianfa Forest is like a flower of the past. You're no longer qualified to join the ranks of the 4 holy lands. And you're even less qualified to enter the eyes of the hidden experts of my illusory ocean of blood. You're just a trifling little snake. Do you really think that you're an azure dragon? Huang Taiyang's complexion had turned gloomy. And his words had become even more enigmatic and sarcastic. The Tianfa Forest may not be as strong as it was in the past. But the illusory ocean of blood's hidden experts are nothing in the eyes of our Tianfa Forest. The Qian Sun Serpent Queen snorted. A fierce light flickered in her eyes as she looked for an opportunity to attack. This old man's words are too infuriating. So, how can I vent my anger if I don't teach him a lesson? But the Snake King's appearance here has come as a surprise to this old man. Huang Taiyang's eyes flashed as he looked at the Snake King's trembling right hand. Then he spoke in an even more infuriating manner. "I've heard that the Jun family has a shameless brat. He even went as far as his own sister-in-law. And he made that woman lose her chastity without any regrets or resentment. It seems that this brat is very good at dealing with women." Huang Taiyang's eyes flashed as he spoke in a sinister manner. "I've also heard that this despicable brat had gone to the Tianfa Forest some time ago. Could it be that the Snake King was careless and had been deceived by this brat? And he had no choice but to follow him to the Tianfa Forest? It seems like that's the case. It's no wonder that the Snake King pretends to be a peerless beauty. And he even looks like a little bird. So, it turns out that a woman dresses up for the man who pleases her. But I don't know if that debauchee of the Jun family will be able to satisfy the Snake King's request. But this old man can introduce a few to you, Snake King. They'll make you happy, Chapter 495. Today's Eruption, First Chapter. Second Chapter after 10 minutes. "You, bastard. You filthy thing. You call yourself a member of the 3 holy lands. I'll kill you." The Snake King flew into a rage. So she sprung up and was about to attack. Huang Taiyang laughed heartily. Then he moved forward to meet her. This was exactly what he had planned. His martial power was higher than that of these two. But these two were a snake and an eagle. So they were complementing each other's weaknesses. So their power would increase by several times if they could cooperate seamlessly. Huang Taiyang might be able to defeat them at that time. But he would have to pay a considerable price for it. So he had to infuriate one of them first. Then he would kill the other one with lightning speed. Then everything else would be under his control. This was also the real reason why he didn't hesitate to lower his own status and spout such filthy words. However, he wasn't a good person. So, such tricks were a common occurrence for him. Don't be fooled by his words looking down on him, but when he faced the attack, he had already gathered all the power in his body. He would kill the Snake King in one fell swoop. Even if he couldn't, he would make her lose her combat strength after this strike. Only then would he be able to take control of the situation. An ominous glint flashed in Huang Taiyang's eyes. His murderous intention had already appeared. The joints of his entire body issued a small explosive sound. This was the sign that he was going to use all of his martial power to determine the outcome of the battle in one move. He wouldn't allow the Snake King to escape from his palm this time. Such an opportunity was very rare. It was about to be triggered. Huang Taiyang and the Qian Sun Serpent Queen's figures were about to come into contact. Suddenly, a graceful figure appeared in the air. Then she shouted, "Go back." The Qian Sun Serpent Queen's figure quickly changed from advancing forward to retreating as soon as she heard this shout. Then she returned to her original position in a flash. She didn't show the slightest bit of hesitation or defiance. Huang Taiyang was startled. He looked up and saw the silhouette of a lustrous white palm in front of him. He was overwhelmed with shock. This person has been hiding on the side all along. But I haven't even noticed him. Who is this person? Just based on this point, this person's strength was definitely not below his. He suddenly felt extremely regretful. It seemed that the person who had spoken at the beginning was the person who had just come out. However, he had misjudged and thought that the person who spoke was the Snake King. Seeing that the Snake King had come out, he no longer paid attention to his surroundings. Who would have known that the other side was hiding such a super expert? If he were to join hands with the Eagle and Snake Supremes, wouldn't he be in trouble? In that moment of hesitation and retreat, the palm shadows in front of him had already turned into a densely packed mountain of palms. Only at this moment did the sharp sound of the palm wind breaking through the air suddenly ring out. The speed of this person's attack had already surpassed the speed of sound. The tens of thousands of palm winds instantly converged together and crashed down with an earth-shattering force. It was as if the 9 nether ghost gates had suddenly opened and millions of malicious spirits rushed out. One hit kill, one hit kill. During this period of time, Mei Shuiyan had been extremely frustrated. Originally, she didn't want to make a move, but at this critical moment she finally showed herself. Moreover, Huang Taiyang's words had aroused her anger. Damn it! What did he mean by deceived me? Is this old bastard pointing at the mulberry tree and cursing the locust tree? Therefore the great beauty Mei Shuiyan rushed out in a fit of rage. Then she brandished her hand and sent out 999 palms. She suddenly felt that the frustration in her heart had been removed by a lot. It seemed that beating and abusing people was the best way to vent one's anger. Therefore Mei Shuiyan didn't relax. Therefore Huang Taiyang's situation was very tragic, very tragic. Moreover, Huang Taiyang's tragedy was similar to Li Ju Tian's. And it was also because of one person, Jun Moxie. This had aroused Mei Shuiyan's anger. Huang Taiyang had been caught off guard in the face of such an attack. So he had been forced to retreat. But how could the speed of his retreat compare to Mei Shuiyan's terrifying speed? There was a big gap between the two of them. Moreover, Mei Shuiyan's speed had reached a terrifying limit after she had taken the vitality linkage pill. Bang 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 bang. A series of palms struck Huang Taiyang's body like firecrackers. Huang Taiyang bellowed, and his body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His body was almost indestructible. But he had received serious injuries from the first round of attacks. He turned over and stood shakily. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. His expression was distorted like that of a malicious spirit. He then asked in a mournful voice, "Who are you? Who are you?" Unfortunately, Huang Taiyang's reply was an even more ferocious barrage of attacks. These attacks weren't only ferocious and concentrated, they were also fatal. Huang Taiyang was startled. He hadn't been able to clearly see the appearance of this person even though he was facing the shadow of death. He could only vaguely see the vague silhouette of that person. Moreover, he could also hear a clear and melodious voice. However, his body had already suffered a series of heavy blows in quick succession. Huang Taiyang hadn't even dreamed that someone in this world could achieve such a level of agility. His body was suffering an extremely concentrated barrage of attacks. He had once believed that his body was indestructible. However, he didn't have the slightest ability to resist. In fact, his entire body and even his soul could only feel one thing: pain. This was a strange feeling that he hadn't felt for over 100 years. And this long-lost feeling made the lawless scorching sun thousand mountains taste the long-lost taste of fear. he had clearly determined that the assailant could have taken his life. In fact, a heavy blow would have sufficed if the assailant had intended to kill him. However, he didn't know why the assailant didn't want to kill him. Instead, the assailant was blindly ravaging him to vent his negative emotions. Huang Taiyang had also determined that the assailant didn't intend to kill him. But, he would have been powerless to escape in the time it would take to drink a cup of tea if this continued. The barrage of attacks wasn't fatal, but it was extremely concentrated. And it was enough to destroy his physical strength. Huang Taiyang forcefully raised his Xianqi. Then he let out a long and mournful cry and soared into the sky. But his back received 4 consecutive palm strikes with a bang as he got up. Fortunately, he finally got up. Was there still hope for him to escape? The invisible Jun Moxie was in high spirits as he looked at this scene. So he shouted loudly, "Don't let him escape. Capture him alive." The solitary eagle and the Snake King jumped up at the same time. They then chased after Huang Taiyang like a bolt of lightning. They hadn't acted according to Jun Dashao's instructions. But this damned Huang Taiyang had intended to kill them. So they had already formed an enmity with him. So it would have been great if they could kill him in one fell swoop. This was especially true for the Qiansun Serpent Queen. She would have suffered serious injuries if it weren't for Mei Shuiyan's assistance. She would have lost her human form in the best-case scenario. But she would have lost her life in the worst-case scenario. So she still felt a lingering fear when she thought about it. Moreover, this old man's frivolous words had greatly damaged her reputation. Therefore the Snake King was very angry. So, how could he let such a big enmity go so easily? The solitary eagle and Huang Taiyang didn't have any deep enmity between them. But he still had a golden opportunity to beat a drowning dog in front of him. So how could he not kill him? Huang Taiyang leapt up with great difficulty. He felt that he had finally escaped from the dangerous shadow of death. So he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. That was because he had discovered that the dreadful white-clothed figure had disappeared without a trace. It hadn't pursued him. The shadow of death had disappeared. So he couldn't help but relax a little. And he immediately felt pain all over his body. He was about to rush to the top of the wall in a panic. However, he secretly vowed in his heart, "The Jun family shouldn't get involved in these muddy waters if I don't have the strength to do so." After all, it's no different from delivering food to the Jun family in the face of such an inexplicable powerhouse. Suddenly his vision darkened. The powerful claws of the solitary eagle were about to grab his head. Huang Taiyang roared in anger. He wasn't in a good state at the moment. But he wasn't afraid of the solitary eagle. So he used his palm to counterattack. The solitary eagle snorted and smiled. But he didn't try to evade the attack. Instead he madly grabbed it with his right palm. The 2 palms and claws collided. Huang Taiyang screamed. He was no match for the solitary eagle. So his shoulder was drenched in blood. However, this was reasonable. After all, he had already endured hundreds of palm strikes from Mei Shuiyan. In fact, Mei Shuiyan had only wanted to vent her depression. She had no intention of taking his life. Otherwise he would have turned into a pile of rotten meat by now. In fact, he might have even been turned into minced meat by now. However, his vitality would have been greatly damaged even if that had been the case. And his internal organs would have been damaged as well. Huang Taiyang had overestimated himself. So he hadn't taken the solitary eagle seriously. However, he could have easily parried this claw attack. In fact, he could have even counterattacked. In fact, he could have even forced the solitary eagle into a very difficult situation. But it was a pity that time had changed. So he didn't have the strength to parry this attack. Huang Taiyang had been injured by the solitary eagle's claw attack. But he still raised his Xianqi. So, he crazily rushed to the top of the wall while half of his body was covered in blood. However, he saw that the Snake King was already waiting for him there. Lengling smiled. "Old man, why are you in such a hurry? It won't be too late to leave after you pay the price for your frivolous words." He didn't say anything. Instead, he attacked with his hands, feet, and palms at the same time. The Snake King wasn't Mei Shuiyan. So he couldn't use any method to deal a fatal blow. Huang Taiyang felt as if he was a tiger that had fallen from grace. He regretted it. "I shouldn't have been so arrogant tonight. I should have come here alone. I had wanted to fight against an aristocratic family single-handedly. I wanted to show my awe-inspiring might and awe the world. I wanted to show that I'm old but I'm still as powerful as ever." However, he hadn't expected that he would have poked a hornet's nest. Moreover, he had been stung all over his face. These hornets weren't just sharp. They were also extremely poisonous. In fact, they had the power to seal one's throat upon contact. Blood splattered everywhere. Huang Taiyang howled miserably and soared into the sky once again. He had taken the full brunt of the Snake King's 13 palms and 6 kicks. However, this old man didn't fail to live up to his reputation as a Holy Land's powerhouse. So he still had the strength to spare. He let out a long and miserable howl. Then he swept across the sky and fled for his life. His speed was extremely fast. In fact, even the Eagle and the Snake King, who were famous for their agility techniques, couldn't catch up to him. The Qian Sun Serpent Queen and the Solitary Eagle looked at each other in amazement. This Huang Taiyang is worthy of being a tyrannical existence above the Great Master level. He has received more than 100 heavy blows from Mei Shuyan. Then he has received the full strength of the Solitary Eagle's claw attack. Then he has received the final blow from the Qian Sun Serpent Queen. But he still has the strength to escape. This level of martial power is frightening. He deserves to be called a powerhouse above the Great Master level. Both of them could see that Mei Shuyan didn't want to take Huang Taiyang's life. However, the enmity between them and Huang Taiyang was too great. Therefore they had no choice but to be ruthless in their attacks. However, Huang Taiyang had still managed to escape even though he had been attacked by 3 powerful experts in a row. He had suffered 100 sorrows at the same time. Chapter 496. Today's outbreak. The second update has arrived. The third update is being modified, in half an hour. Huang Taiyang's figure was drenched in blood as he soared into the sky. He had covered a distance of 6 or 7 meters in a single leap. Under the starlight, his gold-rimmed body and the golden inner armor on his body were particularly eye-catching. Even the Solitary Eagle or the Snake King wouldn't be able to catch up to him in time at this distance. Huang Taiyang's speed was simply too fast. No one could match his speed apart from the Mei clan's great beauty. Huang Taiyang turned around as he fled and roared, "Jun family's younger generation, I've been attacked by a group of despicable people. I swear to take revenge for this. I'm not a man if I don't flatten the Jun family. I won't let that bastard who was hiding in the dark get away either. Damn it. You dare to mess with me? I'll let you know what it means to court death." Huang Taiyang was aware that he had escaped, and that his life was no longer in danger. But he still felt sullen about the losses he had suffered tonight. So, he decided that he would definitely take revenge once he returned home. Huang Taiyang's body gradually fell down as he screamed. His Xianqi had been consumed to the extreme. So he was falling at a rapid speed. He took a deep breath and waited for his feet to touch the ground. Then he would take another breath and fly away again. He would disappear without a trace in 2 or 3 leaps given his strength. Huang Taiyang's mind was filled with malicious thoughts and plans for revenge. He had roamed the world for nearly 200 years. But when had he ever suffered such a loss? Even when hundreds of experts had besieged him at the peak of his enemy's strength. But he had still managed to kill his enemy 7 times in a row. And he had even managed to escape with ease. But he hadn't expected that he would nearly lose his life in this seemingly harmless Jun family. His chest seemed to be burning with boundless anger. And the internal injuries he had sustained had made him even more hateful. His body had been struck by no less than 200 palm strikes. Fortunately, this old man was the one who came. Otherwise, wouldn't he have been turned into minced meat? Huang Taiyang had forgotten that the person who had attacked him hadn't intended to kill him. In fact, he only remembered that he had been struck by more than 200 palm strikes. This hatred was absolutely irreconcilable. He had always been a person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. This kind of hatred was enough for him to remember for eternity. His feet were just a hair's breadth away from touching the ground. As long as his toes touched the ground, he would be able to fly freely in the sky and leap freely in the sea. The annihilation of the Jun family was right in front of them. How could a mere worldly family bear the wrath of the holy land of the unworldly world? Huang Taiyang hadn't truly taken his revenge yet, and he was still fleeing for his life. However, his heart was already filled with an indescribable pleasure of tyrannical revenge. In fact, he was already imagining the myriad of methods he would use to torture and humiliate the Jun family in the future. He would definitely repay the humiliation he had suffered today 100-fold, 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. Right now it wasn't just for revenge, it was for his own injury. Absolutely intolerable. He absolutely could not let this chance slip by. Not only the members of the Jun family, but even the Jun family's servants, guests and everyone else related to the Jun family will suffer my most cruel and bloody revenge. I swear. Huang Taiyang fiercely shouted as he thought about this. Jun family, I'll trample all of you in the future. This old man swears that I'm not a man even if a dog escapes. Enjoy the few remaining moments of your lives. Ah! His cruel voice shook the entire night sky. Suddenly, a cold voice Lengling spoke. You're not a man? That's not a funny joke. Do you think you can still be a man? Do you think you'll be able to leave this place alive? A real sun suddenly appeared in front of Huang Taiyang's eyes as these cold words were spoken. His eyes were filled with a dazzling radiance. In fact, it was so dazzling that it couldn't be looked at directly. The blazing sun was emitting a myriad of rays of light. It was undoubtedly much more dazzling than Huang Taiyang. The blazing and resplendent white light suddenly emitted countless sword energies. Then it abruptly appeared in the darkness of the night. Then another sword light flew towards Huang Taiyang's weak throat like a bolt of lightning. It's a midstream attack. This sword attack was ingenious. The timing was precise. And the angle was narrow. In fact, even a 200-year-old peak expert like Huang Taiyang wanted to curse out loud. Moreover, he wanted to use the most vicious language to curse out loud. However, he didn't have the time. Even if he had the time, he wouldn't have dared to waste the slightest bit of his strength in the face of such a brilliant sword attack. That was because he didn't have the time to react at all. The person who had launched this fatal attack was none other than Jun Moxie. Jun Daxiao had waited for a long time for such an excellent opportunity to kill Huang Taiyang. So how could he let it go? How could he let it go? He had cultivated a keen sense of smell as an assassin in his previous life. Therefore he could easily tell that Huang Taiyang wasn't as valiant as he used to be. So, he could kill him as long as he had the right opportunity. I'm afraid that I won't get such a rare opportunity again if I miss it. Therefore Jun Moxie had made a prompt decision. He had attacked with all his strength. Jun Moxie had considered the resistance of the breeze in the air when he had attacked. It didn't matter whether it was the angle, speed, or timing of his attack. Jun Moxie was very confident in himself. Even the supreme assassin Chu Chihuan, who had never been seen in this life, wouldn't be able to pull off such a marvelous sword attack. This sword attack was the pinnacle of an assassin's skill. This sword attack was a legend for an assassin. It was a sure-kill sword, a sure-kill sword. Not only did it sever everything, but it also severed everything. Mei Shuiyan was watching from afar. So, she naturally saw this brilliant sword attack. The grasp of this sword attack had reached the pinnacle of perfection. Therefore she couldn't help but feel amazed. In fact, she even felt ashamed of her own inferiority. She asked herself, I'm afraid that I wouldn't have been able to achieve such perfection if I had been in his place. The pleasant surprise was that Jun Moxia's swordsmanship had already reached the point of perfection. In fact, it could be said that Jun Moxia's swordsmanship had already reached the point of perfection. However, she had a doubt in her heart at the same time. This kid is born to be an assassin. Or, he's an assassin for all eternity. Otherwise, how could he have unleashed such a perfect and brilliant sword attack at such a young age? Even a great master with 100 years of cultivation wouldn't have been able to dodge this sword attack. Tian Fa's #1 expert, Mei Shuiyan, and Venerable Mei, would feel ashamed of their inferiority. Could it be that Tian Shen's strength is enough to kill an existence that surpasses the great masters? In fact, this possibility was about to appear in front of everyone's eyes. Huang Taiyang's feet hadn't touched the ground yet. However, he could already feel the aura of the earth. It was so close that it was so close. However, it was so close that it was as far as the eye could see. His entire body was like a candle that was stuck in a slanted position. It seemed as if he was trying his best to fall to the ground. In fact, he had already breathed in a mouthful of air. He was waiting to fall to the ground to catch his breath. Then he would escape without a trace. However, such a fatal sword attack had appeared at this crucial moment. It was infinitely subtle. But it was the sword of the Grim Reaper. Huang Taiyang issued a long cry of despair. He didn't have the time to think before the sword hit him. He had burst forth with his last bit of potential. His body suddenly leaned back and fiercely punched his chest at the same time. The qi in his dantian vibrated. Then, the qi in his dantian surged, and the remaining potential in his body was stimulated. He spat out a perfectly round column of blood from his mouth. He then used it as a weapon and shot it towards the resplendent sword light like a javelin. Huang Taiyang was well aware that he would lose more than half of his Shen strength after this attack. In fact, he wouldn't be able to return to his peak state even if he could recover from his injuries in the future. However, he had no other choice. That was because this was the only way he could save himself. His throat would have been pierced through if he didn't do this. Which was more important? His life or losing half of his strength? Even a 3-year-old child could answer this question. So, how could Huang Taiyang, who cherished his life more and more as he grew older. An old man's greatest hope was to live on. He was only 200 years old. But he still wanted to live for more than 200 years. After all, he hadn't enjoyed enough of the beautiful things in this world. He still wanted to maintain the glory of being at the peak for a long time. Therefore, he would rather mutilate himself in order to escape with his life. There's hope as long as the green hills are there. The sword light was so close that Huang Taiyang's neck had already been stimulated by the coldness of the sword light. In fact, goosebumps had already formed on his neck. The arrow of blood had inexplicably appeared, and had suddenly shot towards Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie slightly tilted his head behind the sword light, and the arrow of blood brushed past his ear with a schwa sound. The long hair on his temples had been lifted by the wind, and had been fluttering in the air. However, Huang Taiyang's body hadn't even had the time to blink. His body had already escaped from the blade of the sword light. Then he had fallen to the ground. However, he had retracted his legs as he had fallen. Then he had fiercely stomped on the ground with his heels. And a large amount of soil had been sent flying towards Jun Moxie like countless sharp hidden weapons. Huang Taiyang's body? However, Huang Taiyang's body had borrowed the reactionary force of his feet to slide across the ground like a swordfish in the water. His back had stuck close to the ground as he had slid out. Huang Taiyang had used up almost all of his strength in this slide. And he had slid back more than 400 feet. The speed at which he had retreated was so fast that a wisp of green smoke was emitted from the friction between his back and the ground. Then there was a strange smell of burning flesh. The friction between his back and the ground was so fast that it seemed as if his flesh had been cooked. Chapter 497. Eruption. Third attack. Fourth, more effort. It was the place where he had just fought. He had just fought with Solitary Eagle, and had courageously forced the Qiansun Serpent Queen to retreat. It was also the place where he had suffered the greatest humiliation in his life. The most interesting thing was that this senior Huang didn't even know about it. That was because he couldn't even take care of himself. He sensitively sensed that although he had successfully dodged that sword did not give up on chasing after him at all. That sword's dense sword energy was still closely chasing after him. That bone-piercing sword energy was still hovering around his eyes, throat, and other parts of his body. He believed that it would mercilessly pierce into his body as soon as it got the chance. His desperate retreat had gone against his opponent's expectations. He had temporarily escaped from the threat of death. But his opponent hadn't given up on chasing after him. However, Huang Taiyang's sudden retreat had startled Solitary Eagle and the others. This old man was cursing in high spirits a moment ago. So, why did he suddenly break through the wall and come back? Is he coming back to kill us? Isn't he too courageous? Solitary Eagle and the Snake King had used all their strength to obstruct Huang Taiyang. Then they had returned to their original positions. Both of them had consumed a lot of energy in this battle. So they had only fought for a short time. However, both of them were well aware that they had been hovering on the line between life and death. Such a battle was even more dangerous than the one they had fought in the Tianfa forest. An expert above the Great Master level wasn't easy to deal with. Therefore, both of them had seized the time to adjust their breathing. So they hadn't climbed up high to watch the battle. Therefore, they had missed the most wonderful scene. Moreover, they hadn't expected that Huang Taiyang would run into a tyrannical existence on the same level as the Great Master Assassin Chu Chihuan. Moreover, he had been forced to retreat in panic. However, he had broken through the wall, and had returned to his original position. However, their misgivings were dispelled. Huang Taiyang's rapidly retreating body was followed by a white-clothed silhouette. It flew out of the big hole that Huang Taiyang had created a while ago with a whoosh sound. It passed through the smoke and dust and arrived at a lightning speed. The long sword in its hand emitted a splendid and dazzling sword light, piercing through the air. The sword-wielding man was handsome and tall. His body was cold and his expression was murderous. Was Jun Moxie? Huang Taiyang bellowed. Then he suddenly turned around while he was retreating. It seemed as if he didn't care about his life. Then he changed his direction and continued to retreat. His body was still lying flat on the ground. After circling around, the ground was filled with a lot of flesh and blood. On his back, other than the golden soft armor on his back that could still serve as a cover, the rest of his body was completely exposed, such as his shoulders, thighs, buttocks, and other places. This rapid rotation had flattened almost all the flesh and blood in those places. In fact, it seemed as if a pig had been slaughtered on the ground. Jun Moxie didn't stop his sword. His face remained calm and collected. However, the murderous intention in his eyes was still exuberant. A man can be so ruthless towards himself. So, one can well imagine how ruthless he is towards his enemies. This man can't be allowed to live. The tip of his sword was still less than a foot away from Huang Taiyang's throat even though he had changed his direction. Huang Taiyang's throat issued a blood-curdling screech. It didn't sound like a human's voice anymore. His eyes were wide open, and his pupils were so wide that they seemed as if they would burst. Saliva was flowing out of the corner of his mouth. His feet were constantly stomping on the ground. The ground was hard, but it was filled with footprints and small pits. Dust was rising into the sky. He was using this kind of counterforce to futilely dodge over and over again. However, dodging over and over again had sped up the loss of the muscles on his shoulders, thighs and buttocks. In fact, they had almost turned into minced meat, and had been mixed into the soil. Anyone would have seen Huang Taiyang's shoulders and thighs at this time. They would have discovered that there was no flesh or blood on these parts of the illusory ocean of blood's great master-level expert. In fact, his eerie white bones had been exposed to the outside world. In fact, a thick layer of his bones had been worn away. However, Huang Taiyang didn't feel the slightest bit of pain. That was because his mind had been shrouded by the shadow of death. Huang Taiyang wouldn't hesitate to chop off his own head if he were to be told that he would be able to escape alive if he were to chop off his own head. That was because he had already collapsed. In fact, he had thoroughly collapsed. This sword was like a maggot in one's tarsal bone. It was unrelenting as it was aimed at his throat. He was a dignified great master-level expert. However, he didn't even have the opportunity to stand up. Instead, he had been forced into such a bad situation. In fact, he could have chosen to take this sword head-on if he had been at the peak of his martial power. Or he could have used his chin and collarbone to catch the sword and then counterattacked. In fact, he could have easily done this with his strength. But now, after receiving more than 200 heavy blows, he had completely lost that confidence. He clearly knew that if he were to be pierced in the throat by this sword, then he would definitely die. Therefore, Huang Taiyang could only struggle to escape. He would have looked for an opportunity to stand up. He would have had a chance to fight or flee. However, he had never imagined that this man's sword would be so precise and frightening. In fact, he didn't even have the time to blink his eyes, let alone stand up. He was an expert who had surpassed the great master level. He had been a peerless expert who had moved unhindered throughout the world in the past. However, he had been forced into such a situation by an unknown young man. Sad. This is too sad. Huang Taiyang was relying entirely on his tenacious will to survive. He was still rubbing against the ground. He was dodging for his life. He was constantly leaving pools of blood on the ground. Moreover, he was also burning green smoke due to the extreme speed of the rubbing against the ground. Huang Taiyang wouldn't have been able to persevere if Jun Moxie had stopped his pursuit at this time. In fact, he would have been on the verge of death. In fact, he might have even died on the spot. That was because the blood in his body had almost been drained. However, Jun Moxie didn't stop. In fact, he didn't seem to have the slightest intention of stopping. He hated people who threatened him the most. Huang Taiyang and the Huang family had undoubtedly violated the greatest taboo of this evil monarch. Jun Moxie didn't want to kill Huang Taiyang with a single sword strike. Instead, he wanted Huang Taiyang to grind himself to death. Huang Taiyang dodged with all his might as he thrust his sword forward once again. Then, the golden soft armor on his back finally couldn't bear the burden anymore. So, it was scraped to pieces by him. And another pool of blood was left on the ground. This patch of blood could be seen in its entirety. It was the only part of his skin that was protected by his back. In fact, it was even his flesh and blood. That was because there wasn't any flesh or blood on top of it. Therefore, the skin and flesh on his back seemed to be hanging in midair after losing the protection of the golden soft armor. In fact, it would fall with a single touch. It was a ghastly and extremely bloody scene. The time has come. Jun Moxie took a deep breath. Then he sheathed his sword with a clang sound. Then he crossed his hands behind his back, and looked at Huang Taiyang in a lingering manner. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. Huang Taiyang finally caught his breath. He didn't know where he got the strength from, but he turned over and jumped up. He wanted to run away. But he discovered that he didn't have the slightest bit of strength left in his body. He wanted to raise his chi to heal his injuries. But he discovered that the incomparably profound Shen technique that he had painstakingly cultivated for nearly 200 years had disappeared. Huang Taiyang turned pale with fright. He looked down and discovered that his abdomen had completely deflated. In fact, it seemed as if a big hole had appeared in it. He howled in pain. Then he blankly moved his hand. Suddenly his entire abdomen fell off. And Huang Taiyang shockingly saw the ground behind him from his abdomen. The only thing blocking his path was his spine. However, both sides of his spine were completely transparent. In fact, even his ribs were gone. Huang Taiyang opened his eyes wide. What's going on? How did I see the ground through my body? Where's my body? Where are my 5 viscera and 6 bowels? Where's my back? Where did they go? He turned his head with great difficulty and looked at his back. Then he suddenly issued an extremely miserable howl. That was because he discovered that his body had disappeared. In fact, it had been worn away, only a thin layer of his pelvis and thighs was left. Huang Taiyang blankly turned his head. Then he looked at Jun Moxie with lifeless eyes. Then he asked, "Where's my flesh?" Jun Moxie frowned. Lingling replied, "It's like garbage. Even dogs won't eat it." Huang Taiyang blankly uttered an "oh." It seemed as if he had understood everything. Then a cracking sound was heard as his spine broke. And he sat down on the ground. It must have been very painful. But he didn't seem to feel anything. His face was still blank and blank. Then a strange smile appeared on his face after a while. He muttered in a low voice, "I was very young back then. I had intruded into the 9 Serenities Valley. There were 4 people fighting inside. And these 4 people were all great masters. They were almost at the end of their lives at that time. I promised them to do one thing for each of them. I swore that my flesh and blood would be ground away piece by piece if I couldn't do it. They believed in my oath. So they passed on their Shen arts to me before they died. So I became stronger overnight. I became a top-notch expert step by step. I became Tian Xin. I became a great master. I became a great master. I became a great master. But I didn't do what I promised them. People, the living are busy with their own things. So, who would be interested in doing things for the dead? That oath was the cruelest way to die. But it was also the most impossible oath to fulfill. Eehaha. He opened his eyes and bitterly laughed. Then he blankly said, "So, there really is such a way to die. Did I fulfill my oath? Is there really such a way? Is there really such a way?" Huang Taiyang spoke till here. Then, his head suddenly tilted to one side. Then he silently died. Then a pop sound was heard. His neck couldn't support his crooked head anymore. So it finally broke. And Huang Taiyang's head rolled on the ground. It rolled a few times. Then it faced the sky and opened its eyes wide. Chapter 498. Jun Zhantian and Jun Wu Yi stared blankly. Their eyes were staring blankly. The 2 of them were great generals who had commanded millions of troops. So they had seen and experienced many bloody scenes. But they had never seen a person die in such a manner. Moreover, this person was an immortal expert who only existed in the legends. Huang Taiyang had sworn an oath before his death. And they couldn't help but feel cold all over. Is this really the will of the heavens? Is there really a pair of eyes watching us? Is the heavens fair? The corners of Solitary Eagle's eyes twitched. He said in a hoarse voice, "He's dead?" Chen Sun Serpent Queen stared blankly at the 2 halves of the corpse on the ground. Then she said as if she was sleep-talking, "He's already in such a state. How could he still be alive?" The solitary falcon shuddered, hugged his shoulders and murmured, "But the way he died is too. You tell me he could have sworn an oath back then, but why did he have to make such a deadly oath? Damn it. He's making things difficult for himself. If he had made an oath to die a painless death, would he have ended up in such a state?" Snake King looked at the corpse again. He couldn't help but retch. Then he covered his mouth and ran away like a wisp of smoke. His agility was even faster than when he was fighting a while ago. It was too. Jun Zhantian stood there for a while with a complicated look on his face. Then he finally said, "Let the servants clean up and bury him properly. After all, he's an expert of his generation. We can't be careless. It's getting late. Everyone should rest early." Then Grandpa Jun and Jun Wui turned around and left in silence. Both of them had recently improved their strength. They had thought that they would rarely meet a worthy opponent after their increase in strength. At the very least, they had the qualifications to be the strongest in the world. But they had witnessed the battle tonight. They had been so proud of their strength. But they hadn't been able to contribute at all. Grandpa Jun and his son couldn't help but feel disappointed. As for Chen Sun Serpent Queen and Mei Shuiyan, since Jun Moxie did not take the initiative to introduce them to him, they must be 2 mysterious figures. Grandpa Jun naturally understood this logic. So, he simply did not ask any questions and went back to his room to sleep. Not far away, Mei Shuiyan stood there with her white dress fluttering in the wind. She sighed and said, "It's a pity, such an expert above the Supreme Master level, couldn't have died in the desolate peak battlefield. Instead, he died here, the sadness of humanity. Jun Moxie laughed mischievously and said, "This is indeed the tragedy of human nature. Such an expert above the Supreme Master level has such a character. It's fine if he doesn't. Miss May, you can't expect everyone to be like you, who holds the world in his heart and acts like a saint. TSK. I would rather cut my own throat if I were to rely on such a person to protect the continent." Mei Shuiyan looked at him and sighed softly. She then said, "But the continent's strength would have lost a strong expert. That battle? Every small factor could have led to a crushing defeat. There are only a few people in the entire continent who have the same strength as this person. If by any chance, the strange races invade, then the entire continent, the entire world." Jun Moxie rolled his eyes and sneered. He said, "The rise and fall of the world has nothing to do with me. Don't talk to me about such a pain in the ass. So what if the strange races invade? If worst comes to worst, we'll just fight to the death. That's all. Don't tell me that all the strange races are experts above the Supreme Master level. I can't kill their strongest expert if they really invade. But can I kill the weaker ones? Those who deserve to die will die. Go to hell." "How can you say that?" Mei Shuiyan was somewhat indignant. "The success or failure of this battle will affect the next 10,000 years. If the strange races really do that, the entire continent might fall. You're a person of the continent. How can you not have any sense of responsibility?" "Sense of responsibility? Of course I do. But I want to give you a piece of advice here. Don't give up your basic principles for this damned war for seizing the heavens. Blindly retreating will only make your opponent push forward. You can look at the big picture, but others may not be able to do so. There will always be disputes. Just like this time, if I don't kill him, the illusory Blood Sea and the Tianfa forest will become mortal enemies after he returns. At that time, the storm will only be bigger and more experts will die." Jun Moxie Lengling looked at her and said, "Miss May, I want to tell you seriously. When it's time to lose, the entire continent can be defeated. When it's time to lose, even a Silver Shen expert can win the war for seizing the heavens. I've never been afraid of a strong enemy. But I'm extremely afraid of my own people who are as stupid as pigs. Moreover, the affairs of the world are unpredictable. Who can say for sure? Who knows when the Pillar of Heaven's mountains will collapse again, and those damn strange races will be crushed under it? Thinking about these things now might be a groundless worry. If you have so much free time, why don't you think about it properly and find a suitable man to marry? That's a serious matter as well as an important matter of your life." Jun Dashao puffed out his chest as he said this. "Take me for example. In fact, you also know that this young master is elegant, talented, and handsome. I'm chivalrous, courageous, and overflowing with talent. I can be said to be the best match for you, Miss May. Moreover, you suddenly showed your female prowess last night and molested me. So, you should take responsibility for that. This young master hasn't cried, thrown a tantrum, and hung himself to blame you. So, I'm already a gentleman." Mei Shuiyan's face turned red in a split second. She pointed her finger at this shameless man. Her entire body trembled and she couldn't speak a word. She finally managed to say something after a long while. You, how can you be so shameless?" Mei Shuiyan had moved unhindered throughout her life. It could be said that there were very few things that she didn't know, or didn't understand. Mei Shuiyan always had her own opinion on whatever was said to her. Moreover, she could refute people until they were rendered speechless. But she would be so embarrassed that she couldn't speak a word when it came to matters of love and marriage. Of course, this was only limited to Jun Moxie and Jun Dashao. She would have slapped anyone else into a meat patty if they had said such things to her. What? Toothless? How is that possible? Jun Moxie bared his teeth. His 2 rows of white and neat teeth sparkled under the moonlight. He smiled mischievously. "This young master's teeth are very healthy. I don't eat sweets when I was a child. Moreover, I don't have any bad habits. I brush my teeth 2 or 3 times a day. But I don't have any cavities. So how can I be toothless? Miss May, I've bitten you. Don't you know that I have teeth? Oh, that's right. I've heard that only people who molest others are shameless. So how can you say that I'm shameless? How can you say it the other way around? This young master is the one who suffered a loss. You should be responsible for me. Miss May, you should think about it. You've molested me. You've kissed me. You've touched me. You've seen me. You've seen me. I'm helpless. But I have no choice but to accept my fate. Who asked me to be such a pure person? Jun Dashao spoke in an extremely ambiguous and arrogant manner. Then he politely said good night. Then, he complacently hummed a little tune and went back to his room to sleep. Mei Shuiyin glared at his back. She gritted her teeth and made a "G" sound. I hadn't expected that this guy's shamelessness would surpass my expectations. I've become the shameless one in the end. Heavens. This is infuriating. God, please give me another expert like Huang Taiyang so that I can vent my anger. Perhaps the heavens didn't hear me. Or perhaps the number of experts like Huang Taiyang is too limited. In any case, Mei Shuiyin's wish wasn't fulfilled. However, Mei Shuiyin also knew that Jun Moxie's words had reminded her of one thing. I mustn't take the war for seizing the heavens too seriously. Everything is for the sake of preparing for the war for seizing the heavens. But it has become a restraint on me. Weakness. In fact, the 3 holy lands can even take advantage of this if they want to target me. Jun Moxie must have been afraid that I wouldn't be able to bear it. So, his words were vulgar, but his intention was tactful. Like today. I should have killed Huang Taiyang with my own hands. The anger on Mei Shuiyin's face slowly disappeared as she thought about it. Then a faint smile appeared on her face. So, this guy is also very considerate towards me? The sun rose as usual the next day. This world was like this. It didn't matter who or how many people had died yesterday. But the sun would still rise the next day. Huang Taiyang hadn't returned for the entire night. And this had caused the people of the illusory ocean of blood to panic. The Huang family was as anxious as ants on a hot pan. The distance between the 2 places wasn't short. But Huang Taiyang wouldn't have needed an hour to travel to and fro with his strength. But an entire night's time should have been enough for him to do anything. However, Huang Taiyang didn't return for an entire night. Before he left, he had confidently said, "It's just a bunch of clowns. I can take care of them with one hand. So, why do you need so many people? I'll be back before dawn. Just wait for the celebration." He had forcefully rejected the illusory ocean of blood's request to accompany him. The Huang family had even started to prepare food and wine that very night. They were looking forward to the triumphant return of their ancestor. Then they would get drunk and celebrate their ancestor's victory. However, time passed little by little. And Dongfang began to shine brightly. So, everyone couldn't remain calm any longer. Only when the sun had risen high in the sky did everyone fall into despair. Almost everyone's heart felt as if it had been weighed down by a big piece of lead. After all, the commotion last night wasn't small. Especially the attack between Huang Taiyang and the 2 great masters. It had been earth-shaking. Even the Huang family had heard it clearly. In fact, they had even felt the ground beneath their feet shake a few times. It was obvious that Huang Taiyang had met an exceptionally strong opponent. Moreover, Huang Taiyang hadn't returned yet. And all of their speculations were heading in the worst possible direction. The other 4 great masters of the illusory ocean of blood had proposed to provide reinforcements. But they had been firmly stopped by the young lord, Huyen Xiao. Huyen Xiao's reason was very simple. Old Huang's martial power is the highest among all of us. He'll be able to solve the problem even if we don't go. But he won't be able to escape if he's no match for the other party. In fact, he won't even be able to escape. Then I'm afraid that all of us will be of no help even if we go. Chapter 499. Huyen Xiao's reason was impeccable. Moreover, it was the truth. Therefore, no one dared to act rashly even if they were anxious. Moreover, Huyen Xiao had another plan in mind. Elder Huang is unable to settle this matter even if he personally takes action. Then this proves that the Jun family's strength has reached an extremely difficult level. Moreover, the opposite party has the bone-tempering pills that my illusory ocean of blood desperately needs. He's an unfathomable expert. So, it would be best to avoid antagonizing him if possible. I'll feign civility and participate in the auction. Then I'll take the bone-tempering pills into my hands. As for the future, I'll think about it later. The bigger picture is the most important. Moreover, how can the remaining people on my side be a match for the opposite party if old Huang is killed? It would be better to pretend to be deaf and dumb. I can't take revenge even if I want to. Moreover, this old man has been taking advantage of his seniority. He has been bossy and arrogant. He hasn't even paid attention to the young lord. He should have died long ago. Damn it. Why didn't I see you act like this when you were facing other experts in the illusory ocean of blood? Do you really think that you're a big shot? Therefore, the young lord of the illusory ocean of blood was even taking pleasure in his misfortune. However, it was impossible for him to show this emotion on his face. The young lord of the illusory ocean of blood was very dissatisfied with the fact that they had delayed so many things for the sake of the trivial Huang family. Was the Huang family worthy of the illusory ocean of blood's attention? Old Huang has disregarded the illusory ocean of blood's business for the sake of his family. This is truly unbearable. So what if he's your direct descendant? Can he be more important than the illusory ocean of blood's business? He doesn't care about the bigger picture. He's short-sighted. Not only will old Huang die if this matter is messed up because of the Huang family, I'll even have to bear the responsibility when I return. The young lord looked at the Huang family with a somewhat unfriendly expression as he thought about this. Then the young lord said a few words. We can't afford to make any mistakes in this auction. Moreover, the auction item is an extremely precious and rare elixir. So, the amount of gold needed to bid for it will be enormous. Lord Huang, how much gold can your esteemed family take out? In my opinion, we should sell off all our properties and raise the gold. If there isn't enough gold, won't we be messing things up? It's one thing to mess up the Blood Sea clan's matter, but if this affects the outcome of the war, we'll be messing up the future of the entire world and the countless lives in the world. I believe that the Huang clan won't be able to bear this responsibility, right? When the Huang family's patriarch Huang Jun heard this, his nose almost went crooked from anger. For a moment he was dumbfounded. His stomach was full of bitterness, but he couldn't say anything. Why didn't you say this when the old ancestor was here? Now that old ancestor had only gone out for a little longer, it was not confirmed whether something had happened to her or whether she had really died. Yet, this so-called young sect master actually turned his back on them. Previously, you thought that you could rob it by force, so you didn't take the auction seriously. Now that you see that the other party's power is strong, you don't have the confidence to rob it by force, so you want us to sell our family's assets to gather gold for you? What you want to auction is obviously your illusory ocean of blood's business. What does it have to do with our Huang clan? How can our small family afford the expenses of your illusory ocean of blood? What does it have to do with the common people in the world even if we are willing to work for your blood sea? Do you really think that you're the saviors of the world? Moreover, why would our Huang clan be responsible for the future of the common people in the world if we can't buy it? We wouldn't have fallen to such a situation today if we had the qualifications to manage the common people in the world, right? He hesitated for a long time. But he finally didn't dare to refuse directly. So he stammered and said, "May I ask the young sect master, how will the matter of the three big clans be settled? How will the matter of the three big clans be settled?" The Huang clan master's question is strange. Huyen Xiao smiled in a cultured and refined manner. It is said that a man must bear the consequences of his own actions. This matter is your Huang clan's matter from the beginning to the end. Our group of people are only passing friends. So, how can it be convenient for us to express our opinions? This young sect master feels that I've done enough as a friend. In fact, this sect master didn't forbid old Huang from breaking the sect's prohibition to participate in worldly disputes. That's because old Huang is from the Huang clan. So, it's reasonable for him to work for the Huang clan. But the others may not. Huang clan master, the rise of any clan will ultimately depend on its own strength and heritage. What will happen next time even if we make an exception for you this time? Therefore, the Huang clan master needs to show his boldness in this turbulent situation. It's inconvenient for the people of our illusory ocean of blood to participate in this matter. After all, it's difficult for us to have any relationship with your esteemed family. I've mentioned that we need the Huang clan master to generously raise gold for the sake of the common people of the entire continent. But it's not for the sake of the Blood Sea's matter. Has the Huang clan master misunderstood something? Naturally, the Huang clan will stand proudly in the martial arts world if the Huang clan master can rise to the occasion and annihilate the three big clans in one fell swoop. Then the Huang clan will look down upon the entire world of martial arts from then on. And this will truly be a legend. The Huang clan was dumbstruck. So, you want my clan to fork out the money? And you don't even care about my clan's life? What logic is this? Is this the logic of the people from the three holy lands? What do you mean by looking down upon the world of martial arts? Huang Jun didn't even think about it. His mind was filled with only two words at the moment. It's over. Wipe out the three big clans in one fell swoop? That's easier said than done. How many forces in the entire world can wipe out the three big clans? Only the three holy lands and the Silver Blizzard City can be considered. Moreover, it must be the three big clans of the past. However, the Jun family's strength is unfathomable. In fact, even the young lord of the illusory ocean of blood is terrified of them. As for our Huang family, we can't afford to provoke even half of the strength of any of the three big clans. You've come here and incited us to fight to the death with the three big clans. You've shouted your heroic words and created a situation where we'll fight to the death. The entire world is waiting to watch a good show. But you've suddenly become terrified when things have come to a head, and you've washed your hands of this matter? Isn't this pure swindling? You can't swindle people like this. This swindling is too extreme. Your words have consigned our Huang family to eternal damnation. Not only have you swindled us, but you've also asked us to sell all our properties for gold for your auction. And you've even said that it concerns the future of the common people? Bah! Even a bandit wouldn't be as ruthless as you. But it seems like the young lord's attitude, the destruction of our family is imminent if we don't comply with his demands. Huang Jun did not even doubt the possibility that this young sect master who was speaking to him warmly would immediately raise his butcher's knife after hearing his rejection. He was a great person who thought for the sake of the common people. Exterminating his small family to help everyone was the right thing to do. Moreover, we can curry favor with the Jun family and get them to sell a few more bone-tempering pills to the illusory ocean of blood. Huang Jun didn't dare to make a sound as he thought this. This is like a certain island country being instigated by their backer to start a war with China. They're waiting for the lion to wake up and launch the fiercest counterattack. Then they'll go to their backer to ask for support after they've been defeated. But they didn't expect their backer to wash his hands of this matter. They're the guardians of the world's peace. So how can they help a perpetrator? Huang Jun's tragedy? The Huang family's lord didn't get a response for a while. He wanted to cry but no tears came out. He had completely collapsed. In fact, he even had an impulse to cut open his stomach. Jun Moxie had just fallen asleep when he was woken up again. Moreover, his third uncle Jun Wui had personally lifted his quilt. Jun Moxie didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at his shining white thighs. Fortunately, he had changed his habit of sleeping in the nude. Otherwise, he would have been seen naked by another man. Third uncle, what do you think I should say? It was my grandfather last time and it's you this time. If I find a wife one day, will you also rashly rush in and lift my quilt? Don't tell me that the men of our Jun family like to lift another man's quilt? Are you addicted? Don't be so talkative. Quickly get up and follow me. We have serious business to attend to. Jun Wui's old face turned red as he fiercely slapped his nephew's buttocks. Jun Dashao cried out as he was slapped. He covered his buttocks and jumped up. Then he put on his clothes with a whooshing sound. He still had a sleepy look on his face as he followed the third master Jun out of the room. Jun Moxie saw the two people in front of him when he arrived at Jun Wui's small courtyard. He was gobsmacked and his sleepiness disappeared in an instant. This is too unexpected, isn't it? How is this possible? How did you get here? How did you end up like this? Jun Moxie looked at the man and woman in front of him. He stared at them for a while and then realized that they were Mu Shuetong and Han Yen Meng. However, both of their bodies were riddled with scars. Their faces were covered with dust and their clothes were ragged. In fact, they looked even more like a beggar than a beggar. This was completely different from Jun Moxie's impression of the handsome and refined Mu Shuetong and the beautiful and charming Han Yen Meng. What's going on? Don't tell me that the Silver Blizzard City has been destroyed? Jun Moxie asked in a somewhat gloating manner. They haven't been destroyed, but they're almost there. Mu Shuetong snorted. His eyes revealed a deep hatred. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Jun Moxie. We've come here in the hope that we can join hands with the Jun family to eradicate the Shao family. What does the third young master Jun think of this? Mu Shuetong knew that the Jun family's third young master, Jun Moxie, was the key to their current predicament. Therefore, he had directly raised this issue to Jun Moxie. Chapter 500. Mu Shuetong was startled. He carefully looked at Jun Moxie, and was somewhat shocked in his heart. This youngster has actually deduced that the Silver Blizzard City has undergone a huge change from my own words. In fact, he has even pointed out the most crucial point. I'm guessing that you weren't even able to return to the Silver Blizzard City before you were ambushed, right? Then, the experts of the Han family sacrificed themselves in order to allow you to escape? But it wasn't easy for you to make such a prompt decision, hee. Then you wandered around the Jianghu, but found that you didn't dare to go anywhere. So you ended up returning to the Jun family. Jun Moxie's words were as sharp as a knife. Because only the Jun family has the ability to protect the people of the Silver Blizzard City. So you plan to use the Jun family's strength to eliminate the rebels. Then the Han family will conveniently avenge the Jun family, right? In this way, everyone will have a clear conscience and the Silver Blizzard City will still belong to the Han family. Uncle Mu, I've even guessed that this was your personal idea, right? You've really made a good plan, ah. Mu Shuetong was taken aback. He suddenly stood up. How did you guess this? As long as I see that you're here, these things are obvious. Moreover, how can you represent the Silver Blizzard City's Han family with your status? Even if you include the Silver Blizzard City's little princess Han Yen Meng, this so-called alliance is still child's play. I'm sure that you wouldn't have done this if you weren't so desperate. Jun Moxie shook his head. Mu Shuetong's complexion changed. He steadied his mind and softly said, "What else have you deduced?" Jun Moxie smiled faintly and sat down. "I've deduced a lot of things. But it's a pity that all of them are disadvantageous to the Han family. First, the Shao family is planning to rebel. In fact, they're already in the process of doing so. So, the first thing they need to control is the intelligence network. First, they need to take control of the Silver Blizzard City's intelligence network. Then, they need to slowly replace the intelligence network with their own people. This way, the Silver Blizzard City's Han family will become blind and deaf as long as the Shao family doesn't take the initiative to speak up. Only after this step is completed will the second step be to eliminate the influential people, which is to eliminate all the supporters of the Han clan." Jun Moxie smiled. "So, in the past, I believed that the Han family would send out experts every once in a while. Those who were lucky would return, while those who were unlucky would stay outside forever. Any well-informed person in the pugilistic world would know about this. However, the higher-ups of the Han family in the Silver City were completely unaware of this, because the Shao family would not let them know. After a period of time, the storm in the Jianghu will gradually die down. Then I'll deal with a few more. I'll slowly sort things out. Then I'll wait until I'm sure that I'll be able to force the Shao family to abdicate. But the Han family will be able to sit back and relax during this period of time. That's because on the surface the Shao family will appear to be doing their best. In fact, the Han family may even be sincerely grateful to the Shao family. They may even think that the Shao family is a loyal official who has worked so hard for the Silver Blizzard City. They may even think that the Shao family is very reliable. Then they'll give more and more power to the Shao family because of their ancestral teachings, guilt, and, in any case, they'll give more and more power to the Shao family, until they've completely emptied themselves out, and become a bunch of fools, ready to be slaughtered." Jun Moxie smiled. "Am I right?" Mu Shuetong took a deep breath. Then he looked at Jun Moxie. "Yes. You're absolutely right. How did you come to this conclusion?" "Do I need a reason for this? I would have done it this way if I wanted to manipulate this matter." Jun Moxie smiled. His eyes were full of ridicule. "You've been living in the great snowy mountains for too long. You've become accustomed to living like princes. You've forgotten about the ways of the world. For example, I've exposed the Shao family's conspiracy in front of an army of 10,000 men. Then I've cruelly abused Shao Han, killed Shao Buyu, and maimed an elder of the Shao family. The Silver Blizzard City would have taken appropriate action if it were still under the control of the Han family. First, they would have placed the Shao family under house arrest. Second, they would have sent a large number of experts to escort you back. Then they would have confronted you from 3 sides. But you didn't receive any news from the Silver Blizzard City along the way? What? Didn't you suspect anything? Everyone in the world knows about this. So why didn't the Silver Blizzard City know about it? Why didn't they respond? Why is this so? Don't tell me that you've never thought about this? You've been walking towards the Silver Blizzard City. But you don't know that you've been sending yourself to the Yellow Springs Road. You've been sending yourself into the Shao family's death trap. You don't need to say anything when I see the two of you here. I understand everything. But I'm puzzled. You have Xin Xian and Tian Xian on your team. You're also known as high-ranking people in the martial world. So, how can you be so idiotic? Don't tell me that you didn't suspect that something was wrong? Didn't you guard against it at all? In fact, it would have taken you at most 2 days to reach the Silver Blizzard City after you had escorted them from the Southern Heaven City. So, you should have been able to determine that you would have been blocked if you hadn't received any news from the Silver Blizzard City by then. Then you would have found a place to hide. Then you would have sent a highly skilled expert to disguise himself and return to the Silver Blizzard City to deliver the news. But you didn't even think of that. You walked straight into the Shao family's trap. I don't know if you're naive or stupid. Perhaps you're not stupid. But you've been muddled by the Silver Blizzard City's past fame. So you didn't even consider it. So you might have naively thought that you wouldn't send the news back. Then you'd give the Shao family a surprise attack. I have to say that you're laughably pitiful. Have you forgotten that the Silver Blizzard City's intelligence network is in the hands of those people? Jun Moxie's narration made it seem as if he had seen everything with his own eyes. In fact, it was extremely consistent with the facts. Mu Shuetong was stunned as he listened. His forehead was dripping with sweat. Jun Moxie's words were completely correct. And the truth was just like that. Mu Shuetong, the late third elder and the fifth elder, had considered the Shao family's far-sighted plans. They had the ambition of wolves and their influence was enormous. So, they needed to be eradicated as soon as possible. But they had never thought that this tragedy could have been avoided. There would have been sacrifices. But there wouldn't have been such a disastrous casualty. What Jun Moxie had said could have been avoided if we had thought of it in advance. Mu Shuetong sighed deeply. He finally made up his mind. Then he raised his head and spoke in a sincere manner. Yes. The Silver Blizzard City is in a precarious situation. The Shao family can't be sure when they'll launch an attack. Only the little princess and I were able to escape from our group of more than a dozen people. So we've come to ask for help from the Jun family. Regardless of whether or not we have the qualifications to negotiate or form an alliance, I still hope that the Jun family will help us since our enemy is the Shao family. He took a deep breath and continued, the Jun family's enemy is the Shao family. But the Han family has no enmity with the Jun family. In fact, the Shao family would have exterminated the Jun family in the past. But the lord of the city didn't hesitate to go to war with the Jun family. From this point of view, the Jun family is indebted to the Han family of the Silver Blizzard City. I'm not saying these things to blackmail the Jun family. But I hope that Jun Sunshao will weigh the pros and cons. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. Then he continued, besides, there's also the relationship between third brother Wu Yi and the eldest young lady. The eldest young lady is living alone in the snowy peaks. She's been daydreaming for 10 years now. Do you really have the heart to let the eldest young lady suffer the pain of lovesickness? Then she'll fall into the hands of the Shao family. Do you really want her to suffer humiliation and devastation? Jun Wui's expression changed. He opened his mouth to speak. Jun Moxie waved his hand to interrupt Jun Wui's words. Then he looked deeply into Mu Shuetong's eyes. So we can agree to help you. But Uncle Mu, you shouldn't talk about cooperation anymore. That's because it doesn't have enough weight. Cooperation can't be treated as a child's play. As for the matter of cooperation, we can definitely talk about it. But I'll have to meet with the Silver Blizzard City's higher-ups first. Dealing with the Shao family is certainly our Jun family's wish. But they can't do much harm to our Jun family. But what about the other way around? This matter involves the Han family's 1,000-year foundation. So the Shao family must show their sincerity if they truly wish to cooperate with us. Our Jun family has the right to take revenge. And we also have the strength to do so. But we don't have any obligation to work for the Han family. Human feelings are human feelings. Reason is reason. But reality is reality. I hope that Uncle Mu can understand this. Mu Shuetong sighed in relief. Of course. I believe that the lord of the city will never treat the Jun family unfairly. So you can rest assured about this. Jun Moxie smiled. But he didn't say anything else. Jun Moxie was such a person. Yes, I wish to do something. But I must do it willingly when I feel that the time is right. Then I'll do it. Moreover, my purpose is very simple. It's only for my own hatred. Or perhaps it's for my own wishes. But I'm sorry, but I'll have to show my sincerity if there are other benefits mixed in. I don't have any obligation to be worthy of myself and others. I only seek to be worthy of myself and have a clear conscience. That's all. That's all. I'll still do it if the Han family can't come up with sufficient conditions to tempt me. But I'll only do it after the Han family and the Shao family have mutually wounded each other. That way I'm sure that it'll be a lot easier and more advantageous. It must be known that the Shao family is still in the dark about the Han family's plans. And the Jun family will have to bear the brunt of all the pressure if they rush in rashly. In fact, they may even end up being attacked by the Han family. The risk is too great. So it's not worth it. On the other hand, the situation will be completely clear if we wait until the two families are done fighting each other. Moreover, we'll only be dealing with the Shao family. After all, the Shao family's strength has been greatly damaged. Jun Moxie understood this. Jun Wui also understood this. Even Mu Shuetong was well aware of this. Therefore, Jun Moxie's words, we can agree to help you. But we can't say that we're cooperating with you, were very understandable. Moreover, he was very grateful for Jun Moxie's concession. Chapter 501. Jun Moxie had made such a concession only because of Jun Wui's face. In other words, it was for the sake of the beautiful woman who had sacrificed her life for the sake of the Jun family. Han Yenyao. Otherwise, the Jun family wouldn't have cared about the Shao family and the Han family since they were still part of the Silver Blizzard City. Would the Jun family have gone to such lengths if the Han family hadn't encouraged the Shao family's arrogance? Do you think you're great for suppressing the Shao family? I owe you a favor? Bah. What were you doing earlier? Did you suppress the Jun family after they were all dead? Didn't you want to let the Shao family vent their anger first? But how will the Shao family vent their anger? Won't we have to pay for it with the lives of our Jun family's people? Moreover, our Jun family's current strength is sufficient to wait until the two families have decided a winner and a loser. Then we can take advantage of the situation. That way all the enmity will be avenged. But I don't know when we can take action. I can't wait for even a moment. Perhaps we can reduce the danger if we can take action right away. Mu Shuetong became excited when he heard that Jun Moxie had relented. He knew that the conditions that Jun Moxie would propose to the Han family would be very harsh after this incident. But he had passed this hurdle after all. Jun Moxie wasn't Jun Wui. In fact, he didn't have the slightest bit of gentlemanly demeanor. Take action. There's no hurry. We have to deal with some urgent matters first. Moreover, our current strength isn't weak. But it's still not strong enough to contend against the Silver Blizzard City's forces. We'll only suffer heavy casualties if we act rashly. Jun Moxie smiled and said, moreover, I believe that the Shao family won't take action right now. So we still have time. Why won't the Shao family take action? Mu Shuetong was puzzled. Even Jun Wui was somewhat puzzled. Don't forget that we have just crippled 4 experts of Xin Xian's level on the Shao clan's side. Their strength must have suffered a considerable loss. Furthermore, although the Shao clan was able to annihilate the group of people who returned, they must have paid a considerable price. These losses need to be replenished. The reason why the Shao family is rebelling is because they want to become the new master of the Silver Blizzard City. They want to inherit the glory of the Silver Blizzard City. So, even if they win, it will only be a Pyrrhic victory. Then the final result would only benefit others. Therefore, without absolute certainty, the Shao clan would definitely not make a move. If it wasn't for that, they could have let you go back to the mountain to gather and kill you. Why would they bother to kill you halfway? Jun Moxie analyzed calmly, so the Shao family is definitely not ready yet. To the Han family, this incident was an unexpected one. To the Shao family, wasn't it the same? You will definitely be at a loss, but I believe that the Shao family will be even more vexed. Therefore, we don't need to be too anxious. We can calmly prepare and relax the vigilance of the Shao family. Then we will strike like a thunderbolt when the time comes. We will consign the Shao family to eternal damnation, and get rid of any future troubles. Mu Shuetong nodded heavily. He felt a lot more relaxed in his heart. In many matters, the onlooker sees the game more clearly than the onlooker. Jun Moxie's words had revealed the truth. But he had realized that the present situation was indeed very bad. But it was far from being as bad as he had imagined. He turned around and saw that the little girl Han Yenmeng had already fallen asleep on the chair. This bumpy and arduous journey had been very frightening. And this little girl hadn't been able to bear it. But she had reluctantly heard that Jun Moxie and his nephew had agreed to help. So her mind had relaxed. She had wanted to say something, but she was too sleepy to open her mouth. So she had fallen asleep. Mu Shuetong carefully placed her on the bed. Then he looked at her sleeping face and spoke up tenderly, the little princess has suffered a lot during this journey. She hasn't uttered a single word. She has accompanied me to this day. It's really, Jun Moxie couldn't help but sigh. He had been chased to this point in his previous life. So, he had a deep understanding of this feeling. He had undergone the harshest training at that time. But this little girl hadn't experienced what he had gone through. But she had still managed to persevere. Mu Shuetong had been by her side all along. But it hadn't been easy for her. What I need to know is the exact strength of the Silver Blizzard City's Han family. And I also need to know who those hidden experts are. In fact, the experts who have entered the 3 holy lands over the past generations are also from the Shao family. Jun Moxie sorted out his thoughts and raised this question. Know thyself and know thy enemy. Only then can one emerge victorious. We must fight. So we mustn't neglect any factor that might affect the outcome of the battle. This was because the slightest negligence could lead to the defeat of the entire situation. The Huang family's Huang Taiyang is a very good example of this. He had barged in with his head covered. But he had ended up with a superior supreme expert dying with a grudge. Therefore, Jun Moxie's plan was to resolve all possible threats in advance. But he had to take these factors into consideration before the battle even if he couldn't resolve all of them. So, he could ensure that the Shao family would be defeated in one fell swoop. And he was afraid that nobody would be able to bear the consequences if there was any oversight. The Han family has Tian Xian at present. Mu Shuetong hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Jun Moxie. there's no need to consider Tianxian at present. Only the experts above Xinxian have the ability to influence the outcome of the battle. Only those above Xinxian have the ability to influence the outcome of the battle. I know. The Silver Blizzard City's Han family has a total of 9 people under Elder Xinxian at present. In addition, there are 3 law enforcement hall's elders. They're also subordinates of the Han family. And each of them has a cultivation of 3rd grade Xinxian. Mu Shuetong smiled bitterly and said, "These are the remaining people after we've deducted our losses this time. Moreover, the city lord Han Zhanmeng and his wife are both at the same level of strength as Xinxian. The city lord has reached 4th grade Xinxian, and his wife is at 1st grade Xinxian. Moreover, there are 4 elders of the Han family who have gone into closed-door training on the snowy peaks. They haven't come out for many years, so nobody knows where they are. As for the old city lord Han Fengshui, he has been in closed-door training for 20 years. And he hasn't shown his face since then. So, I don't know whether the previous generations have entered the 3 holy lands or not." Jun Moxie's expression became heavy after he silently calculated for a moment. "Well, that means that there are 14 Xinxian experts who can be of use. The 4 elders and the old city lord aren't included in this list. So, they can be considered as reinforcements. What about the Xiao family?" "The Xiao family has 11 elders of Xinxian, 3 from the law enforcement hall, and 6 from the law enforcement hall. The 2 families each have half of them. 5 are in closed-door training at the same time. Well, I heard that there are also 5 or 6 people who went down the mountain a few years ago. But, the Xiao family also makes up the majority of the people above Tianxian." Mu Shuetong made a comparison in his heart. In other words, the strength of the 2 families on the surface is about the same. Both sides can use about 14 people at any time. Moreover, the number of experts who are in closed-door training is also uncertain. The Xiao family has more people, but the Han family has an unfathomable old city lord. So both sides can more or less offset each other. The Han family is at a slight disadvantage. It's no wonder that such a situation has taken place. The slave is strong but the master is weak. How can there be no trouble? Jun Moxie gently tapped his fingers. His complexion was profound, but the Xiao family is in the dark and the Han family is in the light. This is very disadvantageous. Mu Shuetong nodded heavily. That's right. We must think of a way to let the Silver City's Han family know about this matter. Otherwise, if they were to ambush Lengzi, the Han clan would be completely unprepared, and I'm afraid they would suffer a great loss. Xinxian's strength, isn't that easy to plot against? Jun Moxie smiled in a somewhat cynical manner. As long as you reach Xinxian's level, the people around you don't even need to make a move. Just a simple glance is enough to give rise to a subtle reaction. What's more, murderous intentions. If it were as easy as you think, then the Xiao family would have made their move long ago. Why would they wait until now? Wouldn't it be easy to kill them one slash at a time? Mu Shuetong blushed with shame. He obviously understood this truth. But he had been too concerned about it and hadn't considered it. Suddenly Mu Shuetong opened his eyes and said, "But the Xiao family may have a traitor in the Han family. Even the 7 swords of the Silver Blizzard City may have a traitor. We must guard against this in case of a battle. That's a matter for a battle. We don't need to think about it now." Jun Moxie smiled and stood up. He looked at Mu Shuetong's tired complexion. The muscles on his cheeks had sunken in, and his eyes had sunken in. It was obvious that he had been mentally and physically exhausted. So he said, "You'll be staying at the Jun family's residence for now. You'll be able to recuperate in peace. You'll be able to recuperate in peace. You must not let anyone discover your whereabouts. I'll take care of everything else." Jun Moxie took care of Mu Shuetong and slowly walked out of the room. He took a deep breath. Jun Wui quickly walked out and walked over to his side. Then he asked in a serious tone, "Amosia, are you sure about this?" Jun Wui's eyes exposed a worried look. The Han family and the Xiao family each had more than 10 Xinxian experts. Jun Wui was well aware that the Jun family didn't have the qualifications to participate in a fight of this level. Jun Wui obviously hoped to rescue Han Yenyao. He also hoped that the Han family would be able to get out of this predicament. However, he didn't wish to gamble with the Jun family's current strength. I can sacrifice myself, but I can't sacrifice the entire family. And I can't sacrifice Jun Moxie as the price. That's even more unacceptable. Jun Wui would never agree to this if Jun Moxie agreed purely for his own sake. Don't worry. Third uncle, I know what I'm doing. The Xiao family owes our Jun family a debt. And we've only settled a small amount of interest. But it's time to settle the accounts. We haven't settled the accounts because the time hasn't come yet. But the time has come. So we'll naturally settle the accounts thoroughly. Third uncle, I have a premonition that the entire Jianghu will change if we intervene in the Blizzard Silver City's crisis. And the flames of war will reach the heavens and the corpses will pile up like a mountain. Jun Moxie spoke in an unusually calm tone. He gently clenched his fair palm into a fist and slowly raised it. It seemed as if he had grasped the entire sky in his hands. A trace of thick blood flashed in the depths of his eyes. Chapter 502. Don't force yourself. Jun Wui wanted to say something but didn't say it in the end. Instead, he solemnly reminded him. If the Jun family suffers another loss because of me, then I'd rather not take revenge, even if it's a small loss. Jun Wui's deep eyes revealed a deep emotion as he looked at the Jun family's courtyard that was shrouded in darkness. Only those who have lost their family will truly understand the value of their family. Losing them is the biggest regret of all. So long as I don't have any regrets, even if I'm unwilling. Third uncle. Jun Moxie's face became serious. Do you feel that the Shao family is venting their anger on the Jun family because they want to retaliate against you? The Huanghua Hall has done so many immoral things, and has led to the separation of many families. So many children have been abused and have become neither human nor ghost. Do you feel that all of this is because of you? None of this would have happened if it weren't for you. So, you're under a lot of pressure right now, aren't you? Jun Wui suddenly turned around. His tall figure seemed even more lonely in the darkness of the night. Don't talk about this anymore. Don't talk about this anymore. Why don't you talk about it? You just can't let it go. You're shouldering all the sins on your own body. Jun Moxie smiled. Third uncle, your current thinking is very stupid. In fact, you haven't thought about the sins that our Jun family has committed. The insignificant actions of the Huanghua Hall and the Shao family can't be compared to our Jun families. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that our Jun family's actions are insignificant. There's simply no comparison. What do you mean by that? Wuxia, I know that you think highly of yourself. You've always looked askance at the world's heroes. You often speak rude words. This is your nature and it's not a big deal. But you're a direct descendant of the Jun family. So, how can you say such things about your own family? Jun Wui frowned. Did I say anything wrong? But you, grandfather, and everyone else in the Jun family didn't take it seriously. Or they weren't willing to take it seriously. In fact, they didn't dare to take it seriously. From the moment his grandfather put on his battle robe, he led his army to victory in every battle. How could the number of people who died under his grandfather's iron hooves be few? I believe there are at least 1 million of them, right? Jun Moxie's calmness was somewhat cruel as he slowly said, Father, second uncle, elder brothers, and third uncle have fought on the battlefield. It can be said that over the years, the number of soldiers who have died because of our Jun family, whether they were our enemies or ourselves, is no less than 10 million. I wonder if you've ever considered this? Jun Wui glared at him and said, What kind of crooked way is this? The Jun family bathed in blood on the battlefield for the sake of the Tianxiang Empire. And for the sake of the people of Tianxiang. Sacrifice on the battlefield was unavoidable, and it was the most ideal ending for a soldier. How can this be compared to the selfish interests of the Shao family? Are they really not comparable? Soldiers were naturally willing to sacrifice their lives for the country, so there was no need to return with their dead bodies on the battlefield. But what about the families of soldiers? What about the children of soldiers? Do they have to follow their fathers who died as heroes on the battlefield? Do they have to bear the endless bitter consequences of their father's death? Do they have to sell their bodies as slaves or prostitutes? Jun Moxie sneered. Over the years, the number of soldiers who have died because of the Jun family has reached 10 million. Then it's possible that more than 10 million families have been torn apart. Isn't that right? How many sins should our Jun family bear if that's the case? How many orphans and widows have been bullied because of the Jun family? How many daughters of good families have been forced into brothels because of the Jun family's military prowess? As third uncle said, there is a fundamental difference between our Jun family and the Shao family. The Shao family did it because of hatred while the Jun family did it because of righteousness. This difference in essence was the only difference. However, regardless of whether it was hatred or righteousness, the consequences of both were equally cruel and bloody. This is something that no one can deny or deny. A successful general's bones are piled up like a mountain. So, what about the commander of an army? Jun Moxie said bitterly, So, it doesn't matter whether you care about this matter or not. It already exists. If the hatred and sufferings of the families and children of more than 10 million people are grafted onto our Jun family, then even if everyone in the Jun family were to be executed 10,000 times, it still wouldn't be enough to vent their anger. As for the third uncle, you can simply shoulder all these sins on yourself. You can suffer for the rest of your life. You can forget about marrying for the rest of your life. You can even drown your sorrows in alcohol all day long. But what can you change? In summary, wouldn't our Jun family be committing mass suicide if everyone were to act in the same manner as you, third uncle? Otherwise, how will we face the souls of those tens of millions of people? Jun Moxie sneered, in any case it's a sin. You can shoulder the sins of the Shao family on yourself. So, can't you also shoulder the souls of those who died in the battlefield? Especially those tens of millions of orphans and widows. Isn't this a bloody fact? Don't say any more. Don't say any more. Jun Wui's entire body was drenched in cold sweat. He staggered a step and then steadied himself. I've said this much. Third uncle, you can think about it yourself. If third uncle insists on shouldering this responsibility, then it's up to you. You're the current head of the Jun family. So, you know better than anyone else what kind of burden you have to shoulder. So, who do you think should bear this responsibility? But the first person you'll have to bear this responsibility is the Jun family. Jun Moxie smiled mischievously. He felt that he'd told enough and then slipped away. This knot in Jun Wui's heart could be said to have been there for a long time. Jun Moxie had been looking for a good opportunity to open it up for him. But he always felt that it would be better to let him settle it down for a while. But now it was too urgent to delay any further. Now that Mu Shuetong had come knocking on his door, the Silver Blizzard City's matter was bound to be put on the agenda. So, what would happen after the extermination of the Shao family? With Jun Wui's personality, it was very likely that he would go to extremes because of this burden. And that would lead to a great tragedy. After all, this series of tragedies had been caused by the love between Jun Wui and Han Yenyao. Jun Moxie and Jun Wu Hui had died in battle. Jun Wu Meng had died in battle. Jun Mou and Han Yenyao had died in battle. Jun Mou and Han Yenyao had died in battle. And Jun Moxie's mother had fallen into a deep slumber. The Jun family's prestige had plummeted from its peak. Then the Huanghua Hall had caused the wrath of the heavens and the people. And it could be said that the root cause of all this was Jun Wui and Han Yenyao. Jun Wui and Han Yenyao wouldn't be able to reconcile if he couldn't let go of these matters. Even if the Shao family was exterminated, Jun Wuyi's temperament wouldn't allow him to reconcile with Han Yenyao. The more they were together, the more guilty he would feel. But what was the purpose of Han Yenyao's 10 years of seclusion? When she heard that the Shao family wanted to exterminate the Jun family, she didn't hesitate to cut her own body to protest. Moreover, who could be blamed for this matter? Was it really Han Yenyao's fault? But which woman in the world didn't wish to obtain an unforgettable true love? To obtain the love of one's dreams and live together forever. A talented man and a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven? A young girl's feelings were always a dream. How could a young girl's passionate feelings be offset by a child's marriage when she saw her destined lover? Moreover, Han Yenyao was only 16 or 17 years old at that time. What could a 16 or 17-year-old girl know? You could talk to her about the family's righteousness, and forgetting personal matters for the sake of the public. How could she have thought about those things when her lover was by her side and her heart was filled with sweetness? Moreover, she was the daughter of the Silver Blizzard City's city lord. So what matter could her father not handle? At most, her father would propose to the Shao family to cancel the marriage. And the Shao family wouldn't disagree. In fact, they wouldn't even dare to disagree. Blame Jun Wui? That's even more ridiculous. Jun Wui didn't know about Han Yenmeng's background at that time. He only thought that she was the daughter of some rich and powerful family. But Jun Wui naturally didn't have any misgivings. After all, Jun Wui's monstrous power in Tianxiang at that time wasn't worthy of any rich and powerful girl. It could even be said that there were too many families that weren't worthy of Jun Wui at that time. But there was absolutely no family that Jun Wui wasn't worthy of. But by the time Jun Wui found out about Han Yenyao's true identity, the Shao family had already come knocking on his door. Everything was already irreversible. Then, the two of them were separated by thousands of miles. One was in Tianxiang and the other was in the snowy mountains. But the Shao family's revenge came directly. It came abnormally fast and abnormally unexpected. One tragedy after another happened. This caused the all-powerful blood general Jun Wui to sink into a swamp of guilt. And he couldn't extricate himself from it. He had fallen into a passive trap. Or was Xiao Han wrong? from a certain point of view he wasn't wrong. Even if he went a little overboard he couldn't do anything about it. Which man in the world would hear that his fiancée had run away with someone else? Which man would still be magnanimous enough to say, "It's all right. I'll give you my blessings"? Was there? If there was, then it was definitely a saint. Therefore Xiao Han's revenge came. That young Master Xiao of the Silver Blizzard City had his wife snatched away by a secular family's Jianghu. This was equivalent to the daughter-in-law of a provincial official being abducted by the son of a village official. So how could he take revenge? Therefore everything was like the wheel of history. It was inevitable. Since nobody could be blamed, then who could be blamed? Blame the heavens? Blame fate? Blame the heavens? That seemed a little too ridiculous. There was no right or wrong in this matter. But the key was to see which side one stood on. If one stood on the Xiao family's side, then it would seem that there was nothing wrong with taking revenge on the Jun family. In fact, anyone who heard about this would suggest taking revenge. Wouldn't it be a piece of cake for the Silver Blizzard City to deal with the Jun family? Since they had the power to take revenge, why should they swallow their anger? Chapter 503. To be honest, Jun Moxie felt that if he were Xiao Han, he would have chosen to completely exterminate the Jun family. Why would he care about the Lord's anger? Han Yin Yao's self-mutilation? You've already run away with someone else, so why should I care about your self-mutilation? I'll talk after I kill them. Anyway, the Lord can't make me pay with blood just because I killed the entire Jun family. But if I stand on Jun Wui's side, then I'm innocent. We don't know anything. We just met a woman that we shouldn't have met, and now we have to face such an irresistible disaster. Is there any justice in this world? It's just a love affair and we have to pay the price of our entire family? Moreover, how would I know who the woman in front of me is before I fall in love? She wouldn't even tell me if I asked. Now, your Xiao family has committed such a huge crime of killing, and implicated so many innocent people. How can we not retaliate after we have the ability to retaliate? So this is a muddled account. Extremely muddled. Everyone thinks that they're right because everyone has a different standpoint. But if there's a fault to be found, then all three parties are at fault. Han Yin Yao's fault was in being willful. As long as she met Jun Wui, she should have told him her identity, and then immediately returned to the Silver Blizzard City to ask her father for help. Regardless of whether he agreed or not, she believed that it wouldn't have happened in the future. But Han Yin Yao stubbornly stayed, and for a moment of pleasure, she caused an irreversible tragedy. Xiao Han's fault was naturally the biggest. His first fault was that he shouldn't have implicated the innocent. And the biggest mistake was that he shouldn't have killed the entire Jun family, and shouldn't have left any loose ends. Any sprout could have created a terrible force of revenge. The Jun family had a total of 8 people and all of them were direct relatives. You killed 2 of his sons and 2 of his grandsons. You even crippled one of them. You even caused his wife to fall into a deep sleep for 10 years. The entire family fell apart, leaving behind an old man and an unbearable debauchee. This kind of hatred was no longer irreconcilable. It was a blood feud that must be avenged for generations to come. They would never be able to understand each other, and there was no possibility for them to dissolve. The Han family and the Xiao family were able to establish the Silver Blizzard City. So, why couldn't the Jun family become a superpower in the future? Therefore, the current Xiao family was tantamount to eating the bitter fruit of their own making. Naturally, all 3 parties were swallowing the bitter fruit. They brewed it themselves. Of course, there were many other factors involved in this so-called bitter fruit of 3 parties. For example, the Tianxiang imperial family. If the Tianxiang imperial family hadn't wanted to borrow the strength of the Xiao family to completely destroy the Jun family's influence in the military, the Xiao family wouldn't have been able to succeed so easily. Of the 5 generals of the Jun family, 4 died and 1 was crippled. Although this matter was in line with the wishes of the Tianxiang imperial family, it also led to an irreconcilable enmity with the Jun family. However, this matter wasn't clear. Although Grandpa Jun had guessed it, he was still unwilling to face this matter directly. On the other hand, Jun Moxie had taken this matter to heart. However, he didn't have any conclusive evidence. Jun Dashao was very clear that he couldn't make a move before he obtained indisputable evidence. Because if he were to make a move, the first person he would have to face would be his grandfather, Jun Zhantian. Another major factor was the Xiao family's desire to usurp the throne of the Silver Blizzard City for a long time. Their plan included 2 major strategies: seizing power by force and peaceful evolution. The so-called peaceful evolution was to plot against all the males of the Han family. This would lead to the extinction of their heirs. Then their own descendants would marry the daughters of the Han family. This was evident from the fact that Xiao Han and Xiao Fengwu wanted to marry the two sisters Han Yanyao. Their plan was on the verge of success. However, Jun Wui's unexpected intervention had turned the Xiao family's plans into bubbles. How could they not hate the Jun family? How could they not destroy the Jun family? This was also the main reason why the elders of the Xiao family didn't hesitate to use their strength to bully the weak. However, the Dongfang family's intervention had caused the Xiao family's manpower to suffer great losses. Therefore, their plan to seize power by force had come to an end. Therefore, they had been given 10 years of buffer time. Moreover, the Han family's other daughter, Han Yanmeng, had also grown up during these 10 years. Therefore, the opportunity for the peaceful evolution plan had reappeared. However, it was a pity that the heavens' plans had failed. The third elder, the fifth elder, and the rest of the Han family's elders had come to realize that their old brothers had such wolf-like ambitions. Therefore, their second peaceful evolution plan had failed. Moreover, their own plans to usurp the throne had become a secret. Therefore, they had no choice but to take the risk and assassinate the Jun family. And all of this was because of the Jun family. The Xiao family's previous plan had been quite successful. So, the Han family's upper echelons hadn't been kept in the dark. Moreover, only Mu Shuetong and Han Yanmeng had been lucky enough to escape. Jun Wui and Han Yanyao had been the victims of the Xiao family's lust for power. They had been the victims of the Xiao family's lust for power. Jun Moxie had only heard of her name. However, he had never seen her in person. But he had roughly understood the temperament of his third aunt Han Yanyao. She was a woman who dared to take responsibility for her actions. Moreover, she was a reckless and special woman. Otherwise, she wouldn't have done such a thing. If Jun Wui were to do something that would make the other party sad, then it wouldn't be surprising if he were to take a sword and slit his own throat. I've waited for you for so many years. I didn't hesitate to sacrifice my life for you. I didn't hesitate to go against the family's wishes. I've been thinking about you all this time. Now that the dust has finally settled, and I'm finally able to see you again, I thought that everything will be harmonious in the future. But you've said, we can't be together because of guilt? What kind of bullshit is this? Everyone knows that you're upset. But don't tell me that I'm not? Therefore, Jun Moxie must untie this knot in Jun Wui's heart. The source of everything might have come from this ill-fated couple. But I can't place all the blame on them. After all, the heavens have played tricks on people. Some people have deliberately manipulated people. Some people have deliberately played tricks on others. So, it's not only unwise to place all the blame on oneself. In fact, it's also an overestimation of one's usefulness. And it's a very unjust way of thinking. The Silver City's matters might have been settled, but Jun Wui still can't adjust himself. Then, another tragedy would have been waiting for Jun Wui. The timing isn't suitable tonight. But Jun Moxie has no other choice. Many things have become clear after Mu Shuetong and Han Yanmeng's request for help. So, it's bound to be difficult for Jun Wui's heart to calm down. He couldn't help but think about killing the Xiao family and rescuing Han Yanyao. However, he would have entered a dead end if he hadn't untied this knot in his heart. He would have easily made the wrong decision if he was full of guilt and atonement. Therefore, Jun Moxie had to dispel this thought before it arose in his mind. Otherwise, even 9 oxen wouldn't be able to pull Jun Wui's mind once he had decided on something with his temperament. Not to mention the fact that Jun Moxie was a junior. Even the old man himself wouldn't be able to help him. Therefore, tonight isn't the most suitable time. But it's the last chance. Only medicine can cure a heart's disease. Only strong medicine can be used to treat such a heart's disease. Jun Wui feels guilty. So, I'll make his guilt rise to the highest level. I'll tell him that the glorious achievements you've made in the past are nothing but sins. You've already committed countless sins. In fact, your entire family has committed uncountable sins. If you can get over it, you'll get over it. If you can't, then just feel guilty. If he still doesn't wake up, then Jun Moxie can't do anything about it. So, Jun Moxie left immediately after he finished speaking. Because Jun Wui needs to calm down and think carefully. Think clearly. Actually, all the glory and wealth in the world, the high position and generous salary, and even the eternal fame and reputation in the history books are all built on the foundation of sin. Nobles and generals are like this. It's even more so for the emperor. A country's peace and prosperity is built on another country's miserable and sorrowful foundation. Peace always comes after war. Even in business, there will be competitors who cheat each other. Shrimps eat the seaweed. Small fish eat shrimps. Big fish eat small fish. Finally, there's the scary shark. Only when there are so many business failures, suicides, degenerates, and those who have lost their family fortune fighting against each other, scheming against each other, fighting against each other, and annexing each other, will the final winner be a tycoon whose wealth can rival a country? Moreover, this is far from the end. After this business battle, the next battle is likely to be brewing. This tycoon whose wealth can rival a country could become a sacrifice in the next battle at any time. This logic is very simple. If there are no pickpockets wreaking havoc, how can there be anti-pickpocket celebrities? If criminals are not arrested, how can the reputation of the wise police be established? If corrupt officials are not running amok, how can they show their integrity? How many rabbits does a tiger eat from a young to an old age? Are rabbits guilty? Should the tiger fill its stomach? The weak are prey to the strong. The strong are respected. Everything in the world is the same. This is the logic. If you understand it, you understand it. If you don't understand it, you don't understand it. There are always two sides to everything. Everyone has their own personal standpoints. For example, if you read a book from the perspective of the main character, then the main character is right. Moreover, it will be very enjoyable. However, if you stand on the opposite side of the main character and think that they are doing the right thing, then you will not be reading a book to seek happiness. Instead, you will be looking for abuse. I would like to dedicate this sentence to those people who had been praising Xiao Han as a real man. Jun Moxie and Jun Daxiao were admonishing each other. Then they patted their buttocks and went to sleep. However, Jun Wui stood in the courtyard in a daze for the whole night. The sky was bright. Jun Wui was covered in dew. His head was covered in white frost. His eyes were perplexed. He was frowning. It seemed as if he was thinking hard about something. However, his body was still standing there, not moving an inch. The moon had set and the sky was gradually getting brighter. The servants of the Jun residence had gotten up one after another to get busy. They came and went. However, when they saw the third master standing there in dew, no one dared to ask anything. Instead, they tiptoed and quickly slipped away. The sun gradually rose. A ray of golden sunlight pierced through the dense fog and shot into the courtyard. It flashed in front of Jun Wui's eyes. Ha ha ha. Jun Wui suddenly laughed crazily. He laughed so hard that tears flowed out of his eyes. He squatted down and pounded the ground with his hands. He couldn't stop laughing. He laughed crazily and wantonly. His usually indifferent face had turned bright red. He laughed so hard that his whole body trembled. His face was full of tears. However, he didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. Aha, so that's how it is. There is no such thing as right or wrong in this world. There is no such thing as justice or evil. The hero of one country was also the sinner of another country. I only need to be worthy of my family, myself, and my own conscience. Why should I care so much? He laughed loudly. His face was full of tears. Suddenly he knelt down in front of Dongfang. Big brother, second brother, and my brother's Wui is coming back to life. Are you happy for third brother? Aha, don't worry. Everyone's child is my child. I will do my best to make up for it. I will do my best to do something. For no other reason but for my own conscience. He kowtowed heavily. Then he slowly stood up. Facing the sun, he faced the sky and let out a long roar. This roar seemed to have released 10 years of depression. In the distance, Grandpa Jun looked at them with a gratified expression. He stroked his beard and tilted his head. He has thought it through? Jun Moxie stood beside him and smiled. It seems that he has thought it through. He has finally thought it through. That's good. That's good. It's good that he has thought it through. Grandpa Jun nodded his head. The knot in Jun Wui's heart had always been Grandpa Jun's biggest worry. However, Grandpa Jun could not do anything about it. He could only remain calm on the surface but was secretly anxious. Seeing that Jun Wui had finally thought it through, Grandpa Jun could not help but feel happy. What method did you use? I had used all my magical treasures but it did not have any effect. Grandpa Jun asked with interest. I didn't have any good methods. I just told him the truth. Jun Moxie was very proud of himself. He beamed with joy. I just told third uncle clearly. The 6 of you have led the army to war all these years. No matter what, you must have lost tens of millions of lives, right? Which of these tens of millions of lives did not leave behind orphans and widows? If they were all counted as sins, could they be redeemed? Then third uncle would realize it himself. Ah, that's true, sigh. This is a sin, Unexpectedly, Grandpa Jun became pensive after hearing those words. Clasping his hands behind his back, he let out a long sigh. His expression was lonely. Tens of millions of orphans and widows, Grandpa Jun continued talking for a long time. Then he suddenly clasped his hands behind his back and walked away in a depressed manner. Jun Moxie was dumbfounded. Damn it. It can't be? Could it be that I have just solved a problem on my side and now I have created another one? Jun Dashao, who was filled with worry, followed Grandpa Jun for a while. However, Grandpa Jun kicked him back. Get lost. Why are you following me? Do you think that this old man is like that useless third uncle of yours? Go do what you need to do. Chapter 504. What is this thing? Grandpa Jun asked. However, his hands were tightly clenched. He knew that the thing his grandson had taken out was certainly not an ordinary item. Regardless of the consequences, I must first clench it. Vitality linkage pill. Jun Moxie said in a mysterious manner, taking one can increase the speed of Xian Qi flow through your meridians by 3 times. Doesn't that mean it can increase one's speed by 3 times? Does such an elixir really exist? Grandpa Jun's eyes opened wide. In theory, yes. Jun Moxie scratched his head. How is this possible? Such a miraculous item actually exists in this world. Grandpa Jun was completely speechless. He was so shocked that he couldn't even think straight. So you should quickly find a place to eat it. Let Olding protect you. There are 2 pills inside. You can protect him after you finish eating them. We can't just order him around, Jun Moxie suggested. Yes, I'll go now. Grandpa Jun stared at him. You little bastard. You didn't know how to show filial piety to your grandfather if you had such a good thing. Otherwise, wouldn't your grandfather have been able to show off his strength last night? You deserve a beating. Do you have any other good things? Jun Moxie was sweating profusely. No. I wouldn't have dared to give it to you even if I had. I'm scared after hearing you say that. Fortunately, I didn't give it to you last night. Otherwise, you would have been killed the moment you went up. That's a great master. Even if your speed had been increased by 3 times, it would have still been in vain, bastard. What nonsense are you spouting? Is your grandfather really that weak? Grandpa Jun flew into a rage. Grandpa Jun was well aware that he wouldn't be able to raise his strength against Huang Taiyang. However, he still felt that Jun Moxie's words had hurt his self-esteem. This unlucky grandson. It's fine if you keep it to yourself. Why do you have to expose it? Jun Wuxia cried out in alarm. Then he disappeared without a trace. The old man fiercely spat out a mouthful of saliva and said, Damn you, don't you know how to talk in a roundabout way? I'm your grandfather. Then he excitedly went to find the solitary falcon. After that, it was even simpler. The 2 old men excitedly went side by side to find a secret place to level up. The illusory Blood Sea didn't come knocking on his door for a few days. The Blizzard Silver City also didn't come knocking. Tianxiang's imperial family also didn't make any movements. Jun Wuxia was happy to see that the storm had died down for the time being. So he continued to immerse himself in hard work. His favorite thing to do was to flirt with beautiful women, but he didn't have time to do it these few days. Instead, he directly caused himself to be in a daze. During this period, the people from the magnificent Jewel Hall came to visit several times, but Mu Shuetong and Han Yenmeng were well hidden by the Jun family, so they couldn't find anything. So they had no choice but to leave. After all, the Jun family was no longer the same as before. How could they dare to act rashly? Princess Raimu also came to visit Yi Gahan several times, but she didn't see Jun Moxie. However, she heard from Guanqing Han afterwards that Princess Raimu had lost a lot of weight recently. She was also a lot quieter and her face was full of worries. She was very different from before. Originally, she was very close to Dugu Xiaoyi and Sun Xiaomei, but she didn't know why she wasn't close to these 2 women anymore. Jun Moxie listened to this and frowned. But he didn't take it too seriously and went back to work. Dugu Xiaoyi naturally didn't stop running to the Jun family's side. The little girl's eyes were wide open, and she would run over to Guanqing Han's side. She would ask questions in 3 to 5 sentences, and then turn to that aspect. For example, did you cook yesterday? And so on. This made Guanqing Han's face turn red every time. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It could be seen that the little girl hadn't given up on her evil intentions. She was still looking for an opportunity to cook. Jun Wui's state of mind was suddenly enlightened. His appearance had also changed greatly. He had been particularly active these days, and had personally taken charge of the Jun family's affairs. He had distributed the list of names that he had prepared beforehand, and had concentrated on preparing for the adoption of a daughter. Fatty Tang was busy preparing for the opening of the auction, and it was estimated that it would take place in a day or 2. However, something unexpected had suddenly happened that morning. In fact, it was a very unexpected event. This matter had attracted the attention of all the major families in the capital. Even the Xianqi families that had come from other places were shocked by this. That was because this matter had something to do with Jun Sunxiao, who was in the limelight in the capital at the moment. The incident had taken place at the south gate of Tianxiang City. And the person involved was the second prince's successor, Cheng Daxiao. It wouldn't have been a big deal if that were the case. But the worst part was that this matter had dragged the second prince into it. The news that someone from the southern heaven city had brought a large number of elixirs to Tianxiang wasn't a secret anymore. All the medicinal giants and tycoons of Tianxiang had been gearing up for a long time. According to the news that had been coming in, it seemed that this batch of elixirs didn't only contain 1,000-year-old ginseng, the best quality cinnabar fruit, the tricolored mushroom and other rare elixirs. There was also the mysterious ginseng fruit, the purple zoysia vine, the unwithering flower, the water jade spring and other heavenly treasures. But that wasn't all. What was even more terrifying was that there was more than one of each type of elixir. These elixirs were all things that only existed in legends. Not to mention seeing them, they were very illusory and only existed between existence and non-existence. They were able to revive the dead, and it was said that after eating them, one would be able to live forever. Immortality was obviously a false rumor. But it was certainly a way to prolong one's life. This kind of thing that should only exist in legends had actually appeared in front of them, and the quantity was not small at all. How could they not be tempted? Under the impact of such terrifying interests, the original owner of this batch of elixirs, what kind of background they had long been automatically ignored by the greedy people. Cheng Daxiao and Cheng Daxiao had naturally told this good news to the second prince, as if they were presenting a treasure. This was an excellent opportunity to flatter the second prince. Moreover, the second prince had been fighting for many years. So, his body had become very weak. So, his concubines hadn't said anything. But they had been very resentful. So, the second prince couldn't even raise his head in front of his concubines. In fact, it was very difficult for him to raise his head in front of his concubines. In fact, it was very difficult for him to raise his head in front of them. But now, these legendary spiritual medicines were believed to be able to cure this illness. Perhaps he would be able to kill his wives and concubines without being able to fight back. In fact, it wouldn't be strange for him to be able to go out and hunt for beauties in a justified manner. This problem couldn't be seen from the outside. But it made him feel that he was inferior to others wherever he went. Especially when men gathered together. Wasn't this the topic of conversation? It would be very shameful if he didn't do it. Only when the man at the bottom raised his head would the man at the top be able to raise his head. Therefore, the second prince's eyes turned blue when he heard this news. He immediately issued the highest order. I must get these elixirs at all costs. I must use silver, gold, beautiful women. I must use my power and status to pressure them. I must steal and snatch the aphrodisiac. No matter what. I must use my life to get these elixirs for me no matter what price I have to pay. It would be better to leave this matter to Cheng Daxiao. But the second prince's trusted confidants wouldn't know that the second prince had this problem. And if this matter were to spread out and many people knew about it, then where would the imperial family's face go? Therefore this matter couldn't be made known to others. As for how Cheng Daxiao knew about this matter, it was a coincidence. The second prince had gone out of the city to hunt. Then the second prince had to go to the toilet. And Cheng Daxiao had inadvertently discovered this matter when he was guarding the second prince. Because he hadn't heard the sound of rushing water. Instead, it had sounded like a trickling stream, and it had moisturized everything. Cheng Daxiao had become curious at that time. So, he had secretly stretched his head to take a look. He had seen that the second prince was unusually dejected. In fact, the second prince couldn't even lift his pee when he was going to urinate. In fact, the second prince would have peed his pants if he hadn't straightened his back. Therefore, Cheng Daxiao had always known that the second prince had an illness. Since then he had been very concerned about this matter. As soon as he heard this news, eldest young master Cheng knew that this was his opportunity. It's here. Cheng Daxiao wasn't a complete idiot. He had also heard that the two men who had delivered the elixirs weren't to be trifled with. How could they have come this far without any mishap if they were to be trifled with? In fact, they would have been divided up halfway through the journey. But even if you weren't to be trifled with, you would have still delivered the elixirs to Tianxiang. You would have come here to seek wealth, an official position, or some other greeting gift. Otherwise, why would you have come all the way here? Moreover, even if you weren't to be trifled with, you had arrived in Tianxiang. So, who was more powerful? The emperor of the Tianxiang Empire was the most powerful. And the emperor's son could represent the emperor. He had asked 2 idlers from the mountains to offer their treasures. And would you dare to refuse? Have you eaten a leopard's gall? Do you believe that I won't exterminate your entire family if you dare to say no? Therefore Qing De Chao had become very confident. He had felt that this matter would be a piece of cake. In fact, it would be a trivial matter that could be easily accomplished. However, it would be a great merit if he offered it to the second prince. So, he had naturally brought a lot of experts from the prince's mansion with him just in case. Even if the opposite party doesn't eat raw rice, we can still pile them up. I don't believe that you can fight 10 people. Even if you can fight 10 people, can you fight 100 people? I call the shots in my territory. However, Qing Dashao had neglected one thing. In fact, it was a very important thing. His way of thinking wasn't a problem. In fact, it was very practical. However, there were always exceptions to the rules of the world. The emperor of the Tianxiang Empire was an unreachable existence in the eyes of the secular world. However, he was nothing in the eyes of some people. As for the emperor's son, they wouldn't even look at him. As for the dog that was by his son's side, Qing Dashao had been proudly patrolling the city gates for the past 2 days. He had stuck out his belly and had been arrogant and proud of himself. However, eldest young Master Qing didn't know that he was waiting for 2 absolute gods of death right now. That was because these 2 people didn't put the emperor of the Tianxiang Empire in their eyes. Moreover, they were existences that he could only look up to. The weather was exceptionally sunny on this day. The sun was shining brightly, and the eldest young Master Qing was in a very good mood. In fact, he only wanted to sing a song to vent his excitement. That was because His Royal Highness the Second Prince had personally arrived. He hadn't heard any news from Qing De Chao for several days. His Royal Highness the Second Prince was burning with impatience. So he couldn't hold back his excitement and eagerness. So he galloped over to Qing De Chao to express his condolences. Naturally, he also wanted to check on the progress. Have those 2 people arrived? Why haven't they arrived yet? His Royal Highness the Second Prince jumped down from his horse in a valiant and heroic manner. Then he patted Qing De Chao's shoulder affectionately. Qing De Chao was overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. Then he moved closer to his ear and asked, "Have they arrived?" Qing De Chao replied confidently, "Second Master, please be at ease. According to reliable information, they will arrive today." That's good. That's good. This prince has been waiting anxiously for so long. The second prince was grinning from ear to ear. Then he patted Qing De Chao's shoulder heavily. "You've worked hard this time. Since they've arrived today, this prince won't leave. Instead, I'll accompany Lord Qing and wait here for a while. Then I'll take a look at this peerless treasure. Servants, come and serve some wine and dishes. This prince and young Master Qing will moisten their mouths." Second Master is too polite. Second Master is too kind. How can I dare to accept Second Master's hospitality? Qing De Chao's eyes narrowed into 2 slits. He felt as if the bones in his body had become lighter. "Don't mention it." The second prince put on a stern face. "Lord Qing, you're being too polite. Aren't you treating this prince as an outsider? This prince won't be happy about it." Yes. Your Royal Highness is right. This lowly one, is in the wrong." Qing De Chao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then a white pigeon flew over from the south, and landed on Qing De Chao's shoulder. Qing De Chao took out the bamboo tube and read the message. He couldn't help but slap his thigh. Your Royal Highness, you're really a lucky star. You see, you've arrived and that thing has also arrived. Really? The second prince came over excitedly and looked at the piece of paper. "The heavens are really helping me." Qing De Chao happily said, "Your Royal Highness, you're truly blessed with a flood of good fortune. I've been waiting here for several days, but I haven't seen even the shadow of a ghost. But now that you're here, those 2 people have come immediately. It's really infuriating to compare with others. You're really the son of heaven." Qing De Chao's mouth was saying infuriating to death, but the smile on his face was brighter than anyone else's. The second prince laughed proudly. "Your Royal Highness, please wait for a moment. I'll immediately start preparing. The elixirs will soon be in my hands." Qing De Chao put on a brave and courageous appearance. It seemed as if he was ready to die 1,000 times for the second prince's happiness. Qing De Chao was loyal and courageous. He was willing to die 1,000 times for His Royal Highness's happiness. He was willing to die 1,000 times for His Royal Highness's happiness. Even if there were millions of people, he would still go forward. If one's expression could be recorded in the history books, Then Cheng De Chao's current expression would be enough to leave his name in the annals of history. He would become a role model for all generations to come. Minister Cheng has worked hard. Thank you for your trouble. The second prince was very pleased. Far away on the road to the south, there were already two burly figures walking over with large strides. Second master, please wait for the good news. Cheng De Chao waved his hand and walked forward valiantly. His face was full of determination, and his whole body was brimming with the spirit of loyalty and bravery. Chapter 505. Cheng De Chao and Cheng Dashao had made the perfect preparations, and were planning to welcome the two Tian Fa Beast Kings. Jun Moxie and Jun Dashao had just walked out of the gate. They were leisurely riding their horses, and were also preparing to welcome the two Beast Kings. Jun Moxie was the first to receive the news of the arrival of Bear Shan Shan and Earth Cracker. He understood that they had come to deliver the medicine to him. Jun Moxie was the first to receive the news among the people of Tianxiang City. So, Jun Moxie found it funny when he heard that the bandits were rampant, and that the number of robbers was extremely terrifying. In fact, he found it very funny. This is too funny. The two dignified beast kings of the Tian Fa forest had personally delivered the medicine as a bodyguard. But they had been treated as fat sheep. Moreover, they had been treated as a mass fat sheep. And so many people had dared to rob them? Isn't this the same as growing hair on their heads? Has this world gone crazy? Even ants have dared to rob dinosaurs? Moreover, the strength of these two Shen beast kings had skyrocketed after they had been promoted with the help of Jun Moxie. In fact, it could be said that they had already surpassed the standard of an ordinary great master in this world. In fact, the strength of these two Shen beast kings would be absolutely safe wherever they went, as long as they didn't bump into an abnormal existence like Huang Taiyang. In fact, these two Shen beast kings might not be able to win even if they were to bump into an existence like Huang Taiyang. But they would still be able to escape unscathed. Therefore, Jun Moxie wasn't worried that the medicine they were escorting would get into an accident. In fact, he would only be worried about those ants who were robbing the dinosaurs. In fact, he felt sorry for them. How can people be so stubborn in the face of huge benefits? Greed is the original sin. In fact, these two beast kings wouldn't even need to return to the Tian Fa forest if they were to get kidnapped, even though they were escorted by these two people. In fact, these two beast kings might as well buy a piece of tofu, and knock their heads against the wall to kill themselves. After all, these two beast kings wouldn't even need to return to the Tian Fa forest. Therefore Jun Dashao was not in a hurry at all. He leisurely rode the reins all the way to the south gate. His intelligence could accurately pinpoint the exact time the two kings would arrive at the south gate of Tianxiang. Therefore, when he arrived at this time, it was just in time to see the two kings entering the city gate. Both sides did not need to delay at all, and directly welcomed them at home. At the same time, he would look around to see if there were any beauties along the way. He would stretch his eyes a little. These few days of concocting medicine and cultivating, his eyes were about to turn blue. Bear Mountain and Earth Cracker finally heaved a sigh of relief. We finally arrived at Tianxiang. We're not tired. But the road is too long. Crane King, Eagle King, and the others wouldn't have needed to spend so much effort if they had come with us. They had just arrived at the city gate when they saw a group of people on horses coming to greet them in a grandiose manner. They were led by a youngster. He was squinting his eyes in a very enthusiastic manner. He cupped his fists in greeting from afar. You two have come from thousands of miles away. You must have had a hard journey. Bear Mountain and Earth Cracker were startled. You've come to greet us? Could it be that the Jun family has sent some people to greet us? Bear Mountain sat majestically on his horse and asked in a suspicious manner, You are? I'm Cheng De Chao. I'm the current emperor of Tianxiang. Cheng De Chao replied with a beaming smile. However, he was interrupted by Bear Mountain before he could finish speaking. Bear King blinked his huge eyes and asked in a somewhat doubtful manner, What? You're the emperor of Tianxiang? Cheng De Chao was left dumbfounded. What kind of person is this? Do you think I'm talking nonsense? This is a huge crime that will cost my head, and I'll be punished with 9 generations of my family. So, he quickly continued, the heir to the throne is a guest of His Royal Highness, the second prince. These two beast kings were very dizzy. These two beast kings were very simple-minded. So, they had no choice but to get dizzy by these words of yours. Earth Cracker shook his head and spoke up in a very dissatisfied manner. You've said so much. But who are you? Can't you make it clear? Who are you? Why are you stopping us? Cheng De Chao's face turned red. He cursed in his heart. These two are barbarians who don't understand etiquette. Moreover, they look very stupid. We don't know each other. So why am I stopping you? Don't tell me that you're very handsome? Young Master Cheng suppressed his anger and put on a warm and friendly smile on his face. I heard that the two of you have come from afar, and have brought a lot of medicinal herbs with you. I heard that the two of you have come from afar, and have brought a lot of medicinal herbs with you. I heard that the two of you have come to Tianxiang from afar, and have come here to negotiate with you two heroes. I presume that you have come to Tianxiang from afar for the sake of gold and silver. Do you want our herbs, boy? Bear Mountain looked at Cheng De Chao as if he was looking at an idiot or a corpse. No. The herbs that you have are very rare. So, how can I afford to spend so much money? Cheng De Chao hastily explained, My lord, the second prince wants to buy your herbs. But I don't know how you two would like to trade for them. So, it doesn't matter if you use gold or silver. Cheng De Chao thought that he had brought up the banner of the second prince. Moreover, he had also stated that the price was negotiable. So, wouldn't these two men present the herbs in fear and trepidation if they didn't want to? Then he would pretend to encourage them, introduce them to the second prince, and then give them some rewards. After all, these two men weren't very smart, and didn't know how to appreciate favors. After all, he had already stated that they could use gold and silver to trade for the herbs. So, he would just give them a little more money. How many of these commoners had ever seen a prince? So, it was impossible to talk about doing business with a prince. In fact, this was enough for them to brag about. But the specific price of the transaction was still up to them to decide. The second prince? Earthcracker opened his mouth. You were talking about the second son of the Tianxiang emperor, right? Yes, the second prince. Cheng De Chao was getting more and more impatient. So, he deliberately emphasized the words the second prince. These two country bumpkins. What do you mean by second son? This is what a country bumpkin would say. They don't know how to speak properly. I'm not selling. Bear Mountain raised his nostrils and shouted, Quickly get lost. What a madman. How dare you be so presumptuous? Cheng De Chao's body started to tremble from head to toe. He had never imagined that these two savages would dare to refuse the second prince's offer in such a blatant manner. I've long known that you two aren't good people. I presumed that the elixir was obtained from killing others and robbing them. Guards, capture these two rascals. If they resist, kill them without mercy. Be careful not to damage the elixirs. Cheng De Chao's complexion turned frosty. He waved his hand and issued an order in an awe-inspiring manner. Don't you want to snatch those elixirs? I reckon that there are at least 3,000 or 5,000 people who want our elixirs along the way. Do you know where these people are right now, boy? I've arrived at my destination today. So I'm in a good mood. So, I won't mess with you if you get out of the way, boy. Earthcracker crossed his arms and tilted his head. He looked at Cheng De Chao with a faint smile on his face. Aren't there too many people in this world who don't know the difference between life and death? For example, this man is at best a gold Shen expert. But he's leading a group of trash who haven't even reached the silver Shen level. And he wants to snatch the elixirs of a Tian Fa Beast King? Wouldn't people laugh their heads off if this were to spread out? It's really funny. I don't care who they are. I don't need to know. Cheng De Chao arrogantly squinted his eyes and said, I only know that this is the Tianxiang city. This is the emperor's territory. It doesn't matter who you are, or how great you are. You must behave yourself in this place. You'll have to coil up if you're a dragon. And you'll have to lie down if you're a tiger. Do you think that the two of you can overturn the heavens with your trifling strength? The fact that you've said these words proves that the two of you are thieves. So this young master will show you some kindness today. I'll let you go if you two know what's good for you and hand over these herbs. But if you dare to act presumptuously again, He hadn't finished his words. But his intention to kill them and seize their treasures had already become very clear. Tiger King Earthcracker's eyes opened wide. A dragon is a legendary thing. No one has ever seen one. But a tiger? Earthcracker is a real tiger. Moreover, it seems that he's the king of tigers. Cheng De Chao's words were meant to be a metaphor. But the Tiger King's ears had clearly understood that this man in front of him was inferior to an ant. And he wanted the great Tiger King to lie down and wag his tail. Earthcracker's eyes slowly narrowed. He then said in a gloomy manner, What if I don't want to lie down? What if I want to act presumptuously? What if you don't want to lie down? If you want to act presumptuously, I'll make you die on the spot. Cheng De Chao became furious. He had never thought that this man hadn't asked, What if I don't want to coil up? Instead, he had asked, I don't want to lie down. However, he felt that his dignity had been damaged. So he went berserk. So he continued to shout and ordered the guards to step forward. I want to capture these two arrogant fellows as soon as possible. I want to beat them up even if I don't make them bleed on the spot. Wait. A very dignified voice was heard. The second prince slowly walked over. He had a courteous smile on his face. Two heroes, I'm the second prince of Tianxiangyang. Prince, your mother. Earthcracker exploded. The Tiger King felt that he had been greatly insulted. So he became angry. What bullshit, prince? What kind of bullshit are you? You're the son of the emperor? Fu asterisk K. You dare to make things difficult for me? I really want to. The Tiger King's strength was very high. But his brain was also very stupid. In fact, he couldn't say anything for a long time. In fact, he was very depressed. Forget it. Action is the most practical thing. So he stretched out his hand. Then he stretched out his arm with a whooshing sound. It seemed as if he had pulled a spring. He didn't even move his shoulders or his head. Instead, he grabbed Ching Dachao. Then he opened his ferocious mouth and snapped his neck. I want to do this. Chapter 506. He was a tiger. So biting was his instinct. But he had only ever used his mouth to eat ever since he had become a beast king. Moreover, he had transformed into a human. So he had never used his mouth to attack. He had always felt that he would lose his dignity if he were to use his mouth again. But he couldn't help but use his old skill today. So he bit Ching Dachao to death. Everyone was petrified. Everyone was dumbstruck. They were flabbergasted. What's going on? Are we in a nightmare? Is this happening in broad daylight? Ching Dachao's young master Dachao had always been awe-inspiring. He had always been brimming with confidence. In fact, it seemed as if he was about to make a great contribution. So, he had always been extremely arrogant. And he had always talked condescendingly. But, he hadn't even spoken a few words when someone had suddenly grabbed him. And that person had bitten his neck. And that person had bitten off Ching Dachao's neck. Everyone had seen and eaten a man eating a wild beast. It was admittedly rare for a wild beast to eat a man. But some people had still seen it. But a man eating a man was an unprecedented and strange thing. But now this unheard-of event was happening right in front of his eyes. Ching Dachao's neck was still bubbling with blood. But there was no sound coming from his body. So it was obvious that he was dead. A long while passed. The second prince's eyes opened so wide that they were almost bigger than Earthcracker's eyes. He stretched out a finger and said one word with a trembling voice, you. Then he suddenly bent over and started to vomit with blurg, blurg. This sound was like the most powerful and terrifying contagious virus. And everyone had been infected by it. They had bent over one after another and had started to vomit. The smell of filth had soared to the sky in an instant. And the ground was filled with the contents of their stomachs. Coincidentally, Jun Moxie and Jun Dachao had arrived at this time. They had seen so many people surrounding this place. And they couldn't help but be surprised. So they quietly inquired about it. And they found out that the second prince had also taken a fancy to this batch of elixirs. So he wanted to seize them by force and trickery. Therefore Jun Dachao rolled his eyes and found a random corner to hide. It wasn't against the law to watch the show, right? Earthcracker innocently looked at Bear Mountain. Then he scratched his head and said, "Fourth brother, what's wrong with these people? Why are they all vomiting? It can't be such a coincidence, right?" Bear Mountain was speechless. He covered his forehead with his hand. He wanted to kick this disgusting fellow to death. Next time, even if he was beaten to death, he would never bring this bastard out for a stroll. This was too embarrassing. Anyway, you can't rob our things even if you're the son of the emperor. It's wrong to rob other people's things. Didn't your father, the emperor, teach you this lesson when you were young? Earthcracker grinned as he spoke in a righteous manner. His teeth were stained with blood. The second prince finally stopped vomiting. His face was green and his lips were pale. He roared, "Guards! Cut these two murderous maniacs into pieces. Do not damage the elixirs." The guards raised their swords with trembling hands and legs. Wait. The second prince's personal bodyguards were Jade Xian Peak experts. Even if they hadn't eaten pork before, they would have seen pigs run. So they hastily ran over and said, "Your Highness, please don't be impatient. This matter should be considered at length." They wanted to take their time to consider this matter. But Earthcracker and Bear Mountain weren't willing to do so. They had already been delayed for such a long time. So, how could they be blocked at the gate of the Tianxiang city? Wouldn't they laugh at the beast kings of Tianfa if the Jun family were to see this? Bear Mountain took a big step forward with a whooshing sound. Then his feet landed heavily on the ground, and a loud rumbling sound was heard. Then, a visible ripple spread out from the spot where his feet had landed. The entire ground trembled. In fact, even the walls of the Tianxiang city had visibly swayed a little, and a lot of dust had rustled down. Then he roared, "All of you get the hell out of here." This roar contained all of Bear King's intrepid power. So, it swept out like a tsunami. The people who bore the brunt of this roar felt their vision go black. Then they heard a roar in their ears. Then their feet left the ground, and they were sent flying upside down with a whooshing sound. Those people were sent flying far away. Then they fell to the ground with a splat sound. In fact, it seemed as if an uncooked steamed bun had been thrown onto a smooth wall. Then they became motionless. However, blood continued to seep out of their 7 orifices. The people who had been standing further away were also unable to stand steadily. In fact, they felt dizzy. Their swords fell to the ground with a clang sound. The second prince was in a very tragic and miserable state. He had been standing in a very bad position. So he had been sent flying by the shockwave. And he had already fainted in midair. The bodyguards were as strong as Yuxian's. But they couldn't even take care of themselves. So they allowed the honorable prince to fall to the ground. Then he twitched a few times. Suddenly his lower body started to emit a foul smell. And the prince's robe was soaked with white and yellow liquid. He had actually lost control of his bladder at the same time. Earthcracker picked his ears in dissatisfaction. "Fourth brother, why are you so violent? You should have left a few of them to play with. Play with your head, you dead man. You've already started to eat people. So what's there to play with?" Bear Mountain wanted to slap this tiger to death. This guy's nerves are too thick. This is the capital of a country. Both of us don't care about anything. But we still have to go to the Jun family. We don't care about anything. But that doesn't mean that the Jun family doesn't care. What if the Jun family suffers a loss because of this matter? And that Master Feng will be displeased. Then what will we do? The Bear King had never imagined that his actions were actually not much better than the Tiger King's. His loud shout had already provoked a huge trouble. Tiger King had killed a man. But he had only punished a follower. But he had scared the second prince to the point that he had shat his pants. And his pants were full of yellow and white stuff. The two of them didn't speak anymore. Instead they looked around like hawks and wolves. Then they started to walk into the city. Suddenly a voice rang out, so it turns out that the two heroes have come in person. It's very formal. Jun Wuxia, please forgive me for being late in welcoming you." Jun Wuxia walked out with a dignified demeanor. He was smiling wholeheartedly. Jun Moxie? Both of them had seen Jun Moxie before. At that time, Jun Moxie was being spanked by Venerable Mei. So they weren't unfamiliar with him. Of course, they still couldn't recognize that this elegant yet slippery young man was the same person who had been bossing them around in the Tianfa forest back then. Yes. It's rare that the two heroes still remember me. Please. Jun Moxie politely extended his hand. Ha, Jun brat. Did your master tell you about this? Bear Mountain's big nose twitched as he said. Yes. Master told me to treat you well. He said that fourth Master Bear is a friend of his. Jun Moxie smiled and laughed. That's right. We are friends. We are old friends. Big Bear and Earthcracker felt their faces light up. Big Bear patted Jun Wuxia's shoulder heavily. Back then your master and I were just outside Tianxiang City. We didn't get to know each other without fighting. We fought for 3,000 rounds and there was no clear victor. In the end, both sides were helpless. So they proposed a bet. Then the winner was decided. What? You fought with my master for 3,000 rounds? Then you must be at least a great master-level expert, right? I admire you. Jun Moxie held back his laughter. But how did you make the bet? Bear Mountain's bare face turned red. He said, Actually it's not shameful. It's just that when your master competes with this old bear. He suddenly lowered his voice and said proudly in Jun Moxie's ear, when it comes to peeing, your master is indeed a master. His skill is a notch higher than mine. I'm ashamed of my inferiority. Jun Moxie staggered. This guy really dares to talk. If an outsider were to hear this, they would think that Jun Wuxia's master was a wretched figure. You're trying to compare pee with a grown man? You're treating it as a child's pee. This is a strange story. Jun Moxie arrived at the city gate. He lightly ordered the guards, you guys hurry up and help the second prince tidy up. Tell him that he can look for me at the Jun family if he has any dissatisfaction. Well, open the gate and let us in. The guards at the gate answered in unison. They watched as Jun Moxie led the two men into the city. Only then did they wipe their cold sweat. Who in the Tianxiang city dares to provoke this Master Jun Sunshao? Is he tired of living? He went on a killing spree here the last time he came back from the southern heaven city. He slaughtered people with his eyes wide open. Our brothers saw it with their own eyes. This friend of his is quite something. He even eats people. Birds of a feather flock together. Birds of a feather flock together. However, Master Jun Sunshao is quite bold. The second prince is lying there and he doesn't even look at him. This was the second time that Bear Mountain had come to the Tianxiang city. So he wasn't surprised at all. However, this was the first time that Earthcracker had opened his eyes. His huge head swayed back and forth along the way. He was dazzled. Tianxiang city was the capital of a country. So how could it be bad? It was 10 times more prosperous than any of the cities that they had passed through along the way. This made the inexperienced Tiger King click his tongue non-stop along the way. Fourth brother. This street is very wide. TSK. Look at that, what's that for? Earthcracker was very curious. Bear King snorted. Fourth brother, look at this cloth. It's even smoother than the animal skin I'm wearing. Earthcracker exclaimed in admiration as he touched a piece of fine silk. Bear King's face turned black. Fourth brother, Fu *K. Look over there. Damn it. They're buying and selling Shen beasts. Do they want to die? Tiger King was indignant. Bear King's face was filled with black lines. Fourth brother, look at this shiny thing. How about we buy one? Tiger King moved closer to him with a flattering smile on his face. Can you shut your mouth? Can you? Bear King was at the end of his patience. He glared at him and grabbed his clothes. Then he growled in a low voice, will it kill you to speak less? Will it kill you? You're a disgraceful thing. Don't talk to me again. I don't know you, you ignorant thing. Tiger King didn't know how he had offended his fourth brother. I didn't do anything. Is there a need to make such a big fuss? He couldn't help but be at a loss. However, he didn't know that Bear Mountain had been putting on the airs of a senior along the way. His face was deep and indifferent. He was walking shoulder to shoulder with Jun Moxie. He was looking at everything with an indifferent expression on his face. It seemed as if he was used to everything. In fact, the expression on his face was the same in the eyes of an outsider. I have all these things at home. They're all better than this. I'm in the realm of acting tough. I'm facing Jun Moxie's disciple. Wouldn't I lose face if I don't act like a martial uncle? Chapter 507. This kind of face had caused Lord Bear King's senior expert image to be greatly damaged. How could he not teach this fellow a good lesson? Tiger King drooped his head and didn't say a word. So, Bear Mountain smiled at Jun Moxie in a graceful manner. Then he said in a not worth mentioning tone, I have a younger brother at home. He is a little silly. He hasn't seen much of the world. Fortunately, he still has some brute strength. So, he has been ordered around like a porter along the way. My upbringing isn't strict. You're too kind. Jun Moxie was laughing so hard that his belly was about to burst. But he had to forcibly hold it back. It was very difficult for him. They finally arrived at the Jun family's residence. Jun Dashao politely welcomed the two men into the residence. Bear Mountain didn't look sideways. Instead, he walked with his head held high. However, he shot a warning glance at Earthcracker at the same time. The meaning behind his glance was, you mustn't lose your etiquette in the domain of an expert. Otherwise, you'll be looked down upon by others. After all, I'm a beast king. Earthcracker understood his meaning and imitated him. He also walked with his head held high and chest puffed out. The two beast kings had solemn expressions on their faces. They didn't speak or smile. They were full of vigor and spirit. In fact, it seemed as if they were going to the battlefield. This also resulted in a somewhat familiar green-clothed figure flashing in the small courtyard in front of them. Then it issued a surprised cry and disappeared in a flash. However, the two beast kings hadn't noticed it. Well, they hadn't seen it clearly. The two beast kings would have found out that it was the Snake King if they hadn't acted so pretentiously. However, the two of them were looking straight ahead. In fact, they seemed as serious as an old man. So how could they tell? Earthcracker rolled his eyes and only saw a silhouette. So, he made an evaluation in his heart. This girl's buttocks aren't small. They arrived at Jun Moxie's small courtyard. Then they sat down on the stone table in the courtyard. The two beast kings naturally weren't afraid of the cold. They didn't even think about why they were receiving guests in the courtyard instead of inside. They just sat down with a clear conscience. The little lowly Ku'er served the fragrant tea. The Tiger King was a little thirsty from the journey, so he picked up the teacup, opened the lid, raised his head and swallowed the tea along with the water into his stomach. He wasn't afraid of the heat, so he chewed a few tea leaves in his mouth, stretched his neck and swallowed them all. He then smacked his lips and said, "What's this? Why does it taste a little bitter? Why did you put leaves in such good water? This isn't a good habit." Bear King suddenly had the urge to explode. He glared fiercely at Tiger King from the corner of his eyes, indicating for him to shut up. Then he slowly picked up the teacup and gently opened the lid with one hand. Using the other end of the lid, he gently fiddled with the tea leaves on the surface of the water and gently blew on them. He praised, "Good tea." As he spoke, he brought the cup to his lips and took a small sip. His expression was one of savoring the aftertaste. His posture was elegant and his actions were well-mannered, just like a noble gentleman. He had been out of the house once, so he naturally knew what tea was. He also knew the rules of drinking tea. Bear King cast a sidelong glance at Earthcracker at the same time. His meaning was, "Look at how I drink tea. You're so shameful." However, he also felt somewhat regretful in his heart. This human's way of doing things is very troublesome. My lips didn't even feel wet in that small sip. It's really not enough to quench my thirst. It's not satisfying. He was somewhat envious of Tiger King as this thought crossed his mind. It's not easy to put on the airs of a senior. Earthcracker was startled as he looked at it. So, this thing is tea. Tiger King has only known how to drink wine along the way. He has never drunk tea. But, where did fourth brother learn this from? How come I haven't seen him put on any airs along the way? But it looks like he's sitting on a stool with his buttocks bare, in an orderly manner. A white-clothed figure walked over at this moment. He didn't make the slightest sound. Then he asked in a deep voice, "You two, how come you're here?" Bear Mountain was holding a teacup. He was sitting in an elegant posture. However, he felt that the voice was somewhat familiar when he heard this voice. So, he casually turned his head and replied, "I love to wander around the world of mortals. I've always admired the famous mountains and great rivers. So why can't I come here?" Suddenly, when he saw who it was, his body trembled and he jumped up. With a cry, the teacup in his hand fell to the ground with a "pah" sound. His face turned deathly pale and beads of sweat rolled down his face. His hands and feet trembled, and he opened his mouth wide, making an expression that seemed to be crying and laughing at the same time. He stammered, "Big, big, 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 big." Earthcracker was startled. He thought, has fourth brother seen a ghost? He turned his head with a look of dissatisfaction on his face and said, "Fourth brother, what's wrong with you? Why are you stuttering?" He hadn't even finished his sentence when he also saw that beautiful face that could topple a nation. It seemed as if it had been deliberately imitated. So he couldn't help but let out a sound. His complexion turned white and his lips trembled. He was at a loss of what to do. He ended up in the same state as Bear Mountain. Then he stuttered in a trembling voice, "Big, big, 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 big." It turns out that stuttering can be contagious. These two tall and strong men stood there like a pair of dumb geese. They could only spit out a single word from their mouths. They were so scared that they couldn't even complete their sentences. Jun Moxie frowned and shook his head. He thought, what are these two doing? Are they imitating a machine gun? Or are they imitating Monkey Sun seeing the golden cudgel? Big, big, big. It's not over yet. Jun Dashao didn't know that these two simple-minded beast kings were having a dilemma in their hearts. This isn't our home. Should I call her big sister? Or should I call her big brother? Therefore, the two of them couldn't say big for a long time. You two are a pair of idiots. You don't understand etiquette. Why aren't you saluting big sister when you see her? You're making fun of outsiders for no reason. What's the point of calling her big? Did your brains get caught in the door? Or did you get water in your head? Qian Sun Serpent Queen's voice was heard in a timely manner, and she had helped them out of their predicament. Big sister. Bear Mountain wiped his sweat and called out with difficulty. He didn't care about being ridiculed by the Snake King. After all, it was worth it as long as he could call her the right way. This supreme beast king of Tian Fa could turn the sky and earth upside down in front of millions of people without taking a breath. However, he had only said the word big at this moment. And he was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. Big, big, big. Big, big, big. Tiger King Earthcracker was left in a daze. He obviously longed to shout out the words big sister in his heart. But his mouth didn't listen to him. He shouted for a long time, but it was still big, big, big. So he raised his palm leaf fan-like hand and fiercely slapped his own mouth. I called you big. You stupid tiger. You're too stupid. Qian Sun Serpent Queen was so angry that she wanted to rush over and teach this idiot a lesson. Enough. It's not like I haven't seen it before. Look at your conduct. You're not losing your own face when you go out. Instead, you're losing the face of Tianfe. Mei Shuiyin waved her hand in a dignified manner. She didn't pay much attention to it. She walked over and sat opposite the two of them. Then she gently wrinkled her eyebrows and said, "Get to the point. What are you two doing here? Why are you?" What kind of person was Mei Shuiyin? She instantly realized that Bear King and Bear Mountain had successfully broken through. Their strength had increased by leaps and bounds. They couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as her. But they had already surpassed Qian Sun Serpent Queen in terms of martial power. The three of them had been at the same level not long ago. But fourth Bear's strength had now far surpassed the other Beast Kings. This was a great thing for the Tianfe forest. And Bear King had been stuck at a bottleneck for many years. So he must have had a fortuitous encounter to make a breakthrough today. However, Mei Shuiyin couldn't ask about it because an outsider like Jun Moxie and Jun Daxiao were present. So she was slightly surprised. But she quickly concealed it. So no one noticed it. "We're here." The two Beast Kings finally came back to their senses. They hastily turned around and respectfully sat down. In fact, they looked like primary school students who had suddenly met their teacher. But they immediately remembered their boss's question. So they jumped up again. They grabbed the big packages in a flurry and tore them open. Then they started to dig out the contents. Big sister, look at this, and that. Earthcracker blinked his innocent eyes and said while crying, "We're here, for this? Mei Shuiyin's eyes suspiciously swept over the pile of medicinal herbs on the table. Then she suddenly flew into a rage. "Which one is this? You're not speaking clearly. I asked you what you're here for and you're here for this. Are you kidding me?" Thump. Earthcracker fell to the ground. His face was deathly pale. His lips were trembling. His brain had short-circuited due to fear. He was on the verge of crying. No, I wouldn't dare to fool you. We're here for this." The pitiful Tiger King had been scared silly by his boss's sudden outburst of anger. In fact, this shout had scared him so much that he had revealed his true form. He wanted to reveal his true form and beg for mercy while wagging his tail. "Oh, you're here to deliver the medicine." Mei Shuiyin finally understood the meaning behind their difficult words. So she smiled. The two Beast Kings felt relieved. However, their boss wrinkled his eyebrows and asked suspiciously, "How did you know to deliver the medicine? I haven't sent the message back yet." Mei Shuiyin hadn't even finished speaking when a thought flashed through her mind. "I haven't even sent the message back yet. But my family has already delivered a large number of medicinal herbs. So there must be something fishy about this. Does fourth brother Xiong's unexpected breakthrough have anything to do with this?" An expert was indeed an expert. She had analyzed the entire matter in an instant. It wasn't completely accurate, but it wasn't far off either. Bear Mountain's tongue was no longer in a knot. But he was still dumbstruck. He scratched his ears and cheeks and didn't know what to say. He carefully considered his words for a while. Then he spoke in a halting manner. "Elder sister, you don't know this. Third Crane and I have successfully advanced under the influence of that Senior Feng." That Senior Feng had gone to the Tianfe forest some time ago. He had told us to collect the elixirs and deliver them to the Jun family. Then, he refined the elixirs for us to enhance our strength. That Senior Feng is very powerful. He not only helped us advance, but he also cured the 6th and 7th brothers' old ailments and restored their human forms. That remarkable ability it's simply unique in the world. I don't think Elder Sister can compare with him." Qian Sun Serpent Queen became unhappy when she heard this. "Fourth brother Xiong, what nonsense are you talking about? How can that surnamed Feng be more powerful than Elder Sister?" That Senior Feng had taken the 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit from the hands of the Snake King. It was a good thing for the Snake King. Chapter 508. Today's second update. There's something I want to tell you in advance. Tomorrow is my aunt's 80th birthday. So, my cousins and I want to properly celebrate the birthday of the old lady. Therefore, I won't be working overtime today. I want to conserve my energy and go to celebrate the old lady's birthday tomorrow. I'm expected to come back in the evening. So, I'll update a little later at around 23 o'clock. I want to inform my brothers and sisters so that they won't have to wait for a long time. You? Qian Sun Serpent Queen became even angrier. This fool has been talking for a long time. He's still saying that Elder Sister isn't as good as that guy surnamed Feng. She wanted to step forward and teach Bear King a lesson. Chen-sun, please stop. That Senior Feng is indeed a senior expert. He possesses remarkable abilities. His means of creating miracles aren't something I can match. Fourth Bear, did you say that third crane has also successfully broken through? Sixth and seventh crane's old injuries have also been healed. Have they regained their human form? Mei Shuiyan was greatly surprised. After all, one had to rely on one's own luck to make a breakthrough. Fourth Bear's ability to break through the bottleneck had already made Mei Shuiyan very happy. However, she had also heard that third crane had also broken through. Moreover, the injuries of the Lion King and the Monkey King who had been seriously injured had also been healed. This series of good news had made Mei Shuiyan wild with joy. How can this be fake? How can this be fake? Actually, the reason why Senior Wind is willing to help us is all because of me. Senior Wind even promised to help us refine some good medicine, so Tiger and I came. Otherwise, who would be able to bring such good stuff from so far away here? Seeing that Big Sister had acknowledged him, Bear King naturally praised him on his own behalf. So that's how it is. I can't blame you. You've done well. Mei Shuiyan smiled in relief. The two Beast Kings wiped their sweat at the same time. Mother, we've finally passed this hurdle? How come we've run into Big Brother here? However, Mei Shuiyan immediately wrinkled her eyebrows. Her face was full of anger. But it was directed at Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie. So, it turns out that your master and Xiongxi had already known each other for a long time. In fact, he had a shallow friendship with the Beast Kings of Tianfa. Hateful brat, you actually pretended to be benevolent and righteous a few days ago, saying how you begged your master with great difficulty, and how you knelt for several days and nights before your master agreed. You actually used this to negotiate with me. You've got guts. Jun Moxie had been watching from the sidelines. He was secretly thinking. It seems that Mei Shuiyan's status in the Tianfa forest is quite high. In fact, her status may not be lower than that of the Venerable Mei. It's no wonder that she can use a super move like the World Cage. In fact, she can even oppress the experts of the Great Master level like a child. He couldn't help but be startled and dumbstruck when he realized that the situation had suddenly changed. He had used this reason to take advantage of Mei Shuiyan a few days ago. So, he couldn't help but be at a loss for words when this question was suddenly brought up. Bear Mountain's words were somewhat exaggerated. But he couldn't refute it. Could it be that I'm Feng Juetching? You need to look up to Senior Feng. Bear Mountain and Earthcracker didn't know that the person in front of them was the expert Feng, who had been drinking and chatting merrily with them. They felt that they had an opportunity to show off. So they stood up at the same time. Their faces were full of murderous aura as they fiercely said, You brat, you have a lot of guts. You dare to play tricks on our elder sister. Shut up. What business do you two fools have here? Go to the side. Mei Shuiyan shouted in a bad mood. And the two of them lowered their heads and drooped their heads. What's going on? How did our flattery go wrong? Hee. Jun Moxie laughed a few times in embarrassment. He then said, Actually, I didn't mean it that way. It's all because of you, Miss Mei. I'm sincere towards you, Miss Mei. Only the heavens can bear witness to my affection. Besides, I've been molested by Miss Mei several times. Anyway, everyone knows about it. Jun Moxie said as he stealthily observed the expressions on Bear Mountain and Earthcracker's faces. He saw that the expressions on their faces were gradually becoming more and more wonderful. Then they slowly opened their eyes wider and wider. Then they opened their mouths wider and wider. Their eyes were filled with disbelief, and their faces were filled with an inconceivable look. Then saliva started to drip out of their mouths and fell to the ground. But the sound of it was clearly audible. The two of them groaned in their hearts. What? My God. Is there something wrong with our ears? How did we hear such an earth-shattering thing? Big Brother took the initiative to molest him? Oh my God. Let me die. This is too crazy. It's too unreal. Am I in a nightmare? Isn't this dream too frightening? Big Brother molested a man? What did you say? What did you just say? Mei Shuiyan was about to flip out. She had been ridiculed in front of her three subordinates. So how could she endure it? Isn't it true? What I said is the truth. Jun Moxie shouted that he was wrongly accused. You didn't care whether I was willing or not that day. You forcibly kissed me. Then I couldn't help but kiss you. Moreover, you touched me. I also touched you. And you gently stroked my buttocks for a long time. I also stroked your buttocks. I'm as pure as ice and as clean as jade. My first time. Bang bang. Two loud sounds were heard. The heads of Bear Mountain and Earthcracker seemed to have lost their pillars, and fell to the stone table in a free fall. Then they bounced a few times. Chen Sun Serpent Queen stood on one side. She was dumbstruck. The thickness of this person's skin was already the thickest in all of history. I was there at that time. You were the one who acted like a hooligan. But you're saying that someone molested you? I was obviously spanking your buttocks that day. But it turned into a gentle caress. Don't say any more. Mei Shuiyan's face had turned red. She didn't know whether it was because of anger or shame. So she screamed in a somewhat frantic manner. I've always been a quiet person. I don't show my emotions. But why is it that this brat can easily provoke me every time? Moreover, I know that I won't be able to say anything nice if I argue with him on this topic. So I quickly stopped. But she thought that it was strange. This isn't what I was criticizing you for. So, how did we get tangled up in this topic? Then she suddenly understood what was going on. Damn it. This brat has diverted the topic again. Why can't I say it? Why can't I say it? I can't not say it. I'm throwing caution to the wind today. Why do I have to swallow my anger after being molested by you? Don't tell me that you want to leave after eating your fill? That's absolutely impossible. You must take responsibility for me. Jun Moxie had a righteous look on his face. But he seemed to have been wronged. World Cage. Mei Shuiyan was seething with anger. She grabbed young Master Jun, who had been frozen by her, and disappeared like a wisp of smoke. Big Bear and Earthcracker shook their heads as if they were drunk. In fact, they still felt somewhat dizzy. They blankly looked at each other. Then they asked in unison, were we dreaming? Then they suddenly saw Chen Sun on one side. So they asked at the same time, younger sister Chen Sun, was that real? Of course it was real. Snake King nodded in a bad mood. He seemed to be seething with anger. Then, is what Jun Moxie said also true? Is he really going to become our brother-in-law? Bear Mountain blinked. Earthcracker grinned as he looked at Chen Sun Serpent Queen with an expectant look on his face. Chen Sun shook her head in a somewhat distraught manner. She then said in an irritated manner, how would I know? Why don't you go and ask elder sister? Don't ask me again. I don't know anything. She suddenly stood up and swaggered away. The two Beast Kings looked at each other in dismay. Then they suddenly said in unison, so, elder sister Spring is here. She's worthy of being the disciple of Senior Phone. She's indeed the disciple of an expert. She's so unfathomable that I'm no match for her. Jun Moxie returned after a long while with a grimace on his face. He appeared in front of the two Beast Kings, and squeezed out a smile as the two Beast Kings looked up at him. He then said, alas, this elder sister of yours is very good. She has a beautiful figure. But her face is too thin. And her temper is a bit too big. I can't even talk about it. The love between a man and a woman is natural. It's a matter of course. It's a very normal thing. But I have to change this temper of hers. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. Bear Mountain and Earthcracker nodded their heads like chicks pecking rice. They looked at this young man with adoration in their eyes. They sighed in their hearts, he's really a strong man. Even our elder sister has been taken care of? He's unfathomable. He's too overbearing. The attitude of the two Beast Kings changed drastically in an instant. They felt somewhat humble. Yes, this man is young. But he's elder sister's future husband. The most hateful thing is that your elder sister has misgivings about the fact that she's a Shen beast. So she refuses to make it public with me. She says that she's afraid that people will laugh at her. I can't understand this. Alas, why would we be afraid of those worldly things as long as we're truly in love with each other? Especially in this world where fists are the most powerful. Everything is done with fists. I don't mind it at all. Why is she taking things so hard? Don't you think so? Jun Moxie drank his tea as if it were wine. It was as if he was trying to drown his sorrows with wine. That's right. Bear Mountain slapped his thigh. What's wrong with Shen beasts? Shen beasts are much stronger than humans. Misgivings my ass. You can rest assured that you can pursue your happiness. We'll support you. I'll be the first to wring the neck of anyone who dares to oppose you. That's right. I'll wring his neck. I'll wring it even if you can't wring it. Earthcracker rubbed his palms. He looked excited. Alas, it's easier said than done. Jun Moxie said in a melancholy manner, the most critical problem lies with your elder sister. It seems that I'll need to persevere and work hard. But I believe that true love can move metal and stone. I'm confident that I can make your elder sister live a happy life with my broadest heart and most sincere affection. In fact, I've even decided that we won't live in the secular world in the future for the sake of your elder sister's happiness. We'll live in the Tianfa forest. Jun Dashao held his head high and stuck out his chest as he spoke till here. He assumed a heroic posture of striving to be the first to overcome all difficulties and strive for victory. The expression on his face was sincere, affectionate, and persistent. The two beast kings were moved by this. This man is willing to give up the glory, splendor, wealth, and rank of the world for the sake of their elder sister. He's willing to disregard the colorful world. He's willing to live in the Tianfa forest. What a great sacrifice this is. Jun Moxie. He's truly a true man with true feelings. He's a good man. I can't believe that the two of us can witness such a great love. This love story is bound to become a legend. And it will be passed down through the ages. It will become a much-told tale and go down in the history books. Chapter 509. Rest assured, young Master Jun. We'll take care of this matter. We won't let Big Sister think too much. The two beast kings patted their chests and made a solemn promise. Bear Mountain hesitated for a moment. Then he finally gathered his courage and said, I'll go all out tonight. I'll look for Big Sister after dinner. She's a woman after all. So she won't be able to let go. But I think it might be useful if I enlighten her. It seems that Fourth Bear is going all out for the sake of Big Sister's happiness. He has the audacity to look for Big Sister to talk about life and ideals. Earthcracker lowered his head and didn't speak. He admired Bear Mountain's courage. That's not appropriate. Jun Moxie immediately vetoed. He thought to himself, you were so impolite in the past, didn't you sell me out? Brothers, but is still hurting and I don't want it to get worse so soon. Why is it inappropriate? Why is it inappropriate? The two beast kings were startled. Jun Moxie rolled his eyes and said, don't you know your big sister's temper? She's very thin-skinned. Now that you've said it, it won't work out. It's fine if it doesn't work out. But it won't be good if you get implicated. That's right. The two beast kings sighed at the same time. Big Sister's temper is like this. No one can persuade her. The more they try to persuade her, the more it will develop in the opposite direction. So, it will be an undeserved disaster if she gets implicated in this matter. I say you can do this if you really want to help. Well, you can publicize this matter after we return to the Tianfa forest. Say that Mei Shuiyan has married me. Give her no way out. Then choose a place in the Tianfa forest. It must be a big place. I'm going to build a palace there. It will be our new house. Oh, I'll show her my determination. In this way what was done could not be undone. There was nothing to worry about. I believe that Shui Yin will take advantage of this situation. Don't you think so? Jun Moxie rolled his eyes and said slowly. Good. Really good. It's really high. Earthcracker clapped his hands. Elder sister is most worried that other people will find out about this. But the entire Tianfa forest will express their full support in this way. Moreover, everyone will know about this. So what's done can't be undone. And what's done can't be undone. Besides, young Master Jun has already finished building the palace. What's there to be afraid of? Yes, that's what I mean. When the time comes, your elder sister, me and everyone else will live in the Tianfa forest, and we will never be separated. There might even be my master. There are a lot of medicinal herbs in Tianfa forest. My master will definitely be happy, Jun Moxie said with a smile. Brilliant plan. What a brilliant plan. The two kings' eyes lit up. However, this matter must be kept a secret. It must be carried out in secret. Do not let your elder sister know about it in advance. Jun Moxie lowered his voice and said mysteriously, if we are careless and let her know in advance, no one knows what will happen. Everyone knows your big sister's personality. Of course. Do you take us for fools? We won't even let that girl Chen Sun know about this. Bear Shan Shan glared at him and patted his chest. You can rest assured that I'll handle this matter. Then? I'll leave everything to you. Jun Moxie gave a deep bow. You're too polite. You're too polite. We'll be a family from now on. So why are you still so polite, brother-in-law? You can tell me if you need anything. Earthcracker returned the bow in a flurry and called him brother-in-law. He had been afraid of his elder sister since he was a child. So he had to curry favor with his brother-in-law in advance. Well, I'll send this batch of elixirs to my master so that he can see what he's missing as soon as possible. He'll refine the elixirs as soon as possible. This is the most important matter at present, Jun Moxie said with a dignified look on his face. Yes, thank you very much. Everyone is looking forward to this matter. If we can refine the elixirs sooner. Bear Shan Shan and Earthcracker were beaming with happiness as they repeatedly expressed their gratitude. Wait a moment, I'll go. Well, you can have fun in this Tianxiang city for the next few days. I've prepared a lot of gold and silver for you. You can buy whatever you want. You don't need to be polite. I have a lot of money here. I won't be happy if you're being polite to me. Jun Moxie took out a big package with a bang sound. It was full of gold and silver. There were also stacks of banknotes. Tang Yuan was known as the capital city's god of wealth. But Jun Moxie and Jun Dashao were the real god of wealth. This is, how can we accept this? The eyes of the two beast kings lit up. What's there to be embarrassed about? We're all on the same side now. So what's mine is yours too. Spend as much as you can and don't be polite. Also, buy some things for our brothers and sisters in Tian Fa. I'll take care of you this time. Jun Moxie pretended to be displeased. Then he picked up the package. I'll go and deliver the elixirs. You can go and have fun. He swaggered off after he said that. Earthcracker grabbed the gold and silver in the package like a miser. His face was intoxicated as he praised, "You're so generous. Brother-in-law is a good person." Bear Shan Shan felt the same way. He nodded again and again. He had a serious look on his face. Then he spoke in a solemn tone, "We must grasp elder sister's happiness this time. This is the most joyous occasion for our Tian Fa forest. We must work hard for elder sister's lifelong happiness. We must strive to do our best." Earthcracker stopped his miser actions. Then his face slowly became firm. He nodded and solemnly said, "Fourth brother is right. We'll take care of this matter as soon as we return. We'll do it to perfection." The two beast kings looked at each other. They had determined expressions on their faces. Wave after wave of people poured into the Tianxiang city. Countless heavy carriages were driven into the Tianxiang city with the weight of exhausted horses. The Tianxiang city had a jumble of good and bad people for a time. The so-called experts of the Tianxiang city had often released their gold and silver xianqi to intimidate others. But they had suddenly disappeared into the crowd. In fact, they were even more well-behaved than the common people. Even the Earth Xian experts who were usually insufferably arrogant had shrunk their heads. Most of them had a simple and honest look on their faces. They would speak very cautiously to anyone they met. That was because the sky was filled with blue lights at night. Light blue, sky blue, azure blue, deep blue. There were even some people who didn't emit any xianqi from their bodies. They were shuttling back and forth, a gathering of experts. This time it was truly worthy of these 4 words. It was roughly estimated that the number of Xin Xian level experts who had come to the Tianxiang city wasn't less than 200. And the number of Tian Xian level experts had reached a frightening number of thousands. Even a lot of great masters had come. This was practically a gathering of half the continent's location, the entire high-end strength of several dozen large xianqi clans. Everyone had the same goal, the bone-tempering pills. The effect of the bone-tempering pills was too terrifying. And it had moved the hearts of these clans. Whichever clan could get their hands on the bone-tempering pills would be able to produce several geniuses from their clan's younger generation effortlessly. And they could even guarantee their clan's everlasting prosperity if they could hide a few of these pills. It was crazy. They had gone completely crazy. A group of 5 people slowly entered the city from the west gate at noon. Everyone was dressed in black. They had the air of immortals and their postures were natural. They silently followed the crowd into the city and entered the Tianxiang city. The only conspicuous thing about them was the purple gold belt on their waists. The illusory ocean of blood's young lord, Huyen Shao, entered the Tianxiang city with his subordinates at the east gate almost at the same time. A group of people wearing hemp garments and tall hats walked in from the north gate. These people were dressed in silk hemp garments. There was a faint flicker of silver light on them. They also had tall hats on their heads. It looked like a crown at first glance. It was very eye-catching. However, these people seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll in the courtyard as if there was no one else present. The bone-tempering pills auction hosted by Tang Yuan had finally begun. This auction could be said to be unprecedentedly grand. Even the auction hall had been temporarily remodeled. It had been opened up from the top to the bottom. Moreover, it had been expanded to the size of a house. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to accommodate so many people. The participants of the auction had to pay 100 gold taels a few days before the start of the auction. Then they would receive a specially made number plate. Only then would they be eligible to enter. Fatty Tang's business acumen could be seen from this. This was simply ripping off a spendthrift. Fatty had made the number plate as exquisite as a work of art. But it was only a number plate, nothing more. The cost of the number plate was no more than 1 silver tael. Moreover, it required 100 gold taels. Moreover, it would be refunded as soon as one entered the door. However, who among the people who had come to participate in the auction would care about a few hundred gold taels? Therefore, Fatty's first scheme to amass wealth had been declared a success. 100 gold taels for each family might not seem like much to these people. However, the number of people involved was too large. How could Fatty not earn a lot of money when hundreds of families had flocked to this place? So, how could he not be happy? He had earned 70,000 gold taels from this alone. This was a very frightening number. The Duanmu family and the Sikong family had arrived a few days earlier. They were currently staying at the June residence. Sikong and Yi and Duanmu Chao Fan had arrived. The sun hadn't risen yet the next morning. The sky was overcast. However, the aristocratic hall was already crowded with people. The auction was about to begin. Let's see who gets the flower. Jun Moxie was seated in the aristocratic hall. He was accompanied by 4 great beauties, Mei Shuiyan, Guanqing Han, Xiansun Serpent Queen and Dugu Xiaoi. As for Bear Mountain and Earthcracker, they were with Hai Qinfeng, Song Shang and the others. In fact, they were acting as security guards. Guanqing Han didn't want to come out. But Jun Moxie had dragged her out. Not only did they come out, but the two of them were walking side by side. Everyone avoided them as they walked along the way. It seemed as if they had seen the god of plague. Surprisingly, there wasn't even the slightest bit of noise. Who would dare to make a sound when they saw Jun Dashao's face? Wouldn't they be tired of living? Therefore, Guanqing Han had been frightened at first. But she was now a little nervous. So, her inner demons had been eliminated. Chapter 510. Opposite to Jun Moxie, Fatty Tang was wiping his sweat with all his might, even though it was a cold day. He was only wearing a thin robe. The surging waves of aura outside had an incomparable impact even though they were separated by a few doors. With Fatty's weak mental strength, he really could not withstand the aura of the world's pinnacle experts gathered in one place. Third young master. Why don't you take charge of this auction? Tang Yuan said with difficulty, wiping his sweat. Looking at Fatty's cowardly expression, Jun Moxie felt helpless. You're about to have diarrhea. If I don't do it, who will? You're really a useless person who can't hold up a wall. This is such a good opportunity for you to show off and you actually let it go. You actually want me to do it myself. Fatty's heart relaxed. He looked at his sweaty clothes and said with a bitter face, Third young master, I really can't do this job today. If we hold a few more auctions like this, I will really lose weight. Dugu Xiaoi giggled. She was well protected by Mei Shuiyan, so she didn't feel anything. Naturally, she wasn't as embarrassed as Fatty. Guanqing Han and Mei Shuiyan couldn't help but smile. With Fatty's physique, no matter where he went, even the most depressed people would feel very happy when they saw him. It was really too comical. Alright, this young master will do it personally. I'll fight against the world's heroes and control them in my palm. Jun Moxie snorted and laughed. Dugu Xiaoi immediately said disdainfully, Humph, you're the host of the auction, of course you have to control them. If you can't control them, then it'll be really bad. This is a matter of course and you're still so proud. Everyone laughed at the same time. Mei Shuiyan smiled and said, You have to be careful. Today's auction must be low-key. Also quit while you're ahead. This time the forces that had come were massive. Looking at the situation, it seemed like even the 3 holy lands had come. I can feel the aura of a few acquaintances. Now is not the time for you to earn money. You must understand this. If I provoke public anger, even I can only guarantee that I will be able to escape unscathed with the current strength of Tianxiang City. Jun Moxie chuckled and nodded repeatedly. Yes. However, he had other ideas in mind. Not making money? Then why do I need this grand auction? Give it to them? Then I might as well be fed to the pigs. The doors of the aristocratic hall slowly opened as the sun rose. 2 people appeared at the door with smiles on their faces. 16 white-clothed youths lined up on both sides to welcome the guests in. The auction is about to begin, please enter with your pass. The quality of the people who had come this time seemed to be very high. The aristocratic hall hadn't opened its doors in advance, but no one was clamoring or impatient in front of the door. Although it couldn't be said to be completely silent, it was still very peaceful. Although the door was open, no one moved in silence. Everyone was waiting in silence. A huge imposing aura appeared. Then it seemed as if a cool breeze had blown over. The crowd in front of the aristocratic hall parted to make a large path. 5 black-robed people slowly came out of the crowd and walked forward in a dignified manner. They were led by a man in black clothes. He had a purple gold belt around his waist, and a purple gold scabbard was hanging from the purple gold silk. His face was thin and simple as he walked forward step by step. The 4 people behind him were also dressed the same way. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that on one side of the purple gold belt of the leading old man, there were 3 shining stars embedded in it. When he walked, they looked like the eyes of a ghost. 2 of the 4 people behind him were 2 stars and the other 2 were 1 star. It was worth mentioning that the 2 people behind him were Lei Baoyu and Bu Kuangfeng, the 2 world-shaking swordsmen, Rainstorm and Fierce Wind. It seemed that the status of this black-clothed old man was higher than that of the 2 of them. The old man seemed to be floating on the ground as he walked. His black robe didn't sway in the slightest. It didn't even have the slightest crease on it. He arrived at the bottom of the stairs and slowly raised his eyebrows. Then he opened his eyes and smiled faintly. Hai Qinfeng, who was in charge of welcoming the guests, felt his vision darken. He felt as if he was looking at a starry sky the moment his eyes met the old man's. He felt dizzy for a moment. He calmed himself down and came back to his senses. He looked at the old man again and found that he had returned to normal. He heard the old man say, "This old man is Hermitage Ning Wuqing. I've come to participate in the auction." He handed over a sign after he finished speaking. It was in accordance with the rules of the aristocratic hall. Hai Qinfeng hadn't heard of this name. However, he knew that this old man wasn't a simple person. In fact, he was even more formidable than his master, Meng Hongqin. He calmly took the sign and cupped his hands in obeisance. "Senior, please come in." A young man dressed in white came out from behind him and led the 5 people inside. On the upper floor of the aristocratic hall, Mei Shuiyan sighed and said, "This man is Hermitage's 3 stars purple golden law protector, Ning Wuqing." She softly exhaled and said faintly, "The heavens have no virtue and the earth has no righteousness. Ning Wuqing is not merciful." Jun Moxie's eyes lit up and he said, "That's a good name." Mei Shuiyan said in a low voice, "This man used to be a scholar. His original name was Ning Duanru, but he was a brilliant man. His beloved woman was humiliated by a disciple of a big family in his hometown. Ning Duanru cried for help, but the heavens didn't respond. She hung herself from a beam and his temperament changed drastically. He changed his name to Ning Wuqing, and abandoned his studies to practice swordsmanship. After 15 years he succeeded in practicing swordsmanship. His hometown's Xian family had more than 700 people, and they were all killed by him. Not even a single mouse managed to escape. Then, with a sweep of his sword, he dominated the world for 90 years. Anyone who did evil, even if they only stole a chicken, would be beheaded if they fell into his hands. His actions were extremely ruthless. He never married and grew old alone. Later, he joined the Hermitage and I didn't expect that he would become a 3 stars purple golden law protector. Even in the Hermitage he would be considered one of the top figures. Killing to my heart's content. Jun Moxie's eyes lit up and he praised. Among the ladies, Dugu Xiaoyi was surprised by Ning Wuqing's ruthlessness. Guan Qinghan was sympathetic to Ning Wuqing's experience. Qian Sun Serpent Queen was envious of Ning Wuqing's Xian cultivation. Only Jun Daxiao actually blurted out such a sentence. Ning Wuqing had already walked into the main hall. When Jun Moxie said, "Killing to my heart's content," he suddenly raised his head and looked upstairs. This glance seemed to have crossed time and space, separated by a few walls. It was like a bolt of lightning in the dark, turned into a sword aura, and pierced Jun Moxie's face. Jun Moxie actually felt a stinging pain on his face. This gaze clearly didn't have any malicious intent, but it was a show of strength. With Jun Moxie's current cultivation at the peak of Tianxian, he actually had such a real sense of touch. Jun Moxie's heart was filled with warning signs. Then the few people from the Hermitage sat down. They sat in the first row in the first position. The 5 of them sat at the same time and didn't say a word. At this moment, if someone closed his eyes to sense, he would definitely find that the main hall seemed to be empty. The 5 of them seemed to have melted into the air together. Qian Sun Serpent Queen exhaled and murmured, "2 of them have the cultivation of the supreme martial artist, and the other 3 are all supreme martial artists. Big sister, when did the Hermitage's strength become so strong?" Of course, everyone understood what Qian Sun meant. This was just an auction, yet the elusive world of immortals had casually sent 5 people, and all of them were such peerless super experts. Then, how much more did the Hermitage have? The Hermitage must be trying to use this as a deterrent. However, the Hermitage's strength is indeed much higher than the others. Mei Shuiyan's expression was a little solemn and she sighed, "The main thing is that the Xian beasts, the bottleneck is too difficult to break through." As she said that, she looked at Jun Moxie with ardent expectations. Jun Moxie smiled and said, "As long as you marry me, everything can be discussed." "Get lost," the four women said at the same time, "in your dreams." Jun Moxie shrank his head. After the hermitage, 5 people wearing hemp garments and tall hats walked over expressionlessly. The leader of the group was extremely skinny, and the large hemp garments on his body made him look like a hemp stick. He didn't look old or young, and it was difficult to judge his age. However, his face looked like the skin of an old eggplant that had been stirred in a blender for half a day, and then hung out to dry for a year. It was as if he had experienced the vicissitudes of life. The 5 people were similar to the people of the hermitage, and it was difficult to tell who was better or worse looking at their clothes. However, if one looked closely, they would discover that the person in the lead had 3 golden threads on his collar, and 3 golden swords were embroidered on one side. The others, however, had 2 each. The man who looked like a hemp stick arrived in front of Hai Qinfeng, and said in a deep voice, "Ma Jiangming of the Great Golden City has come to pay a visit." Hai Qinfeng didn't dare to neglect him and put away the sign. Then he respectfully said, "Please come in. This man is called Ma Jiangming, and he's a first-class expert of the Great Golden City. Don't be fooled by his comical appearance. He's an extremely frightening person." Mei Shuiyan knew that Jun Moxie wouldn't recognize him, and so she introduced him one by one. "Mahjong name? That's a good name." Jun Moxie couldn't help but laugh. "But isn't this guy's face a bit too full of vicissitudes?" He looked at Tang Yuan and stroked his chin as he said, "Tang Dashao's physique can be divided into at least 20 Mahjiang Mings. The contrast is very clear." Tang Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Everyone burst into laughter. His father was a gambling addict. He gave his son this name on purpose. Mei Shuiyan smiled faintly and said, "But you're right about one thing. This man's nickname was full of vicissitudes. His face is full of vicissitudes, but his heart isn't old. His smile is full of daggers. This is Ma Jiangming. He's from the same era as Ning Wuqing. Elder sister, why is his nickname full of vicissitudes?" Dugu Xiaoyi had unwittingly started to call her elder sister like the Qiansun Serpent Queen. "That's because his face has been full of vicissitudes since the day he was born." Mei Shuiyan couldn't help but laugh. He was born with this face of an old man. Everyone roared with laughter. However, this man's life was very rough. His parents died when he was very young and he couldn't make a living. So he sold himself to a brothel and became a servant. After he grew up, he became a big teapot and peddled all kinds of aphrodisiacs to the customers. "Don't laugh at me for being weak, but our concubines are nascent soul true concubines. Don't look down on me for being young. Even the girls who warm our beds are golden core jade fairies. He's just a chi refining stage cultivator, but he's favored by a peerless fairy." Chapter 511. As Mei Shuiyan spoke to this point, she found it difficult to continue speaking. However, she still maintained a calm expression as she continued. "Back then, Ma Jiangming had a wretched appearance. Moreover, he had a unique way of making a living. Every day he would shout the words 'Golden Spear will never fall.' He would yell them at the top of his lungs. This was also a dishonorable thing that he had done in the past. It was to the extent that after he became famous, anyone who said those words in front of him would see it as a provocation. One wrong move and he would fight to the death. With his strength, it was only natural that the other party would die." "Big sister." Qian Sun and Guan Qinghan blushed. They couldn't help but say in a slightly angry tone. Only Dugu Xiaoyi opened her big round eyes and asked curiously, "Golden Spear will never fall? What's that? Does it mean that his marksmanship was superb and that he would never fall? Wasn't he a servant at that time? Did he have that kind of skill?" Mei Shuiyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She scratched Dugu Xiaoyi's nose and said, "God? You're such a big girl. If you put aside the original meaning of your words, it actually makes perfect sense. But don't tell this to outsiders. It means it's the medicine that he sold at that time. Its effect is similar to that 100 kilograms drop you used. Understood?" Dugu Xiaoyi's face and ears immediately turned red. The little girl had understood the specific effect of that 100 kilograms drop afterwards. She had also roughly understood the matters between men and women. She knew that she had made a fool of herself. Fortunately, everyone here was her family. So it wasn't a big deal. She couldn't help but look at Jun Dashao. The little girl thought that she had done it secretly. But her little trick had already fallen into everyone's eyes. Everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Apart from the little girl, there was another person who was also secretly looking at Jun Moxie. It was Guan Qinghan. Eldest young lady Guan saw that the mischievous guy had a reminiscing expression on his face after he had heard those 3 words. Isn't it obvious what this guy is thinking in his heart? Even though she forced herself to calm down, she still couldn't help but feel her face heat up. Her cheeks were as red as if they were smeared with vermilion, which was exceptionally moving, until one day Ma Jiangming coincidentally met a customer in a brothel. This customer was also an extremely wretched person. What was even more bizarre was that this strange customer actually took a liking to Ma Jiangming at first glance. He believed that Ma Jiangming's talent was extremely good, and there was even a great destiny between them. On the spot, he accepted Ma Jiangming as his disciple. After that, Ma Jiangming began to learn from his master. As expected, he didn't disappoint his master. In his era, he, Ning Wuqing, and a few other people were known as the Supremes. After their strength reached the peak, Ning Wuqing went to the Hermitage and Ma Jiangming went to the Supreme Golden City. I hadn't expected to see him here. Mei Shuiyan spoke slowly. There was a cautious look in her eyes as she warned everyone, this Ma Jiangming is temperamental. He doesn't play his cards according to common sense. He'll be fine one moment and then he'll kill someone the next. There won't be any warning signs. Moreover, the people he kills often have nothing to do with him. He acts according to his own likes and dislikes. Therefore it's best for you to stay far away from him. I may not be able to save him in time if he were to kill someone. Is this person a pervert? Jun Moxie suddenly asked. Why do you say that? Mei Shuiyan looked at him in a strange manner. His master is a customer. Moreover, he's a very tasteless customer. He's a dignified expert of his generation. But he actually went to a brothel to visit a prostitute. Isn't this a pervert? Jun Moxie said in a matter-of-fact manner. Ma Jiangming and his master Wang Ba looked at Mung Beans at that time. And they hit it off very well. So, I presume that he's also talented in this aspect. That can't be taken for granted. This Ma Jiangming's reputation was indeed very bad. He had committed almost all kinds of evil deeds. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he didn't shrink from any evil deeds. But he was the only one who didn't violate the rule of lust. Moreover, he didn't have any entanglement in love in his entire life. And he didn't even marry a wife. Mei Shuiyan shook her head. She completely refuted Jun Moxie's words. However, Jun Moxie's reminder made her sink into contemplation. What's going on here? This doesn't make sense. Could it be that a pervert has taken a Taoist teacher as his disciple? What kind of logic is this? There must be some other reason. Jun Moxie pondered for a moment. Then he suddenly smiled in a strange manner. His smile was extremely vulgar. It seemed as if he was extremely happy. What are you smiling about? Could it be that you've thought of something? Mei Shuiyan asked in a strange manner. The other women also looked at Jun Moxie at the same time. I'm just thinking. Do you think that his master might have cultivated a strange and unique Shen technique? But he wasn't able to cultivate it successfully for some reason. So he decided to go the opposite way. So he took Ma Jiangming as his disciple? Maybe he made him cultivate the opposite way? Jun Moxie chuckled mischievously, or perhaps this Ma Jiangming has some kind of special innate trait. This trait might be meaningless to others. In fact, it might even be considered a flaw. But this trait just so happens to meet the requirements of this unique Shen technique. So, his master took it as a rare commodity? Otherwise, why would he behave in such a strange manner? At this moment, Jun Moxie had inexplicably thought of the most famous martial arts manual in his previous life, the Sunflower Treasured Manual. Therefore he had suddenly said these words. In fact, even Jun Dashao himself didn't know that this sudden thought of his had hit the nail on the head. However, if this is really the case, then I'll have to be extra careful if I have to face Ma Jiangming one day. Jun Moxie secretly calculated in his heart. How could there be such a technique? Even if there really is such a technique, how could Ma Jiangming have learned it so coincidentally? I think this is just your own imagination. Why are you thinking of such strange things? Guan Qinghan, Dugu Xiaoyi, and the Qian Sun Serpent Queen angrily rebuked him with red faces. Mei Shuiyan didn't nag at Jun Dashao like the other 3 women. Instead, she frowned slightly as if she was pondering something. Ma Jiangming had already walked into the hall. He suddenly let out a strange laugh and said, Ning Wuqing, you've also come? We haven't seen each other for a long time. A lingering smile appeared on Ning Wuqing's thin face. He faintly said, I was wondering who had come from the Supreme Golden City. So it's you, old monster. An old man who doesn't die is called a thief. Ning Wuqing still has the nerve to call me an old monster. You're also not much younger than me. We're both the same. Ma Jiangming said in a sharp voice. His voice sounded like he was joking, but his tone was still very sinister. It was enough to cause people to tremble with fear. "Old monster, you rarely speak good words. However, your words today aren't bad. I'm indeed much older than you." Ning Wuqing flicked his sleeve and slowly sat down. "Do you mean that you can live longer than me?" Ma Jiangming let out a strange laugh. His voice instantly became abnormally low. "Good. Then let us two old bachelors endure each other for a while. Let's see who can live longer." "Endure your dead man's head. Ma Jiangming, do you want to fight with me?" Ning Wuqing's countenance was grave and stern as he shouted in a harsh tone. Ma Jiangming's old bachelor was extremely unbearable to Ning Wuqing. It seemed as if it had touched upon a painful past that he couldn't bear to think about. Even with his 100 years of cultivation, his voice and countenance had become extremely stern. His entire body was like a divine sword that had been unsheathed. Although Ning Wuqing remained motionless, the hall was suddenly overflowing with sword qi. It seemed as if the air in the hall had been sliced into pieces. The entire hall was in a state of panic. It seemed as if the wind was blowing and the cranes were in a state of panic. "Why can't I fight with you? However, this place isn't necessarily a good place for us to fight." Ma Jiangming snorted and said, "Ning Wuqing, we are destined to have a battle. I can say with certainty." "Haha, Ma Jiangming, you really know how to boast shamelessly. 136 years ago, you were lucky enough to escape from my sword. You might not be as lucky as you were back then, right?" Ning Wuqing laughed and said disdainfully, As the saying goes, a scholar who has been away for 3 days has to be looked at in a new light. Even 30 years have passed, let alone 136 years. Ning Wuqing, those who think too highly of themselves often have extreme joy turned to sorrow." Ma Jiangming said in a shrill voice, "Don't lose the prestige you've built up over 200 years under my hands. I'll wait and see. I'm really looking forward to the day when I'll be able to kill you with my own hands." Ning Wuqing snorted. It seemed that these two hadn't been on good terms with each other in the past. In fact, they had even fought to the death before. However, it seemed that Ma Jiangming had lost. Upstairs, Mei Shuiyan and Jun Moxie looked at each other. They could read each other's thoughts. Mei Shuiyan's eyes were filled with worry. However, Jun Moxie's eyes were filled with a battle-hungry look. Mei Shuiyan was worried because the war for seizing the heavens was imminent. But the 3 holy lands were still fighting each other. And internal strife was the most exhausting. So, the current situation was extremely bad. However, Jun Daxiao was extremely excited about this. Huang Taiyang's Shen cultivation was profound, and his strength was extremely strong. In fact, he was the strongest person apart from Mei Shuiyan among all the people that Jun Daxiao knew. However, he was too arrogant and conceited. Moreover, his arrogance was tinged with the aura of a hoodlum. On the other hand, Ning Wuqing and Ma Jiangming had the demeanor of peak experts in their bones. Moreover, the sword qi on Ning Wuqing's body was able to make Jun Moxie feel a sense of awe. It seemed to have something in common with the swordsmanship of his previous life. From the perspective of his previous life, these two people were obviously experts at the peak of the Xiantian realm. "I must fight with them." Jun Moxie lowered his eyebrows and closed his eyes. However, his heart was overflowing with fighting spirit. "It will be very beneficial if I can fight with them." Today's main characters weren't these two bosses. So, Ning Wuqing and Ma Jiangming didn't continue to get entangled with each other. So they each found a place to sit down. The two of them had just sat down when the third wave of high-level people arrived. They were led by a middle-aged man who seemed to be in his 40s. He wore a purple robe with golden embroidery. He had an imposing appearance. In fact, he could have been regarded as a talented person if not for his gloomy complexion. This person was the illusory ocean of blood's young lord, Huyen Xiao. Several great master-level experts were standing behind him. Huang Taiyang hadn't returned. So there were only 5 people left, including Huyen Xiao. Chapter 512. Afterwards, it was the turn of the various aristocratic families of the continent to enter. These usually arrogant descendants of aristocratic families were all very careful today. Among these hundreds of aristocratic families, there was one thing that was exactly the same. The leaders of these families were all white-haired and senile. One look and you could tell that they were the old antiques of each aristocratic family. Such antiques naturally had profound mysterious skills, and the second characteristic was the most important. They were very knowledgeable. Admittedly, this auction was extremely important, and it was very likely that it would affect and even change the future of Jianghu. But if they offended some people that they shouldn't offend, the consequences would be extremely serious. Therefore, it was necessary to have these old and prudent people to preside over this auction. For example, if it was the young people who entered at the beginning, they might have already rushed in. But with these people in charge, they would never do something that was strenuous and unrewarding, and would offend people for no reason. The 3 holy lands were waiting there, and you, a secular family, went in first? Wasn't that courting death? After these people entered, they first went to the seats of the 3 holy lands to greet them, and then returned to their respective seats. It was orderly, and there was not the slightest bit of chaos, as if it had been arranged beforehand. Just this etiquette alone took up almost half of the morning's time. This made Jun Moxie, who was upstairs, yawn again and again. He felt very bored and felt that if he had the time he might as well refine some medicinal pills. When the auction time came, the doors slowly closed, and the hall was suddenly plunged into darkness. In such a large hall, all the windows were closed. Everyone here was a top-notch expert, so they weren't afraid of any accidents. However, they were still a little bewildered. Suddenly, a ball of fire lit up high in the sky in the middle of the hall. Under the illumination of the fire, countless sparkling lights flashed in the countless corners of the hall. Then they converged into a ball and actually illuminated the entire hall. Jun Moxie had cleverly used the principle of optical refraction. Using only a ball of fire and countless gems, he had successfully created a dreamy and magical environment. Although the entire hall was extremely bright, there was not the slightest bit of smoke or fire. Everyone present was experienced and knowledgeable. But they had never seen such a marvelous sight. Therefore they clicked their tongues in amazement. This scene alone made them feel that this trip had not been made in vain. This aristocratic hall is truly a miraculous place. Its reputation is well deserved. On the auction stage there was a sudden dong sound. A young man in white with a faint smile on his face suddenly appeared on the stage with a small hammer in his hand. Just now, when the hammer fell, it had attracted everyone's attention to the stage. Seniors and heroes, since we're all here today, we naturally have the same goal. So, I won't say any superfluous words here. Let's not waste everyone's precious time. This youngster's body won't be able to withstand the anger of the seniors. Haha. Jun Moxie looked at the crowd of experts below the stage, and made a small joke in a relaxed manner. He had wanted to liven up the atmosphere a little. But he hadn't expected that no one would respond to him. The entire hall had become frighteningly silent. He believed that anyone would be able to identify the source of the cough if someone were to cough at this moment. However, Jun Dashao wasn't able to adapt to this situation. They're leaving this young master hanging on the stage? Could it be that this group of people below were all statues? However, I reckon that the weakest among them is at least at the level of Tianxian. Shen Xian's level of cultivation can be found everywhere. But they're almost there. 2,000 or 3,000 people had gathered together. Jun Moxie was extremely daring. But he didn't dare to rashly provoke the anger of these people. He coughed twice. Jun Dashao secretly cursed in his heart, "Each and every one of you are so untactful. This young master will make you bleed in vain if I don't make you bleed. So what if you're experts? I'm going to slaughter you experts. I'm going to slaughter you until your noses are crooked. Otherwise, I won't be called the evil monarch. I hereby announce that the special auction of the bone-tempering pills has officially begun." Jun Moxie was still smiling wholeheartedly. He then said in a clear and resonant voice, "The bone-tempering pill is a rare elixir. It was discovered by accident. But its effects are even more effective than the legends. There's a saying that goes, all talk and no action. So, it doesn't necessarily mean that this thing has an extraordinary effect. I'll take out 3 pills in order to reassure everyone. And I'll ask the experts of the 3 holy lands to try them first. Then we'll see whether their effects are as impressive as the sellers have said. Do you believe the results of the experiments of the experts of the 3 holy lands?" Jun Moxie's words were quite insidious. He wasn't angry that the people hadn't responded. So he had used this method. Well, if you don't say anything, it means that you don't believe in the 3 holy lands. Who can bear the consequences of this? Sure enough, the crowd became excited as soon as Jun Moxie's voice faded. The clamorous waves of energy nearly broke through the roof of the hall. We believe. What's there to not believe? The 3 holy lands have always been the targets of our admiration. Haha, the experts of the 3 holy lands have personally tested it. How can we not believe it? It's a golden signboard. That's right. Jun Moxie was happy in his heart. Weren't you guys keeping silent? Damn. If this young master didn't let you open your mouths and roar a few times, how could I vent my anger just now? But his expression didn't change in the slightest. 3 white-clothed youngsters walked onto the stage. Each of them used a small jade plate to prop up a bone-tempering pill. Then they respectfully placed it on the table of the three holy lands. Ning Wuqing's gaze was deep as he looked at Jun Moxie on the stage. Jun Moxie remained calm and collected. He only nodded with a faint smile. Ning Wuqing calmly pondered for a moment. Then he used his hand to pick up the small yellow pill. It was shrouded in a halo. He couldn't believe that such a small pill could actually change the original structure of a human's bones. He pondered for a moment. Then he raised his hand and put it into his mouth. He didn't need to fear any kind of poison when his Xian skill had reached this level. No matter what kind of poison it was, he could expel it as soon as he discovered an anomaly. Therefore he wasn't afraid of Jun Moxie's mischief. I believe that no one in this world has the qualifications to cause mischief in the face of the three holy lands. Ma Jiangming and Huyan Shao also had the same idea. But they hesitated for a moment and then swallowed it down. Then the complexions of these three people changed. They were experts who had lived for countless years. And they had experienced many incidents. So, how could they be shaken by such an unforeseen event? Their expressions wouldn't change even if MT Tai were to collapse in front of them. The pill had just entered their mouths when it had completely melted in their mouths. Only their mouths were filled with fragrance. The huge power produced by the pill's melting was like a flood. It submerged into the meridians of their bodies in a split second. Then the joints of their bodies suddenly felt numb and itchy. It was accompanied by a subtle pain that arose from the depths of their hearts. In fact, it seemed as if their souls were convulsing at this moment. The three people endured it. They looked at each other with cold eyes. Their faces didn't change. No one wanted to lose face in front of the world's heroes. Their Shin skills were profound. Moreover, their physiques were far superior to those of ordinary people. Therefore, the feeling wasn't particularly intense. They would have cried out in pain if they had been in their place at this moment. This pain was no different from being reborn. Ning Wuqing and Ma Jiangming were able to stand steadily under the watchful eyes of everyone. Their expressions were also motionless. In fact, even the expression in their eyes hadn't fluctuated in the slightest. However, beads of sweat had already appeared on the face of Huyan Shao. He couldn't suppress the pain in his eyes, and his brows were slightly wrinkled. A long while passed. Suddenly, a burst of crackling sounds came from the bodies of these three people. It seemed as if every joint in their bodies was about to explode. Almost everyone could imagine that these three people were enduring an enormous pain at this moment. Ning Wuqing and Ma Jiangming forcibly suppressed the tempting thought of using their martial power to resist at this moment. Then they attentively looked inside their bodies, and were pleasantly surprised to discover that the joints of their bones had undergone some subtle changes. They had been cultivating non-stop for the past few years, and had been fighting non-stop. So their bones had long been set in shape. Moreover, they had also aged a little. However, almost all the scars on their joints had disappeared at this moment. Moreover, their muscles and bones had also been pulled, and had spontaneously adjusted to the most ideal position. Both of them felt as if they had been given a new lease of life. The pain they had felt a moment ago was indeed unbearable. But this pain was worth it. In fact, both of them believed that it would be worth it even if they had to endure this pain for 100 times in order to achieve this result. They didn't hesitate to make their choice. The formidable effects of the bone-tempering pills continued to operate in their bodies. However, they didn't doubt the miraculous effects of the bone-tempering pills anymore. They looked at Jun Moxie on the stage. And their eyes exposed a look of determination. In fact, their eyes even contained a trace of heartfelt gratitude. After all, these bone-tempering pills would have been given to the talented experts of the younger generation if Jun Moxie hadn't personally experimented with them. And they would have nurtured their strength in the future. Firstly, these two people disdained to fight for them. Secondly, they were too old. So, they wouldn't have gotten the chance to fight for them even if they wanted to. However, they hadn't expected that they would have taken one of the bone-tempering pills the first time they had seen them. Both of them were super experts. So, how could they not know that such a small adjustment in the joints would have a great impact on their strength? The situation would have been completely different from before they had taken the bone-tempering pills. Their agility, speed, and power would have been enhanced again. Moreover, the extent of the enhancement would have been astonishing. However, Huyan Shao didn't have such thoughts. He was relatively weak. He had realized that the bone-tempering pill was indeed a good thing. However, the process of its efficacy taking effect was too painful. He had exerted his entire body's strength to resist the pain. However, he was barely able to prevent himself from making a fool of himself in front of everyone. However, his clothes were already soaked in sweat. Everyone present had discerning eyes. So, how could they not see his embarrassment? The experiment had more or less come to an end. The corners of Ning Wuqing's mouth exposed a trace of satisfaction as he felt his brand new body. He took a step forward and looked at Jun Moxie. He then said in a dignified manner, "Thank you very much." Jun Moxie faintly smiled and replied, "You're welcome." Ning Wuqing chuckled. Then he turned around and faced the crowd. He then slowly said, "I'm Ning Wuqing. I can confirm that the bone-tempering pills are effective. Moreover, the effects are unexpectedly good. It's worthy of being called a miraculous medicine. Such a miraculous medicine can seize the good fortune of the world." Chapter 513. Ma Jiangming and Hu Yanshao also said the same words at the same time. They had acknowledged the efficacy of the bone-tempering pills. The eyes of everyone in the hall brightened up for a moment. Then everyone started to whisper to each other. It wouldn't be a big deal if one or two people were whispering to each other. But thousands of people were whispering to each other at the same time. It was as if a heavy rain was falling. In fact, it was as if thousands of snakes were crawling through the grass at the same time. Qian Sun Serpent Queen was upstairs. She even stretched her head out to take a look. Don't tell me that my kind is having a meeting downstairs? The hall had sunk into a state of chaos. The people of the three holy lands have acknowledged this pill. In an instant, the importance of this elixir rose by several levels in everyone's hearts. The transformation from determined to get it to determined to get it at all costs had taken place in an instant. Silence. Everyone please be quiet. Jun Moxie imitated the appearance of a judge on TV. He had a serious look on his face as he pounded the hammer. However, he was feeling very happy in his heart. Meanwhile, Mei Shuiyin and Qian Sun Serpent Queen were upstairs. Their attention was focused on the people of the three holy lands. Guan Qinghan and Dugu Xiaoyi each had a piece of white paper in front of them. They were ready to write something down. Jun Moxie had held this auction for two reasons. Firstly, he had wanted to amass a large amount of gold. He had wanted to provide a large amount of materials for his power of gold. He had wanted to prepare a divine weapon for each of his exclusive troops in the future. Secondly, his purpose was very simple. He wanted to amass wealth. He wanted to prepare for Jun Moxie's palace and base in the Tian Fa forest in the future. These things could only be a pipe dream if he didn't have a frightening amount of wealth. But at this moment, his goal was obviously not limited to just these two. This auction of the bone-tempering pills was related to the future of the aristocratic families. Therefore, it was easy to tell which family had enmity with which family had a good relationship with which family could be used, and which family had to be left out of contact. This was undoubtedly a very valuable piece of information. There was another important point, Mei Shuiyin's goal. Beauty Mei needed to confirm the relationship between the three holy lands. Throughout history, these three families had never shown themselves, and no one knew what the relationship between these three families was like. No one knew where they were located and whether there had been any changes. Could they still be like before, fighting openly and covertly, but when faced with a foreign enemy, could they still unite as one again? This concerned the future of the entire continent. This plan could not be taken lightly. Therefore, Jun Moxie was really looking forward to this auction. The bone-tempering pill was obviously a top-notch elixir in the eyes of these people. It was a good thing that they wanted to get their hands on even if they had to spend a lot of money. However, the bone-tempering pill couldn't be said to be a common good in Jun Moxie's eyes. But it wasn't necessarily that rare either. Perhaps Jun Dashao wouldn't have refined this thing in large quantities if it weren't for the fact that it could be exchanged for funds. Therefore, the entire hall consisted of almost half of the elites of the continent. These people would never have thought that they would come from thousands of miles away. They would spend almost all of their family's assets to buy this thing. In fact, they wouldn't even hesitate to fight openly and covertly for it. In fact, they would go bankrupt because of it. In fact, these things weren't even worth mentioning in the eyes of others. This was a huge irony. Therefore, Jun Moxie hadn't announced any specific rules of the auction due to the above goals. For example, he hadn't mentioned that they couldn't engage in vicious competition, deliberately raise the price, or use private means to threaten others. Now that the seller has proven the efficacy of this elixir, let the auction begin. Jun Moxie pounded on the table with his hammer. The entire hall became deathly silent after he had pounded the table. The seller has provided a total of 50 bone-tempering pills. There are 20 pills in each portion. In other words, it doesn't matter which family it is, as long as they can obtain one portion of the bone-tempering pills. Then they will be able to nurture 20 powerhouses with boundless future prospects for their own family. And they will be able to ensure that they will be able to walk faster and further on the path of Shenqi cultivation in the future. Moreover, their achievements will be greater as well. For example, a genius will appear in a family. And this genius will need at least 60 years to climb up to the level of Xin Shen's achievements from his birth. But he will consume the bone-tempering pills in his childhood. And that time will be compressed to 40 years, or even shorter. So, there will be a gap of at least 20 years between him and someone who hasn't consumed the bone-tempering pills. So, everyone should understand what this gap represents. Jun Moxie's extremely bewitching words made the already oppressive atmosphere in the hall even more solemn. Everyone had a heavy expression on their faces. They were pondering over the true meaning behind Jun Moxie's words. What does a gap of 20 years represent? It means that you might still be struggling at the level of Yuxian while others are at the level of Tianxian. Everyone shuddered with fear as they thought of this. Doesn't this mean that the families who have obtained the bone-tempering pills will be able to exterminate the families who haven't obtained the bone-tempering pills in the near future? It will be effortless for them to do so, creating 20 experts in one fell swoop. Almost everyone's eyes had turned red, except for the people of the three holy lands. There are only 50 portions in total. So, it can be foreseen that the people of the three holy lands will take at least one portion, or even more. However, there are still 600 families left. There are only 600 families left. More than 600 families are competing for a mere 40 portions. This is a cruel ratio. Third young Master Jun, there are only 50 portions of the bone-tempering pills in this auction. Isn't this too little? Someone raised an objection. The one who stood up first was a white-haired old man with an extraordinary bearing. He stood up from his seat in the middle and said, "There are over 600 of us now, but you're only taking out 50 medicinal pills to auction. This is a little too unfair for most of the aristocratic families." As soon as he opened his mouth to speak, everyone immediately responded one after another. It was as if they were going to gang up on him. After all, who wouldn't want a heaven-defying treasure like the bone-tempering pill? Who wouldn't want their own clan to stand proudly at the peak of the continent and be looked up to by everyone in the world? He commanded the Jianghu and no one disobeyed him. He ruled over the world and no one dared to challenge him. Silence. Jun Moxie knocked on the table. "Old man, may I know your name?" The old man who had been the first to stand up and question him was startled for a moment. "This old man is Zhao Banfeng from Feng City's Zhao family. This old man had doubted you a moment ago. Admittedly, it was out of selfishness. But it was also for the sake of the public. In any case, I didn't mean to disrespect the aristocratic hall or the Jun family. In fact, I didn't even have the slightest bit of malice towards them." Zhao Banfeng's words were neither servile nor overbearing. In fact, they were very appropriate. In fact, he had made his position clear. In fact, this old man had broken into a cold sweat as soon as he had spoken. After all, the Jun family and the aristocratic hall weren't existences that ordinary families could afford to provoke. So he had taken the initiative to stand up for them. But it would be better if he didn't incur any enmity with the aristocratic hall. In fact, it was highly likely that Jun Dashao would have flared up if Jun Moxie had gotten angry for a moment. And he would have expelled him for disturbing the order of the meeting. Moreover, nobody would have interceded on his behalf. After all, one less family meant one less competitor. If that were to happen, he would have completely lost everything. Jun Dashao smiled faintly. "Old man Zhao, you don't need to worry. The aristocratic hall is a reasonable place. So we won't offend our guests for no reason. But old man, you've mentioned the problem of the Buddhist monks. And you've provoked many different opinions. So, I have another question to ask old man. And I hope that old man can answer it." "I wouldn't dare." "Please enlighten me, Lord Jun Sun Shao," Zhao Banfeng replied. "May I ask old man if you've ever taken a miraculous medicine like the bone-tempering pill before today?" Jun Moxie asked. How could this old man have had the great opportunity to take a miraculous medicine like this? In fact, I've never even heard of it. This is a legendary miraculous medicine. And this old man would have had some doubts if it hadn't been verified by the seniors of the three holy lands, Zhao Banfeng replied. Then old man, have you ever heard of anyone who could refine such a medicine? Jun Moxie asked. I've never heard of such a miraculous medicine. How can it be seen so often? Zhao Banfeng replied again. That's right. Such a miraculous medicine is rarely sought after in this world. So, wouldn't it become a common commodity if everyone could get their hands on it? And that would be a big joke. Jun Dashao chuckled and said. Then he raised his finger. Everyone please pay attention. Our aristocratic hall is an auction house. It's not a place to buy and sell things. Most of the precious items are only available at one time. But there are still hundreds of people competing over them. What's wrong with that? Is it really surprising? The highest bidder wins. This is the rule of the auction house. You can only look on helplessly as someone else buys it if you don't have enough money. This is because you don't have enough strength. So, what's there to complain about? It's only natural that your family will be exterminated by someone else in the future. Is there a need to argue about this? There was no movement from the audience. That's right. This is the rule of the auction house. How can you buy something good if you don't have money? Let's not talk about anything else. Our aristocratic hall will use this as a gimmick to hold a grand auction. And I believe that it will bring even greater benefits. Our aristocratic hall is kind and honest. So we've opened this exclusive auction house. Moreover, we've done our best to distribute the pills. We've taken everyone's purchasing power into consideration. So we've divided it into 50 portions. Jun Moxie's eyes narrowed. I'll simply hold a one-off auction if everyone isn't satisfied. There's only one portion. And the highest bidder wins. Those who have the strength will certainly agree. So, does everyone agree? Jun Moxie's words could be said to have scratched an itch. Who among the thousands of people present would admit that they didn't have the strength? Suddenly, everyone opened their mouths and started to speak. That's right. This is an auction house. It's not a charity house. How can everyone have a portion of such a divine item? What kind of logic is this? That's right. Old Zhao, don't say anything if your family can't afford it. Someone else will buy it. You don't need to worry about it. Haha, that's right. You don't have gold. So, what's the point of holding a maggot like a big tail? I'm not afraid of a big one. The bigger the better. Chapter 5:14. There was a hubbub of voices. Elder Zhao Bonfing's lips trembled for a while as he looked angrily at the crowd. He suddenly realized that a few of them were the ones who had been inciting him to speak. Weren't they fucking putting him on a rack to roast? And they are old friends of mine for so many years. He couldn't help but get angry. His lips trembled as he said, You guys. Good. The Zhao clan isn't considered a big clan, but we can still afford the price of a single pill. Let's wait and see. Those people who had ridiculed him at the beginning were obviously enemies of the Zhao clan. Perhaps they had a grudge against the Zhao clan. But everyone could see this point clearly. Upstairs, Mei Shuiyan lightly swept a glance downstairs. Then she insipidly said, Record the first file. The Zhao clan has an old grudge against the Ma clan, the Jiang clan, and the Wu clan. Moreover, the Sun clan, the Chen clan, and the other clans also seem to be on good terms with each other, but are at odds with each other in reality. So it's easy to sow discord. Sort out the information after you go back and eliminate these clans. If something happens in the future, they will either help or sow discord. File them separately. Guan Qinghan's pen moved as if it was flying. She clearly and accurately recorded the first information of this auction. Jun Moxie calmly sat on the auction stage as he observed the reactions of the clans with cold eyes. He believed that his previous words had thoroughly aroused the enthusiasm of this auction. Only by successfully creating a lively atmosphere of no choice but to bid, can this young master fish up a lot of money. The importance of the pills has been elevated to the life and death of each clan. This is the evil monarch's way of doing things. Of course, not everyone will believe him. But it doesn't matter. It's enough as long as there's a trace of doubt. This young master doesn't want you all to believe him. One must know that one mustn't have the intention to harm others, but one mustn't have the heart to guard against others. These clans will fight for a bone-tempering pill even if it's to protect themselves. Who can guarantee that their descendants won't have any enemies when they travel the Jianghu? Isn't that nonsense? Therefore Jun Moxie struck while the iron was hot and threw out a bone. The first round of the auction will begin. The first bone-tempering pill, 20 pills. The starting price is 100,000 gold taels. Jun Moxie shouted, Seniors, please start the bidding. The highest bidder wins. Fair and just, fair and honest. Good quality and low price. Everyone, it's better to be on time than to be on time, and it's better to be on time than to be on time. Let's see who gets the first shot today. Jun Dashao's words were basically the words of a flyover juggler. Suddenly the whole place fell silent. Everyone's eyes were on the first row. The attitude of the three holy lands. What he meant was, hurry up and settle your stuff so that we can go all out and bid. Ning Wuqing smiled and was about to say something, but he heard a gloomy voice. Great Golden City bids 100,000 gold. Does anyone dare to snatch it? Jun Moxie was so angry that his nose almost became crooked. Bah, what kind of bullsh*t is this? Wasn't this daylight robbery? The starting price was 100,000 taels of silver. Not only did you bid 100,000 taels of silver, you even added a, "Does anyone dare to fight for it?" As a person you couldn't be so shameless. And I even gave you one for free just now. Most of the people in the hall also had an unhappy look on their faces. But no one made a sound. Jun Moxie was speechless for a while. Then he helplessly asked, "Great Golden City bids 100,000 gold. Does anyone want to increase the price? Does anyone want to increase the price? 100,000 gold going once, 100,000 gold going twice. If no one wants to increase the price, 100,000 gold going thrice, deal." Wait. Ning Wuqing's complexion sank. He raised his eyes and said in a heavy tone, "Hermitage bids 100,001 taels." Only one tael was added. This was undoubtedly a resounding slap in the face of the Great Golden City. Especially when Ma Jiangming had said, "Does anyone dare to fight for it?" in a disdainful tone. It would have been fine if the bidding had started immediately after this sentence. In fact, it would have looked like they were evenly matched. However, Ning Wuqing had intercepted the deal at the last moment. What did this mean? Moreover, he had only increased the price by one tael. It would have looked like a fair competition if he had increased the price by a lot. But he had only increased the price by one tael. This was clearly a humiliation. The entire hall was in an uproar. They hadn't expected that such a subtle and unexpected situation would occur in the first round. Upstairs, Mei Shuiyin sighed softly. Her expression became even more anxious as she said, "Record the conflict between Hermitage and the Great Golden City. It has already reached the point where they are as incompatible as fire and water. So, we must choose carefully when dealing with these two forces. No one is allowed to act blindly without thinking if there's any movement." Dugu Xiaoyi complied. Then her pen moved like a dragon and a snake and she quickly recorded the information. The person who recorded this confidential information and then organized it was Jun Moxie's most trusted person. He obviously trusted Jun Zhantian and Jun Wui. However, it wasn't appropriate for them to show their faces in this situation. With the strength of the people in the lobby, they could easily distinguish whether the person upstairs was a man or a woman even if Dugu Xiaoyi and the others were hiding upstairs. Perhaps, only Mei Shuiyin hadn't been discovered by the people present. Even the aura of the Qiansun Serpent Queen was being monitored by Ning Wuqing and Ma Jiangming. Ma Jiangming's complexion changed. He snorted and said, "Old Ning, do you really want to play like this?" Ning Wuqing laughed. Then he said in a cold and solemn manner, "This old man just doesn't like it. The starting price has already been set at 100,000 taels of gold. But you're still suppressing the price. And you're still threatening them. Who would dare to open their doors and do business if everyone behaved like you? Ma Jiangming, you were the one in the wrong first. You have the nerve to call yourself a senior expert from the Three Holy Lands. You may be shameless, but this old man can't afford to lose face like this." Ma Jiangming snorted in a gloomy manner and said, "In that case, the Great Golden City bids 300,000 taels of gold. Ning Wuqing, do you still want to compete?" Ning Wuqing's complexion changed. He said, "Ma Jiangming, are you trying to provoke me?" Ma Jiangming didn't reply. Instead, he looked at Chu Yang's complexion. Ning Wuqing smiled Lang and said, "Since you've taken the initiative to increase the price, this price of 300,000 taels of gold can be considered passable. This old man naturally doesn't feel like making things difficult for you." The first batch of pills had finally been successfully auctioned. And the starting price had been raised to 300,000 taels of gold under Ning Wuqing's provocation. The first batch of pills could be considered as a good start. It was tantamount to raising the starting price of the pills to 300,000 taels. Even the Great Golden City, one of the Three Holy Lands, had bid 300,000 taels of gold. So, wouldn't the other clans look down on the Great Golden City if they were to purchase the pills at a lower price? Therefore, almost everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air after they saw this scene. The second batch and the third batch didn't have any objections either. So, they were won by Hermitage and the illusory Ocean of Blood respectively. And they were sold at a sky-high price of 300,000 taels of gold. Ning Wuqing ferociously glared at Ma Jiangming when he had announced this number. It was obvious that Ma Jiangming had bid 300,000 taels of gold for a reason. "You won't let me take advantage of you. So, I won't let you have a good time either." However, Huyin Xiao looked very relaxed. In fact, it seemed as if he had only thrown out 30 taels of silver. Obviously, there was a reason for this. The huge amount of gold that had been spent had basically belonged to the Huang clan. The young Lord Huyin had sold off the entire Huang clan's property after he had confirmed Huang Taiyang's death. In fact, he had even ransacked the Huang clan's treasury. In fact, he had even mortgaged the Huang clan's residence. The faces of the buyers and the sellers had turned pale. The sellers had obviously been forced to buy the pills. And the buyers weren't necessarily willing either. Only the young Lord Huyen Shao was the middleman. However, he was flushed with success. In fact, he had pocketed everything. Huyen Shao was quite proficient in this kind of business without any capital. However, the young lord didn't care about the mentality of both the buyers and the sellers. The first round of the auction had come to an end at this point. Each of the 3 holy lands had sent one person to hand over the gold and the pills. The method of this auction was very special. So, a large amount of gold and silver had been required for the handover. So, this included the work of counting the amount of gold. And Jun Dashao had already made arrangements for this work. If this job wasn't done by Fatty, who else could it be? Jun Moxie had only sent 8 assistants to Fatty for that mountain of gold. Moreover, he had given a clear warning to Fatty: the amount of gold must be thoroughly checked. Tang Yuan, you won't get a single cent of your shares even if it's 1% less. Tang Yuan had prepared a big pot of pork trotters to replenish his physical strength at any time. However, the situation didn't look very optimistic. After all, the first round had come to an end. And 1/3 of that big pot of pork trotters had already disappeared. Fatty hadn't expected that the notice he had issued had mentioned that he wouldn't accept any silver or gold notes. Instead, he would use gold. In fact, he had deliberately done this to Jun Moxie in order to help him lose weight. Fatty would have cried if he had known about this. That was because Jun Moxie had only said it. And the specific implementation had been carried out by Fatty on his own. This was like lifting a rock and smashing it on his own feet. Moreover, it had smashed very hard. It was reckoned that Fatty's weight would have decreased by a considerable amount after the gold had been processed. The auction for the 4th batch of elixirs began. Everyone straightened their backs and pricked up their ears. The 3 holy lands weren't involved anymore. So, the secular aristocratic families had begun to compete with each other. The 4th batch of elixirs has 20 pills. The base price is still 100,000 gold taels. Moreover, each bid cannot be lower than 10,000 gold taels. Jun Moxie had barely finished his opening remarks when someone made a bid. River East's Wei clan bids 350,000 gold taels. The voice belonged to a middle-aged man. Ning Wuqing and Huyen Shao tilted their heads and frowned. Ma Jiangming remained expressionless. This River East's Wei clan was the first to make a bid. They didn't necessarily want to win this round of elixirs. However, they had genuinely flattered Ma Jiangming. Moreover, they had done it in front of the other 2 holy lands. Upstairs, Mei Shuiyan issued an order in a sinking voice. River East's Wei clan will be included in the Great Golden City's list of diehard supporters from now on. They won't be able to change their allegiance after today's matter. Therefore we can confirm it now. Chapter 5:15. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out. The Sikong family bids 500,000 taels. Jun Moxie felt that the voice was familiar. He looked towards the source of the voice and found that it was an old acquaintance of his. Sikong and Yi, the head of the Sikong family. Sikong and Yi smiled slightly when he saw Jun Moxie look over. This guy was a shill. Jun Moxie had arranged this beforehand. There was no need for a shill in this situation. However, Sikong and Yi wasn't willing to be left out. He opened his mouth and raised the price from 350,000 taels to 500,000 taels. The man surnamed Wei looked over in a flustered and exasperated manner. Little Sikong, do you have so much gold? Don't randomly raise the price. Sikong and Yi snorted and said, I don't need your Jiangdong's Wei family to worry about it. Shut up if you don't have the money. Jun Moxie heard this and realized that these 2 families also had some enmity. Mei Shuiyan had already arranged for Guanqing Han to note down the names. Especially on the word Sikong clan, there was an important symbol. The Sikong family was one of the Jun family's most loyal allies. So, how could they not pay more attention to them? More people started to bid. The flat-top Guan family bids 520,000 taels. The Southwest Lu family bids 530,000 taels. The Northeast Xinyu family bids 600,000 taels. Sikong and Yi and the Wei family's men sat down one after the other as the other families competed to bid. In addition, most of the families were sitting still. This was only the 4th batch of 50. So there was no need to rush. However, there were also many people who had started earlier. The sooner they got their hands on it, the more at ease they would feel. Jun Moxie's saliva splattered everywhere as he jumped up and down. He was constantly adding oil to the fire on the stage. The whole scene was in full swing. Is there anyone else who wants to increase the price? Is there anyone else? It's 600,000 taels now. 600,000 taels going once. Oh, there's a friend over there who has raised his sign. It seems that he's stronger than I expected. He made a bid, and as expected, 650,000 taels, 650,000 taels going once. Yes, that brother over there made a bid of 680,000 taels, 680,000 taels. There were only so many bone-tempering pills left in the world at present. The herbs used to refine these pills were all rare elixirs. So, he might not be able to find another shop if he were to miss this opportunity. The friend over there bid 700,000 taels. Everyone was smart. What was a little bit of gold to them? The family's future was the most important. Today's hard work would definitely be exchanged for glory in the future. Today's sacrifice would definitely lead to the fall of the enemy and the rise of the family. Yes, the friend over there. What? Wow. 800,000 taels. 800,000 silver going once. 800,000 taels of gold. This amount was very shocking, but if everyone thought about it, what was 800,000 taels of gold for the sake of the clan's prosperity? 800,000 going once. Jun Moxie's saliva splattered in all directions. He had almost finished everything in one go. But he couldn't go up by the time the price reached 800,000 taels of gold. After all, this was 800,000 taels of gold, not 80 pieces of dirt. This was a terrifyingly astronomical figure. Jun Moxie repeated 800,000 going twice, 5 or 6 times with a dry mouth. Then he finally dropped the hammer in disappointment. 800,000 going thrice. Sold. Only 800,000 taels of gold? This is a genuine and rare elixir. This is a rare elixir that can transform a Xian expert's body. And it's only sold for such a small amount of money? Is there any justice in this world? Bah. A bunch of country bumpkins and country bumpkins who haven't seen the world. If I had known this earlier, I would have set the base price higher. Jun Moxie and Jun Dashao continued to mutter in their hearts. They were obviously still somewhat dissatisfied with the closing price a moment ago. However, the aristocratic families below were already somewhat dumbfounded. The fourth elixir had been sold for 800,000 taels of gold. A sky-high price. An absolutely sky-high price. This wasn't 800,000 taels of silver, and it wasn't 80 copper coins either. Most of these aristocratic families had a long history. Naturally, they could take out several 100,000 taels of gold just like the Huang family. However, it would still damage their foundation. Well, the other aristocratic families would suffer a great deal of damage, but the Huang family would directly go bankrupt. If it wasn't for the family's future, who would be willing to use up to 800,000 taels of gold to exchange for a mere 20 elixirs? On average, one elixir would cost 40,000 taels of gold. Calculating like this, almost everyone's scalp was about to explode. When they looked at the buyer, it was an old man with a gloomy face. The old man's hair was white like silver and his eyes were sharp. Although his face was somewhat gloomy, the corners of his mouth revealed a trace of gratification. It's the head of the Gongsun family, Gongsun Ju Dao. Someone whispered the name of the person who had taken out 800,000 taels of gold to exchange for 20 elixirs. Everyone's heart trembled. So it was him. This old man was famous for his foresight. It seemed that the rumor was wrong. He had used such a large amount of gold to buy 20 elixirs, and he still had a face of gratification. If he wasn't stupid, then what was? Hearing about him in person was not as good as hearing about him in person. Sure enough, hearing about him in person is better than hearing about him in person. I've long heard that the head of the Gongsun family, Gongsun Ju Dao, is very far-sighted. The Gongsun family has been carried forward in his hands. Within 30 years, the Gongsun family has been promoted from a third-rate aristocratic family to a first-rate aristocratic family. His reputation is well-deserved. He is really far-sighted. Record that the head of the Gongsun family, Gongsun Ju Dao, is far-sighted, courageous, and scheming. He is worth recruiting. Mei Shuiyan made the above comment. Dugu Xiaoyi's pen moved quickly, and she recorded it immediately. On the stage, Jun Moxie, who still hadn't had enough, had already taken out the fifth elixir. He was shouting at the top of his voice. Everyone, everyone. The past is the past. Glory should be created by everyone together. The future of the family is in your mouth. What are you waiting for? You will be the hero of the family as long as you bring these 20 elixirs home. Everyone's contributions will be indispensable on the rise of the family tomorrow. You will be remembered and respected by your descendants for generations to come. Moreover, this bone-tempering pill is a rare elixir. It's truly an unprecedented elixir. It has a great potential for appreciation. You can spend some gold to buy it today. Then, you will be able to earn several times the price in a few days. In fact, you might even be able to earn tens of times the price. Now, the 5th elixir had been auctioned. The price was still the same. Now, let's invite all the 8 immortals to cross the sea. Let's see who will be the winner in the end. Jun Moxie hadn't paid attention. He had actually forgotten that this world didn't have the legend of the 8 immortals crossing the sea. However, the audience didn't care about this. They didn't care about the story or the potential for appreciation. These elixirs were for the future experts of the family. It would be a sin to waste even a single one. So, how could they talk about reselling them? Therefore, no one took Jun Dashao's words to heart. They raised their paddles one after another and bid for the elixirs. Suddenly, the atmosphere was unprecedentedly warm. Many people hadn't imagined that the bone-tempering pill would be sold at an outrageous price in the future. After all, the evil monarch hadn't appeared in this world for many years. But these few elixirs would be sold at a sky-high price of at least 3 million taels of gold if they were to appear in the auction house. Only one elixir was sold at such a high price. Therefore, Jun Dashao wasn't joking when he said that this elixir had a great potential for appreciation. However, this was a fact. Of course, this was a story to be told later. Unexpectedly, other than the 4th set of medicinal pills which was sold for 800,000 taels of gold, the subsequent deals were all sold for much higher prices. The lowest price was sold for 850,000 taels of gold. The atmosphere in the auction house became more and more heated as the elixirs were sold one by one. Upstairs, Guan Qinghan and Du Xiaoyi were writing rapidly under the guidance of Mei Shuiyan's judgment, analysis and planning. They had already written down a thick pile of paper. The information was getting more and more specific. The targets were also getting clearer and clearer. The lineup of the clans was gradually coming to the surface. The Qian Sun Serpent Queen had assumed the role of secretary to the big venerable Mei Shuiyan in the Tian Fa forest. She had sorted and summarized the information. She had also made some small labels. So, she could look for whatever she wanted. The bone-tempering pill had already been recognized by everyone. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was closely related to the future of each clan. Therefore, everyone was displaying their remarkable abilities. If an enemy of one's clan was competing for it, then they would raise the price with a loud rumble. It would be best if they could win it. But they would make the enemy pay a little more even if they couldn't win it. After all, they weren't spending their own money. It didn't matter if they were young or old. Everyone swarmed into the fray under such a strange atmosphere. Everyone's eyes were getting redder and redder. The competition was getting more and more intense. A quarrel had gradually appeared. Then it had turned into verbal abuse. Then it had almost developed into a brawl on the spot. If the people of the 3 holy lands weren't here to keep watch, then this place would have turned into a slaughterhouse of blood and flesh in an instant. No one left the auction house. It didn't matter if they had been photographed or not. That was because everyone wanted to see which family would get the 50 elixirs in the end. And this clan would be treated with special attention by everyone. They would be specially sorted out and archived. This included the young talents of the younger generation. They would be placed in the scope of observation by some people. They could be allies in the future. But they could also be murderers who would exterminate their clans in the future. Who would dare to relax their vigilance. Therefore, the number of people in the auction house didn't decrease. Moreover, the atmosphere was getting more and more intense. Such a simple auction had only sold 12 elixirs by lunchtime. This kind of speed was comparable to a snail. But the people were still enjoying it. Onlookers, heckling, watching the excitement, opposing each other, threatening each other, exposing each other's shortcomings. It was as if the entire continent's grievances were concentrated here, but the 2 ladies, Guan Qinghan and Du Xiaoyi, were exhausted. Sorting out these precious materials was a huge amount of work. At this time, the 2 ladies were somewhat envious of Tang Yuan. That guy only had to move the gold. It was so easy. Unlike here, where the writing brush couldn't keep up with the speed of talking. Moreover, there were 500 to 600 people talking down there. And they had to sort out the useful information. Then they had to summarize it. This was a job that required a lot of brain power. If it wasn't for Mei Shuiyan summarizing from the side, the 2 ladies would have collapsed by now. The mental pressure was too great. This information would determine the future direction of the Jun family. If there was even the slightest mistake, then they might become enemies in the future. Who could bear the consequences of that? Even though it was winter, the 2 ladies were already drenched in sweat. The worry on Mei Shuiyan's beautiful face became more and more obvious. This is not the chargeable word count. 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 Chapter 5:16. At first glance, just based on the thousands of people below, it was a powerful force to a considerable extent. If these people could work together, then there was no doubt that even one of the three holy lands might not be a match for them. Even though Supreme Being experts or experts above the Supreme Being level were extremely powerful, and ordinary people couldn't fight against them, they were still humans in the end. They could get tired, they could run out of stamina, and they could even die. If the various aristocratic families in front of them could really work together with sincerity and fight against the experts of the three holy lands regardless of the price, even the strongest expert would have to submit to them. But the relationship between these people was so complicated that it gave the Venerable May a big headache. There weren't many families that didn't have any grudges. Most of the families seemed to be stuck in a big swamp, and there was no way for them to get out. Some of them even involved grudges from hundreds of years ago. But now they're bringing it up. Please, this is just an auction. Why are they bringing up all these old things? Isn't it tiring? These are grudges from 400 or 500 years ago. Motherfucker, one or two of the people involved have already turned to dust. What's there to argue about? So Mei Shuiyan didn't understand. But it didn't matter. Instead, it was very useful for gathering information. So while Mei Shuiyan was worried, she was also urging Guanqing Han and Dugu Xiaoyi to speed up the work. What made Guanqing Han and Dugu Xiaoyi speechless was that their wrists and fingers were already numb from exhaustion. But as long as Mei Shuiyan simply transferred some of her energy into them, they would be able to continue working normally. But Mei Shuiyan didn't care about the exhaustion in her heart. Dugu and Guanqing Han were proud daughters of heaven, and they had been loved by the elders of their families for a long time. They had never been treated like this before. But Mei Shuiyan was showing her special characteristics at this time. She was bossy and decisive. The tyrannical aura emitted from his body caused others to be unable to refute and could only obediently obey. On this point, even Guanqing Han and Dugu Xiaoyi were puzzled. The two women were used to seeing big shots. In fact, they had even seen the emperor of the Tianxiang Empire many times. As for the ministers and ministers, they had seen countless of them. The mighty and tyrannical Dugu Zongheng and Dugu Wudi, the murderous Jun Zhantian and Jun Wui, no one had ever been able to give them such pressure. How could a weak girl like Mei Shuiyan create such a suffocating pressure? Even His Majesty the Emperor was not as powerful as Mei Shuiyan's natural aura. What was the background of this big sister Mei? He actually had this kind of bearing. The two women were puzzled, but their hands did not stop moving. Their hearts were tired, but their hands did not stop moving. However, it was not entirely because of Mei Shuiyan. This matter was related to their sweetheart Jun Moxi's future plans. So, they had to persevere no matter how tired they were. In fact, they did not know that Mei Shuiyan's natural bearing was the result of commanding millions of Shen beasts in the Tianfa forest. Even when facing the lords of the three holy lands, Mei Shuiyan would do as she should. She would scold them as she should scold them. She would not swallow her anger, nor would she submit to others. How could the ruler of a small country compare to this temperament of a leader who had been at the peak for a long time? It was like the difference between heaven and earth, like the difference between heaven and earth. It was finally time for lunch. Jun Moxi heaved a sigh of relief on the stage. His throat was almost emitting smoke, but his spirit was still very excited. No matter who it was, anyone who had earned so much gold in one day would be more excited than Jun Moxi. Perhaps he would suffer a stroke or a heart attack on the spot. In just the first 12 auctions, the fourth auction had reached 800,000 taels of gold, the fifth auction had reached 850,000 taels of gold, and by the sixth auction, the price had suddenly shot up to 1 million taels of gold. Then it continued to climb, and by the 12th auction, the price had already reached 1,200,000 taels of gold. In other words, these 12 bottles of pills had helped Jun Emocia amass a sky-high price of 10 million taels of gold. This was gold, ah. On that day, the Dugu brothers had fallen into the eldest young master's trap, and ended up owing a debt of 90 million taels of silver. This debt had nearly caused the Dugu family to collapse. The amount was astonishing, but it was only in terms of silver. If it were to be converted into gold, then it would only amount to 900,000 taels of gold. However, this 900,000 taels of gold was equivalent to the military expenditure of the Tianxiang Empire, the continent's #1 military power, for 3 years. If this more than 10 million gold were to be converted to RMB, then one tael would be equivalent to 50 grams, and 1 gram would be equivalent to 300 yuan. So one tael would be equivalent to 15,000 yuan. 10 million gold, multiplied by 15,000 yuan, that was a total of 150 billion. What kind of terrifying astronomical figure was this? One wouldn't have known if one didn't calculate, but one would have jumped in fright. Guan Qinghan and Dugu Xiaoyi put down their pens. They only had enough time to catch their breaths. Then they were shocked to find that all the strength in their bodies had been sucked away along with the pens. Their bodies suddenly went limp and they collapsed to the ground. Apart from blinking their eyes, they felt as if their bodies were floating in the clouds. This situation had startled Jun Moxie, who had just come up to drink some water. He didn't have time to drink water, and hastily channeled the purest heaven and earth aura into each of them. This aura couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as the great beauty Zhu Mei's. It was purer, sharper, and more effective. In fact, the two women's condition had been completely restored. This act of kindness left the two women grumbling incessantly. It's too fast. We don't even have time to rest. It's not our bodies that are tired, it's our hearts that are tired. Therefore they seized the time to arrange the meals for these people. The entire Tianxiang city's restaurants and hotels were full that morning. They had been booked by the Jun family so that these people could eat and drink to their heart's content. All the expenses had been charged to the aristocratic hall's account. Any one of these people was a god of wealth. So they couldn't be neglected. Jun Moxie's Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer had played the role of a guide for the day. Each of them had brought a large group of people to eat. Delicacies from land and sea were provided to fill their stomachs, and so on. All the restaurants and hotels of Tianxiang City had made a huge windfall on this day. This day would be known as the most luxurious day in the entire Tianxiang City. As for Jun Moxie, he had arranged a grand banquet in the aristocratic hall, and had invited the people of the three holy lands. He had to give these people face. So he didn't dare to casually dismiss them. He reckoned that the people of these three families would fly into a rage if they were allowed to eat outside like the other aristocratic families. These people want to find trouble with my family at this time, but they can't find it. So how can I give them an excuse? Therefore Jun Dashao had been very attentive to his hospitality. He had eaten a lot more luxurious food than outside. But it wasn't inferior in any way. Naturally, the Qiansun Serpent Queen had been very indignant when Jun Moxie had brought out the snake soup that he had prepared beforehand. So she had ferociously kicked Jun Dashao's buttocks a few times. Jun Dashao was battered and exhausted. He forced a smile and explained repeatedly, "These are farmed, farmed." Jun Dashao had occupied a table alone with the Qiansun Serpent Queen, Mei Shuiyan, Guan Qinghan, and Dugu Xiaoyi. Bear Shan Shan and Earthcracker didn't want to sit at the table no matter what. So they were dragged to the table by Jun Moxie with great difficulty. But they were glared at by Mei Shuiyan and returned to their seats. So they had no choice but to open another table with Hai Qinfeng and Song Shang. As for Tang Dashao, he was still gasping for breath as he counted the gold. It was said that this lord's miser had reached a frightening level. He had fainted twice just from counting the gold, and he still hadn't rested. His sweat was flowing like a small river. But he still hadn't fainted. An ordinary person would have become numb after seeing so much gold, no matter how much they loved money as much as their life. However, Tang Yuan Dashao's eyes were still glittering with a golden light. His belly was full of money grubber plants. He was in high spirits. Sun Xiaomei felt distressed when she saw this. She wanted to go over and stop him. It's good to rest a little. But she was glared at by Jun Moxie and said, "You don't want him to lose weight, do you? This is a good idea that I came up with great difficulty. Only by reducing his weight can we carry out the next step. He's fat to this extent now. So, it's useless to practice martial arts. He won't be able to reduce his weight if he doesn't tire himself out this time." Sun Xiaomei was distressed. But she resisted the urge to persuade him. In fact, Fatty Tang wouldn't listen even if she tried to persuade him. Out of concern, Sun Xiaomei went over and asked, "Fatty, are you tired?" In the end, young Master Tang, who was completely engrossed in gold, opened his mouth wide and sweated profusely. His eyes, which were filled with dazzling golden light, actually didn't see who was speaking. He straightened his neck and said, "Tired? Tired? So much gold and you're still tired? It's all money. They're all beauties. In the future when I take a concubine or a wife I'll have to use it." "Take a concubine or a wife?" Miss Sun's eyes widened. She couldn't believe her ears. This guy is actually thinking about this now? Then Miss Sun turned around and left angrily. She only left one sentence: go to hell. You can spend the rest of your life with your gold. I think I'll just tire you to death today. That way you won't have to piss me off in the future. How can I tire myself to death? Even if I die, I'll die happily. Tang Yuan rolled his eyes and replied subconsciously. Then he fell into the great happiness and extreme excitement of counting gold. Poor fatty. He was so happy and greedy that he didn't realize that he had caused a disaster. A huge disaster. Chapter 517. Jun Moxie drank a pot of aged wine to his heart's content. Then he wolfed down the food to his heart's content. Finally he regained his spirit. He began to eat all kinds of dishes in a leisurely manner. At the same time he eagerly served the dishes to the four beauties. Miss May, come and try this. This is good stuff. It can nourish the yin and nourish the kidneys. It can also beautify your face. You don't need this, but why would a woman mind being more outstanding? Isn't that right? Qinghan, come and eat this. It can replenish your blood. Your face has been pale for the past few days. It's really making my heart ache. Xiaoyi, come and eat this. It's very delicious. Try chewing it. Doesn't it taste better the more you chew it? Haha, it's mixed with my secret recipe. The taste is different from the others. Qian Sun, don't just eat vegetables. Come and try this snake stew. It's so delicious. It melts in your mouth. It's really a rare delicacy. Jun Moxie. If you want to die, then just say it. I'll fulfill your wish. Qian Sun Serpent Queen was so angry that her nose was almost crooked. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. This guy actually made me, the Snake King, eat snake meat. Could he be any more shameless? Are you still not satisfied? It's my fault. Hehe, Miss Qian Sun, these little snakes naturally can't enter your eyes. Next time I'll definitely do my best to catch a Snake King and stew it for you. Jun Moxie continued to tease her recklessly. Seeing that Qian Sun Serpent Queen was about to explode, Mei Shuyan snorted and looked at Jun Moxie. Shut up. Jun Moxie's words stopped abruptly. He ate in silence. We can't afford to offend this person. She's too ferocious. Finally he finished his meal. There was still some time left. Jun Moxie rolled his eyes and said, since I'm here, I'll tell you guys a story. Jun Moxie didn't care whether the four women agreed or not after he finished speaking. Instead he opened his big mouth and started to tell a story. This time, young Master Jun was telling the story of the legend of the white snake. Naturally, it was different from the traditional version of the legend of the white snake. In his mouth, these two snakes, one white snake and one green snake, were both profound beasts. Moreover, they were beast kings and supreme-level powerhouses. The story of the legend of the white snake, Jun Moxie's story, was full of ups and downs. It was very captivating. Even Qian Sun Serpent Queen, who thought he was teasing her at first, was fascinated. When she heard that the white snake had given birth to a son for Su Xian, Qian Sun Serpent Queen held her cheeks and blushed. Suddenly she asked, that, the white snake gave birth to a baby, or an egg? This seems to be a baby, Jun Moxie rubbed his chin and said thoughtfully, but this is actually impossible to verify. Unless, there's a mystical beast supreme snake king who can take human form marrying a man of the mortal world, then we should be able to understand. Qian Sun Serpent Queen grabbed the teapot on the table and was about to throw it at his face. Everyone burst into laughter. Don't interrupt. Hurry up and continue. What happened next? Mei Shuyan urged hurriedly. The leader of Tian Fa was so fascinated by the story that she even interfered and urged loudly. Fa Hai was a great scholar, and finally, he locked the white snake under the 6 and 6 pagoda. Jun Moxie continued hurriedly and said, unless the West Lake dries up and the Leifeng Pagoda collapses, the Beast King will never be able to come out. The bottom of the West Lake goes straight to the sea. When will it dry up? And the Leifeng Pagoda is made of copper. It has stood in the human world for thousands of years. Its foundation is extremely solid. It was even built by an immortal himself. How could it collapse? So, this so-called condition is just a deception. When Jun Moxie said this, everyone sighed together. Qian Sun Serpent Queen felt the same. Her eyes turned red. Dugu Xiaoyi's tears fell down. She sobbed and said, what should we do? Then she will never be able to come out. Poor white snake. Oh, so poor. How about predicting the future? Listen to the next part. Jun Moxie smiled mischievously and wanted to keep them guessing. But the four women glared at him angrily at the same time. Both of his ears were grabbed and twisted fiercely. Are you going to tell me or not? Under such a classic torture, Jun Daxiao did not give in. He continued with a bitter face. So, in order to save his mother, the son of the white snake went through 81 difficulties. and so on, and finally, he was rescued and the family was reunited. Jun Moxie wiped his sweat. He wanted to tease the Snake King, but he did not expect himself to be caught in a trap of his own making. He was forced to tell such a long story. At last, the result was a happy ending. The lovers finally got married. That abominable Fa Hai really deserved to die. The love between a man and a woman had nothing to do with him. He interfered wantonly and made the husband and wife separated for so many years. Du Xiaoyi wiped her tears and said angrily, "None of these great scholars are good people." Mei Shuiyin and the other two women obviously felt the same way. They nodded together. Later, some busybodies made up a song about their experience, so it was sung all over the world. The love between the White Snake and Su Xian finally became an immortal legend. Jun Moxie smiled faintly and ended the story. "What song? Let's hear it." Guan Qinghan and Du Xiaoyi were suddenly interested. Even Mei Shuiyin and Qian Sun Serpent Queen had a look of expectation in their eyes. "Ahem. My voice is really not suitable for singing. Forget it. It's just a song." Jun Moxie didn't expect that there would be an interlude here. He was a little embarrassed. Well, it wasn't that he didn't know how to sing this song, but, for this great assassin to really sing at the top of his voice, whether it was in his previous life or this life, he had never done it and he was definitely not willing to do it. "No. Hurry up and sing. Do you still want your ears?" The four women spoke in unison and pressed forward at the same time. Blocking off all directions, young Master Jun had no place to hide. Jun Moxie cried bitterly in his heart and raised his hands to surrender. "I can sing, but I have to make it clear that I really don't know how to sing. I can only hum slowly. This song is so old that I've almost forgotten it." "No. You must remember it all or you can forget about your ears," they said in unison again. Jun Moxie had no choice but to give in again. He closed his eyes and adjusted his emotions. He coughed a few times. The women all held their breath. Jun Moxie finally, slowly hummed. "Fate brings us together from thousands of miles away. It's hard to hold hands if we're not fated to meet each other. 10 years spent in the same boat. 100 years spent in the same pillow." Jun Moxie finally finished humming with difficulty. He seemed to have missed a few sentences. But his face was thicker than the city wall. He didn't care about this. But it was such an incomplete song, coupled with the extremely poignant melody and touching lyrics, that made the eyes of the women blurred for a while. What a beautiful song. Mei Shuiyin had a dreamy color on her face. She said faintly, "What a beautiful mood." The women nodded. After listening to the story and hearing this song, they suddenly felt that they were closely related to the characters in the story. They felt happy, angry, sad and happy as they parted with life and death. For a moment no one spoke. In the silence, a thin sound of a flute sounded faintly. It was like the sound of nature. It was Guan Qinghan taking out the jade flute from her sleeve. She slowly played it according to the tune that Jun Moxie hummed. The sound of the flute seemed to bring everyone into the illusory story. After a long time, the sound of the flute finally dissipated. Everyone finally came back to their senses. What a beautiful song. I've never heard such a beautiful song before. Du Xiaoyi clapped her hands with an intoxicated expression on her face. Suddenly she said in surprise, "Brother Wuxia, I've never heard the story before. I've never heard this song either. Where did you get it?" This question attracted everyone's attention to Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie suddenly looked a little embarrassed. He coughed a few times and said, "This? I actually heard it by accident. I've long forgotten who told me about it. It's been a long time. It's already very good that I can still remember it. Look, we're almost done eating. The afternoon auction is about to start. We have to hurry up and prepare." "Umph. You must have something else." Du Xiaoyi pouted and said with certainty, "I'll dig you up." The little girl's voice was very sure. It was as if she was making threatening gestures. Jun Moxie was sweating profusely. If he was really pestered by this little girl and asked for songs every day, his stock would be gone in 2 days. At this time, a savior came. A clear knock came from the door. Then Hai Feng said, "Third young master, the elders of the 3 holy lands have something to discuss with you." "I don't know. The 3 holy lands?" Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyin looked at each other. Then they said, "I'll go over." Hai Feng quietly complied outside. Mei Shuiyin frowned and stood up. "Will you accompany me?" Jun Moxie looked at Mei Shuiyin. "Well, I'll go with you. You don't know much about these people. Suffering a loss is a small matter. But it's very likely that it will turn into a bloodbath. You're still too weak." Mei Shuiyin smiled faintly. There was a hint of concern in her eyes. I've dealt with them before. I'm sure they won't recognize me. But I can give you some advice if I'm present. Jun Moxie smiled faintly and said, I think it's about the pills. Moreover, it's about the alchemist. Apart from that, why would these people from the Holy Lands care about an idle person like me? There won't be a big fight. Chapter 518. Bloodshed is caused by cause and effect. Greed is the original sin. Jun Moxie said calmly, we are not afraid of anyone's provocation. Not to mention that you're here to oversee things. Even if I'm alone, there's nothing to be afraid of. Mei Shuiyan nodded and the two walked out together. When they arrived at the hall where Hermitage was, they saw that the people of the illusory ocean of blood and the great golden city were already waiting there. Hermitage Ning Wuqing was sitting at the head of the table, while the illusory ocean of blood and the great golden city were sitting on the left and right respectively. This left the lowest seat for Jun Moxie. Seeing Jun Dashao's arrival, the three Holy Lands didn't even bother to greet him. It was obvious that the three Holy Lands had a tacit understanding to give Jun Moxie a show of strength. Seeing this situation even with Mei Shuiyan's self-restraint, she couldn't help but frown, feeling a little angry. On the contrary, Jun Moxie didn't say anything. He only gave her a meaningful glance and the two of them sat down. Jun Moxie's buttocks had just touched the chair, and he had already crossed his legs out of habit. Seniors, you've come to Tianxiang City. This Jun didn't go out to welcome you, it's very rude of me. Here, I thank you for your hospitality. Please don't blame me. Haha, I presume that everyone has already had their lunch. How is it? Jun Moxie cupped his hands in greeting. His words were naturally pleasant to hear, but since he had said it while crossing his legs, it was somewhat perfunctory. Immediately, the 15 experts present all became somewhat unhappy. However, as soon as they saw Mei Shuiyan's peerless beauty, they couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. In fact, they even forgot to get angry. Not at all. Young friend, please sit down, there's no need to be polite. Young friend is very thoughtful and has arranged everything properly. We are very satisfied. Ning Wuqing smiled faintly and gestured with his hand. On the other hand, Ma Jiangming let out a strange laugh and said in a gloomy tone, Young Master Jun, we wish to discuss an important matter with young Master Jun regarding the future of the continent. I wonder who this young lady beside young Master Jun is? All the experts present were dazzled by Mei Shuiyan's peerless beauty. Even a senior expert like Ning Wuqing couldn't help but have a trace of admiration in his eyes. Only Ma Jiangming didn't seem to feel anything. In fact, there was even a trace of disgust in his eyes as he looked at Mei Shuiyan. This is my wife. Jun Wuxia was secretly pleased. I was hoping that someone would ask this question so that this young master can take advantage of them. Taking advantage of others is a habit. Taking advantage of others will become a habit. Not only will this young master get used to it, but the one being taken advantage of will also get used to it. He smiled as he pondered. He was afraid that the opposite party wouldn't understand. So he patiently explained, she's my wife, the one who sleeps beside me, hee. Mei Shuiyan's pretty face turned red. She fiercely glared at him. However, she couldn't refute him in this situation. So, she had no choice but to let him be complacent for the time being. She would take good care of him on the 15th day of the 8th month. This young lady is graceful and graceful. Her facial features are picturesque. She looks like a celestial fairy. Young Master Jun is truly blessed. A talented man and a beautiful woman are a match made in heaven. Ning Wuqing said with a smile. Ning Wuqing and Ma Jiangming had received a favor from Jun Moxie. They had eaten a bone-tempering pill for free. So, they now knew that they had eaten at least 50 to 60,000 gold taels. This favor was too big. Therefore, the two of them were too embarrassed to make things difficult for Jun Moxie. Therefore, the main character of today's matter had fallen on the body of another holy land, the illusory ocean of blood. Moreover, the person in charge of the illusory ocean of blood was their young lord, Huyen Xiao. Therefore, it would be easier to communicate with the younger generation. At least, there wouldn't be a need for a senior expert like him to personally greet a junior like Jun Moxie. It was a pity that they didn't know that the people of the illusory ocean of blood had intervened in the dispute between the three big families and the Huang family. Moreover, they had come to the Jun family to show off their strength. They had even tried to steal the pills. Therefore, a huge conflict had already broken out between the two families. In fact, the number one expert of the illusory ocean of blood, Huang Taiyang, had perished in the Jun family. It could be said that the two sides were irreconcilable enemies. Ning Wuqing and Ma Jiangming would have been very depressed if they had come to know about this matter. After all, the illusory ocean of blood wouldn't have had the slightest hope of negotiating with Jun Moxie on behalf of the three big families in such a situation. In fact, the illusory ocean of blood wouldn't have had any hope even if they had begged Jun Moxie to negotiate with them. Young Master Jun? I'm the young lord of the illusory ocean of blood, Huyen Xiao. Huyen Xiao's complexion was exceptionally gloomy as he looked at Jun Moxie. His sinister eyes were staring at Jun Daxiao like a viper. He remained motionless. And an invisible pressure pressed down on Jun Moxie along with his movements. Huyen Xiao's plan was very good. His Xian cultivation had already reached the 3rd grade of Xin Xian's realm. So, he planned to use his formidable imposing manner to suppress the opponent before the battle even started. After all, Jun Moxie's imposing manner would fall into a disadvantageous position. Then Huyen Xiao would be in charge of the following negotiations. Wouldn't it be easy for the 3 Holy Lands to get what they wanted at that time? It's an honor to meet you in person. Young Lord Huyen has the demeanor of an invincible expert under the heavens. You're truly outstanding. I admire you. In fact, I admire you a lot. Jun Moxie was being polite with his words. However, he was still sitting with his legs crossed. He looked at Huyen Xiao with a faint smile on his face. In fact, it seemed as if he was looking at a clown performing a vaudeville act. Huyen Xiao's imposing manner was like a tsunami as it came in contact with Jun Moxie. But, it seemed as if a wave had met a reef that had surfaced on the water's surface. Huyen Xiao's powerful and imposing manner hit Jun Moxie's face. However, it seemed as if Jun Moxie hadn't felt anything. On the contrary, Huyen Xiao felt as if his punch had landed on cotton. This made his chest feel somewhat uncomfortable. Ning Wuqing wrinkled his brows. Ma Jiangming's pupils also shrank. This point alone was enough to prove that the rumor that the Jun family had an unrivaled expert was true. Their strength was far above Huyen Xiao's. However, they wouldn't necessarily be able to deal with Huyen Xiao's oppressive imposing manner with such ease. In fact, they wouldn't have been able to remain calm and composed. However, no one noticed that the fairy-like girl had lifted her eyelids slightly, and that had reduced Huyen Xiao's oppressive imposing manner into nothingness. Jun Moxie could have withstood it, but he wouldn't have been able to do it so easily. Mei Shuyan couldn't stand the arrogance of the people of the 3 Holy Lands. You want to show me your strength? I also want to show you my strength. Let's see who's stronger than the other. The other experts of the 3 Holy Lands were still sitting in their original places. They hadn't unleashed their martial arts. However, they felt that even an expert like Xin Xian would have felt uneasy if he had been sitting in front of him. However, Jun Moxie had acted in such a carefree and natural manner. Therefore, everyone became awed. Jun Moxie is an extraordinary man. But he's still a young man who isn't even 20 years old. How could he have taught such an amazing disciple if he didn't have an exceedingly powerful master behind him? Well said. Young Master Jun is young and promising. His Xian skills are brilliant. Moreover, the Jun family is like an impenetrable fortress. Such a family background and such methods are truly enviable, Huyen Xiao spoke up in a gloomy manner. Young Lord is overpraising me. The Jun family is only a worldly family. So, how can it be considered as an elegant family? We can barely cope with a few thieves and thieves. But we're not worth mentioning if we were to face a truly strong expert. Hee. Jun Moxie replied modestly. His face was calm and pure. Huyen Xiao's face turned red. It seemed as if he wanted to get angry. Other people might have thought that Jun Moxie was being modest when he had said these words. However, how could Huyen Xiao not understand it since he was the person involved? Thieves and thieves? Aren't you talking about Huang Taiyang? He belongs to my illusory ocean of blood. Hee. This young lord admits that I'm no match for young Master Jun. However, this matter is related to the future of the continent. It's related to the well-being of the common people. So, I've come here today in hopes that young Master Jun can give me an explanation. Huyen Xiao's gloomy eyes flashed with anger as he spoke up in a slow manner. Jun Moxie was left speechless. How can the so-called people of the Holy Land behave like this? They talk about the common people of the world. And they talk about the future of the continent. Do you really represent anything? Moreover, I don't know how this Huyen Xiao managed to slow down the aging process of an ordinary Tianxian expert because of his Xian skills. Even a 60-70-year-old expert would look like a 30 or 40-year-old expert. But this young lord is different. Jun Moxie had determined that this young lord was at least at the level of Xin Xian's level of cultivation through the contact he had with him a moment ago. He was at most 50 years old. It could be said that he had made rapid progress in his cultivation. However, his actual age and appearance seemed to complement each other. In fact, it was quite appropriate. He looks like an old man no matter how you look at him. And this old man is still calling me, this young lord. This makes people's teeth ache. Young lord, young lord, young lord, and so on. Everyone knows that this young lord isn't very old. He might be 17 or 18 years old, or perhaps 20 or 30 years old. But he would be too embarrassed to call himself, this young lord, if he's over 40 years old. Who has ever seen an old man open his mouth and say, this young lord? Jun Moxie really wanted to say, you're so old that your teeth are falling out. So what's the fart? Young lord, please speak clearly if you have something to say. This Jun is slow-witted. I don't understand how a puny Jun Moxie can be involved with the common people of the world and the future of the continent. Jun Moxie had deliberately emphasized the word, young lord. Moreover, he had distanced himself from the last two words. The experts from the elusive world of immortals and the supreme golden city snorted. Huyan Zhao's face turned red. He angrily asked, this young lord? Lord wants to ask you. How many bone-tempering pills do you have left? And where is the person who refined those pills now? He is the key to this matter. You're just a puny Jun Moxie. So you're nothing. Huyan Zhao's anger had been aroused by Jun Moxie's words. So he couldn't help but blurt out these words. But he remembered Jun Moxie's words as he was addressing himself. And he froze for a moment. The experts of the illusory ocean of blood could restrain their laughter. But how could the experts of the other two holy lands endure it? Huyan Zhao's face turned red as he faced such an embarrassing situation. He was almost at a loss for what to do. Even the imposing manner in which he had been speaking had become subdued. Chapter 519. Today's outbreak. First update. Asking for a guaranteed monthly ticket. I'll make it clear that the future outbreaks will be concentrated in the afternoon and evening. But today is the first day of November. So I'll make an exception. I've exhausted the strength of 9 oxen, 2 tigers, 3 camels, and 5 donkeys in order to write this. Sure enough, it was as expected. Jun Moxie sneered. He rolled his eyes and said, young Lord Huyan, are you trying to interrogate me? That's right. How can a trifling Jun family enter the eyes of the experts of the 3 holy lands? So what are you doing here if that's the case? Even if I'm interrogating you, so what? Everything we do is for the sake of the common people's future and the general trend of the world. Are you going to tell me or not? Jun Moxie, you must think about it carefully. Don't become a sinner for all eternity. Huyan Zhao looked to his left and right. Then he suddenly became courageous and grinned nastily. Everyone here today is an expert of the 3 holy lands. You are only a young master of a secular family. So, what can you do even if you are talented? I'll take this opportunity to settle old and new enmity. You dared to kill the people of my illusory ocean of blood? I'll kill you. Ning Wuxing sighed. He despised him in his heart. Just by looking at this young sect leader's current expression, one could tell that this young sect leader was absolutely useless. For the sake of the common people's future? You don't seem to have the qualifications to say these words. Jun Moxie looked at him disdainfully and said, Huang Taiyang would have been barely qualified to say these words if he were here. But it's a pity that you're not. You're far from qualified. Ma Jiangming rolled his eyes. He didn't want to make the situation too awkward. So, he took the opportunity to change the topic. That old bastard Huang Taiyang. Who knows where he's gone? I haven't seen him for many years. This old man misses him very much. Huyan Zhao stamped his foot and said in a sharp voice, Jun Moxie, why are you pretending to be confused? Old Huang has already been killed by your dirty tricks. Do you think I don't know that? I didn't want to make things difficult for you today, but I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful. Making an enemy of my blood sea is making an enemy of the 3 great holy lands. Making an enemy of the 3 great holy lands is making an enemy of the entire world. Tell me the whereabouts of the alchemist and I can still show you mercy. Otherwise, what? Ning Wuxing and Ma Jiangming were both taken aback. Their eyes snapped open and they sat up straight. However, they obviously wouldn't get involved in Huyan Zhao's nonsense. After all, they were more concerned about another piece of news. Huang Taiyang is dead. And to die at the hands of this young man? A sinister scheme? This was simply the most unfunny joke. What kind of ambush, trap, and scheme could cause the death of an expert above the supreme level? If that was the case, how could he be called a superior supreme? It was one thing to confirm that the Jun family had a very strong expert overseeing the Jun family. In fact, he had even felt that this expert might have reached his level. However, it seemed that he had underestimated him. What kind of expert could kill Huang Taiyang without giving him a chance to escape? He and Ma Jiangming couldn't have killed him even if they joined hands. Isn't this too strong? Ning Wuqing's eyes suddenly burst with two rays of light. He looked at Jun Moxie and slowly asked, "Did you really kill Huang Taiyang?" An enormous spiritual pressure burst forth as he spoke. Ning Wuqing's strength was far superior to that of Huyin Zhao's. So even Jun Dashao wrinkled his brows. Mei Shuiyin was sitting beside Jun Moxie. But this delicate beauty suddenly moved when Ning Wuqing's spiritual pressure burst forth. Her movements weren't big. She slowly raised her head and slowly opened her eyes. Then her eyes met with Ning Wuqing's. Bang! It seemed as if a soundless thunderclap had resounded as their eyes met. An invisible force had dispersed in all directions in the room. Everyone's robes fluttered in the wind, except for Ma Jiangming. Everyone's eyes exposed a look of deep fear. Ning Wuqing's upper body fiercely leaned back. His white hair fluttered back with a cry. Then he slowly straightened his body. It seemed as if he was withstanding some kind of fierce pressure. His complexion had become exceptionally dignified and solemn. It seemed as if he was facing a formidable enemy. This enemy can threaten my life. Moreover, it's a terrifying expert who can kill everyone here in one fell swoop. Mei Shuiyin remained motionless. Her eyes were cold. But her beautiful hair that was draped over her shoulders was fluttering even though there was no wind. This added an elusive and mysterious hue to her beauty. I hadn't expected that the young lady would turn out to be a peerless expert. This Ning has been disrespectful. Ning Wuqing's aura changed. He became like a sharp sword that had been unsheathed. Rays of light radiated in all directions. And sword energy overflowed in all directions. He didn't care about his momentary lack of manners. In fact, he didn't lose the demeanor of a powerful expert. The name of the three holy lands isn't an excuse for you to bully others. Mei Shuiyin Lingling said, the contributions of the three holy lands for thousands of years can't be erased. But it's not a capital for you to bully others. Ning Wuqing, Ma Jiangming, Huyin Xiao, you guys have gone too far. May I ask who this young lady is? Ma Jiangming's eyes ignited with anger. She's my wife. Didn't I make myself clear a moment ago? What? Could it be that the three holy lands want to bully a weak woman? Jun Moxie opened his mouth slowly. You bully and humiliate someone's family in their own home. The people of the three holy lands shouldn't be so lacking in morals, right? Is this what you call, for the common people of the world? Is this for the future of the continent? Ning Wuqing smiled bitterly. This brat's words are too out of tune. If this wife of yours calls her a weak woman, then I'm afraid that you won't be able to find many strong men in the whole world. Ning Wuqing made a gesture with his hands and signaled everyone to calm down. He smiled and said, our original intention was that young Master Jun might not be able to recognize the miraculous effects of this pill. So, it might be taken advantage of by some scoundrels. But we don't need to worry since young Master Jun has so many experts here. So, they can ensure the safety of this miraculous pill. We thought that young Master Jun didn't know enough about this miraculous pill. After all, he wasn't as reliable as our three holy lands. But it seems that we've been worrying too much. Ning Wuqing hadn't said it clearly. But he had clearly hinted to Jun Moxie, we won't use force this time. Jun Moxie pursed his lips. He muttered in his heart, you want to use force? But do you have the confidence to do so? If you dare to act recklessly again, I'll kill you. However, Ning Wuqing's attitude was very straightforward. He had clearly said, if you are not strong enough, then we will use force. In fact, Jun Wuxia was quite appreciative of this point. Faced with such a miraculous pill, who wouldn't want to keep it for themselves? Rather than sneakily playing dirty tricks, it was better to make things clear. Even if they were bad, they would do it openly. Even if they were despicable, they would still be despicable. Now let's get back to business. This old man represents the Hermitage, and is here to discuss with young Master Jun. Ning Wuqing looked at Mei Shuiyin with some fear. He then said in a self-mocking manner, originally, the palace lord had given strict orders to bring back the person who can refine the pill to the immortal palace. But now it seems that there's no point in bringing this up. But this miraculous pill, our Hermitage wishes to have an extra portion. I wonder if young Master Jun can mediate and not make things too difficult for this old man? According to the rules of the auction, each party could only bid for one portion. Even the three holy lands were no exception. Ning Wuqing was naturally aware of this matter. But with his status, he was willing to lower his face and speak in such a manner. This was already giving Jun Moxie enough face. Jun Moxie did not say a word. He was waiting for Mei Shuiyan's reaction. From what Mei Shuiyan had said in the Tianfa forest, it could be seen that Mei Shuiyan's brother, the Venerable Mei, had a grudge with the hermitage. In fact, it was not a small grudge. Hence, in this matter, Jun Moxie had to consider Mei Shuiyan's opinion. If Mei Shuiyan was not willing, then he would use the rules of the auction to reject her. If it's just one portion, it's not a problem. Mei Shuiyan said softly, but you must announce it in front of everyone and only one portion. In addition, you must pay according to the highest price of the auction. We will give Hermitage face and give you an extra portion. This is already an exception. If Mr. Ning still has any objections, then forget it. Jun Moxie's heart was filled with complicated feelings. Mei Shuiyan didn't even think about it before saying these words. This meant that in her heart, no matter when, the war for seizing the heavens was the most important. She was really looking at the big picture. She was only a Shen beast. But this kind of breadth of mind was really worthy of admiration. Compared to the three holy lands who were talking about the common people of the world and the future of the continent, these people should really die of shame. This condition is very reasonable. Then it's settled. Many thanks. Ning Wuqing was silent for a moment, and then agreed to this condition. Today's matter could no longer be carried out. He could only try his best to fight for the greatest benefits. Everything would have to wait until he returned and reported to the palace master. Being able to obtain an extra portion of pills was already an unexpected harvest. As for the highest price, it was not in this expert's heart. After all, gold and silver were just worldly possessions. Our supreme golden city also wants an extra portion. Ma Jiangming said coldly. Since Ning Wuqing had asked for an extra portion, he was naturally not willing to fall behind. All right, the conditions are the same as Hermitage's. Mei Shuiyan Lingling looked at him. She could clearly see the killing intent in Ma Jiangming's eyes, but she still agreed. Mei Shuiyan was thinking about the war for seizing the heavens that was coming soon. Our illusory ocean of blood. Huyen Xiao hadn't even finished speaking when he was interrupted by Jun Moxie. He was afraid that Mei Shuiyan would think of the big picture and give away the pills. So, he straightforwardly refused. The illusory ocean of blood doesn't have it. The illusory ocean of blood has become mortal enemies. So why would they give away pills? What? Huyen Xiao suddenly jumped up. He suddenly felt the blood rushing to his head. Jun Moxie, you dare to humiliate me. Hermitage had made a request, and it had been granted. The Supreme Golden City had made a request, and it had been granted. But the illusory ocean of blood had refused. This was like a fierce slap to the faces of these 5 people from the illusory ocean of blood. It was loud and clear. Chapter 520. Today the second update has been delivered. The third update is being revised. Jun Moxie calmly raised his head and looked at them. Why? Because the 3 holy lands have a mixture of good and bad people. Hermitage and the Great Golden City have a lofty status. But they know that they have to abide by the rules of the secular world. Therefore, I still believe that the 2 holy lands are upright and above-board people no matter what happens in the future. At least, they are not as despicable as your illusory ocean of blood. Moreover, I believe that the 2 holy lands have bought this pill to prepare for the war for seizing the heavens. So I, Jun Moxie, can even give it to them as a gift. Jun Moxie's words had greatly flattered Hermitage and the Great Golden City. But it had also suppressed the illusory ocean of blood. And it had automatically divided them. Everyone knew his intentions. But Hermitage and the Great Golden City had already achieved their goal. So, how could they be willing to complicate matters? Therefore, Jun Moxie had calculated that they wouldn't join hands again. Huyen Zhao's nose had become crooked. His face had turned red. He roared like a mountain. Don't tell me that our illusory ocean of blood isn't preparing for the war for seizing the heavens? Don't tell me that our illusory ocean of blood is only doing this for ourselves? Jun Moxie, you dare to humiliate and slander our illusory ocean of blood? Are you tired of living? Is that so? Why didn't I see that? I only saw that your illusory ocean of blood had repeatedly sent people to the Jun family to steal the pill. But you didn't feel ashamed after we found out about it. Instead, you brazenly blackmailed us. You even threatened to exterminate our Jun family by force. You forced us to hand over the pill. Jun Emosia's eyes flashed like electricity as he coldly looked at Huyen Xiao. You failed once. So you've sent an expert above the great master level, Huang Taiyang, to carry out this thieving act. You even threatened to exterminate my entire family. Such despicable behavior has never been seen in this world. Our Jun family would have been exterminated a long time ago if it weren't for the fact that we still needed to defend ourselves. And we wouldn't be holding this auction today. Yuan Shao, I really have to admire you. You've lost all your experts after your treacherous plan has been foiled. And you've seen that you can't force your way out. But you still have the cheek to ask me for more? Jun Moxie snorted. Then he said disdainfully, Huyan Shao, where did you learn to be so thick-skinned? Is this the unique divine technique of your illusory ocean of blood? As expected, he is unparalleled in the world. Could it be that the most despicable person is invincible in the world? There's such a thing? Ning Wuqing frowned. His complexion sank. Then his eyes swept towards Huyan Shao like two sword lights. Ma Jiangming also had a look of disdain on his face. Yes, the great golden city was determined to get the elixir as well as the alchemist. However, they would never be as despicable as the illusory blood sea. A bunch of nonsense. Huyan Zhao's face was about to bleed. He felt ashamed under the contemptuous gazes of the 10 experts of the other 2 holy lands. Jun Moxie, you're slandering me. You must know the reason behind this. I'm talking nonsense? How am I talking nonsense? Yuan Shao. Did 2 great master-level experts break into the Jun family that night? Did they trespass into the courtyard where the women of the Jun family live? Were they subordinates of your illusory ocean of blood? Did you order them to do this? You're the leader of the illusory ocean of blood. So, how can you get away with this? Jun Moxie interrupted him. Lengling asked. Nonsense. It was clearly old Huang Taiyang who had instructed them to go. How could I have instructed them? Huyan Shao blurted out the truth under the watchful gazes of the 3 experts, Ning Wuqing, Ma Jiangming, and Mei Shuyan. Huang Taiyang instructed them? That's good. Even if Huang Taiyang had overstepped his authority and issued the order, isn't Huang Taiyang a member of your illusory ocean of blood? You're pushing all the blame onto a dead man. You're a coward. Do you think you can shirk your responsibility like this? What a joke. Jun Moxie laughed in a mocking manner. Ning Wuqing and Ma Jiangming also sighed. Jun Moxie is saying that Huang Taiyang instructed them? You're the young lord of the illusory ocean of blood. How could you say such thoughtless words? Is there any difference between Huang Taiyang instructing you or your father Huyan Bo instructing you? Moreover, you, the young lord, are right next to me. Even if Huang Taiyang had overstepped his authority and issued orders on behalf of others, you should have shouldered the responsibility as the young lord since he's already dead. But not only are you unwilling to shoulder the responsibility, but you've even spoken in such a manner. Well, I'll take what you've said as the truth. Then Huang Taiyang personally went to the Jun family's tower the next night. He acted willfully and unscrupulously. In fact, it was enough to intimidate the entire Tianxiang city. It can be said that everyone in the capital knows about this. My Jun family would have been destroyed a long time ago if it weren't for the fact that there were still a few capable people in my Jun family. In fact, almost the entire capital is looking at my Jun family as a joke. My Jun family has been established for dozens of years. But no one has ever trampled on us like this even when we were in dire straits. So, may I ask the young lord if you still want to say that Huang Taiyang acted arbitrarily in this matter? And he didn't even seek your consent? In fact, you weren't even aware of this matter until now. Isn't your position as the young lord a little too pitiful? Jun Moxie smiled mischievously. He didn't relax at all. Instead, he continued to interrogate Huyan Shao. Huyan Shao was left dumbfounded. After all, this was the truth. And he couldn't deny it. In fact, he couldn't blame Jun Moxie for not explaining the whole matter clearly. That was because Jun Moxie hadn't mentioned the cause of this matter. The cause of this matter was because the Huang family had distorted the truth. They had wanted to use the strength of Huang Taiyang and the illusory ocean of blood to suppress the 3 great families. Huang Taiyang had stepped forward on behalf of his own family. So, there was nothing wrong with that. But the fact was that the Huang family had made a mistake. So, there was no justification for this. So, it would be meaningless even if they were forced to talk about this matter. That's because Huang Taiyang's original intention had 2 objectives. The first one was revenge. And the second one was the divine pills. Moreover, it was very obvious that the illusory ocean of blood wanted to monopolize all the divine pills. In fact, they even wanted to take the people along with them. Everyone present on the scene was experienced. So, how could they not understand this? Ning Wuqing and Ma Jiangming looked at Huyan Shao with cold eyes as they thought of this. It's fortunate that the Jun family has another expert here to keep watch. So they can deflect the illusory ocean of blood's edge. Otherwise, wouldn't the illusory ocean of blood have succeeded? Jun Moxie coldly snorted. Then he turned towards Ning Wuqing and Ma Jiangming. Words can't be made clear if they don't speak. And the two seniors should understand what I mean by now, right? Our Jun family has already killed two groups of experts from the illusory ocean of blood who had gone to the Jun family to steal the divine pills. One of them was a superior great master, Huang Taiyang. So, I would like to ask the two seniors, will the illusory ocean of blood let us off if they find out about this? Ning Wuqing and Ma Jiangming smiled bitterly at each other. Does this need to be said? You've killed their people. And it doesn't matter who's right or wrong. It doesn't matter what the reason is. So this enmity has already been sown. So it doesn't matter who's right or wrong in this world. So it doesn't matter who's right or wrong. And it doesn't matter which side you're on. So this enmity has already been sown. I can tell from the two seniors' expressions that the illusory ocean of blood won't let our Jun family off. They were in the wrong in this matter. But the illusory ocean of blood is one of the three holy lands of the world. So they can't afford to lose this much face. Now, our Jun family is facing a knife no matter what we stretch our head out, and a knife no matter what. So, why should I give the illusory ocean of blood those pills for free? Should I let them train some talented people to deal with us? Jun Moxie's expression was very sincere. In fact, it even seemed as if he had been wronged. The aristocratic hall is a business. And the rules have never been broken. It's true that the 20 pills were restricted by the rules. But it was also for the sake of the war for seizing the heavens. So, it can be considered as my Jun family's contribution to the common people of the world. Don't tell me that my Jun family will give such divine pills to the enemy for a trifling 300,000 taels of gold? But things can only be done once. The illusory ocean of blood can forget about enjoying the same treatment as the Hermitage and the Great Golden City. Jun Moxie had already made it clear that his words were a dead end. The same goes for the same reason. You'll kill me if I don't give you the pills. I'll die if I give you the pills. So why should I give them to you? Would I do something as stupid as giving money to the enemy? Am I being cheap? Ning Wuqing and Ma Jiangming were taking pleasure in the misfortune of the illusory ocean of blood at this moment. The efficacy of these pills is so miraculous. I've personally tried it. Our two families can get 40 pills each. But the illusory ocean of blood only got 20. The illusory ocean of blood strength will be far inferior to our two families in the future. This is tantamount to getting rid of a big enemy without shedding a drop of blood. The two of them were overjoyed as they thought of this. In fact, they even wanted to thank Jun Moxie in their hearts. However, this wasn't the time for them to laugh. Huyen Zhao's entire body trembled in anger. He unwaveringly glared at Jun Moxie and spoke up with resentment. Jun Moxie, you mustn't regret this. Jun Moxie snorted and said, what you're going to say next is, wait for the revenge of our illusory ocean of blood. He looked at Huyen Zhao in a mocking manner. This young? Lord, I'm embarrassed to address you like this because of your age. But I have no choice but to address you as young. Lord, let me ask you something here. Huang Taiyang died at the hands of my Jun family. So, would your illusory ocean of blood let me off even if I were to sell you a divine pill for free? Will you? Huyen Zhao was left speechless. A superior great master has died. So, how can we let you off so easily? Isn't this nonsense? How many superior great masters are there in the entire continent? The illusory ocean of blood won't have any loyal people in the future if we give up on revenge for a few pills. Jun Moxie snorted, things have come to this. So there's nothing more to say. I've been waiting for your revenge since the day Huang Taiyang died. Now you want me to not regret it? Is this joke funny? Chapter 521. Huyen Zhao's complexion changed from green to red. Then it changed from red to white. His ghastly white face revealed a boundless murderous intention. He roared in anger and moved his hand towards Jun Moxie to grab him. Halfway through, his originally fair and smooth palms suddenly turned blood red in color, and they even emitted a black fishy smell. Blood sees withered bones palm. Ning Wuqing's eyes flashed as he said in a sinking voice. This sentence was obviously meant to remind Jun Moxie to be careful. Jun Moxie snorted. He was about to counter the attack with his palm. The art of unlocking heaven's fortune could break all the evil techniques in the world. The more evil a technique was, the more it could restrain it. Therefore, Jun Dashao didn't care about this young lord who was several levels higher than him. Jun Moxie was very confident that his palms would naturally restrain Huyen Zhao's power. Huyen Zhao would suffer a backlash if his palms were to meet Huyen Zhao's palms. In fact, it would be a trivial matter if Huyen Zhao were to be defeated on the spot. However, Jun Moxie might even force the poison into his heart if Huyen Zhao was careless and didn't go all out. Suddenly, a bang sound was heard. Then Huyan Zhao's body crashed through the roof with a whooshing sound, and broke a big hole in the roof. He flew straight up, and a mouthful of blood sprinkled down from the sky like raindrops. The 4 experts of the illusory ocean of blood were shocked. They feared that Huyan Zhao would get seriously injured. So they hurriedly jumped out and took care of their young lord. Mei Shuiyin stood in front of Jun Moxie in a relaxed manner. She faintly said, "Huyan Zhao, your arrogance has its limits. You'll need your father, Huyan Ao Bo, to come in person if you want to behave atrociously. You don't have enough weight." Her voice wasn't loud, but it spread far and wide. Mei Shuiyin had suddenly appeared a moment ago. She had grabbed Huyan Zhao and thrown him away. Her movements could be said to be extremely fast. In fact, almost no one on the scene had been able to see it clearly. Even someone as strong as Ning Wuqing and Ma Jiangming had only seen a white shadow flash in front of them, and Huyan Zhao had been sent flying. They hadn't seen how Mei Shuiyin had attacked. The two of them looked at each other in shock. This kind of speed had clearly exceeded the two's understanding. It was truly frightening. What they didn't know was that a few days ago, although Mei Shuiyin's speed was also at an extremely fast level, much faster than the two of them, it wasn't at such a shocking level. But now that he had taken the vitality linkage pill, his speed had tripled. Now that he had suddenly made a move, it naturally shocked the 2 experts. In the distance, there was an extremely sullen howl, followed by the sound of clothes fluttering in the air. It gradually faded away. It was obvious that the people of the illusory ocean of blood had directly left. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't have the face to stay here. Even with all the water from the 5 lakes and 4 seas, it would be difficult to wash away the shame on my face today. May I dare to ask young lady's surname? Ning Wuqing looked deeply at Mei Shuiyin, and asked in a solemn manner. My surname is Mei, Mei Shuiyin replied indifferently. Jun Moxie had intended to stop her, but Mei Shuiyin had already answered. Ma Jiangming and Ning Wuqing revealed a strange look in their eyes. It was obvious that the surname Mei had made their imaginations run wild. Ma Jiangming smiled sinisterly and said, Mei, this surname is very rare. In fact, there have only been 3 top-notch experts with the surname Mei in the last 1,000 years. But I wonder which one of them is young lady's descendant? One of them is Mei Gaing. His name shook the Jianghu 1,300 years ago. Later he joined the Hermitage, and in the war for seizing the heavens 1,000 years ago, he perished together with Matsushita Kudai. The other one is the Tian Fa Forest's previous Saint King, Mei Chang Tian. And the third one is the Venerable Mei of the Tian Fa Forest. Ning Wuqing's eyes were fixed on Mei Shuiyin's face. A sword light seemed to shoot out from his eyes. Young lady Mei's skills are extraordinary, and your knowledge is also extraordinary. Have you heard of these 3 people? I've never heard of them. Mei Shuiyin's expression didn't change. She looked at Ning Wuqing indifferently. I don't know the meaning of your words? Are you trying to investigate my background? Ning Wuqing's sword-like eyes came into contact with Mei Shuiyin's indifferent eyes, and he suddenly felt his heart stagnate. It was as if the tip of the sword had been broken, and was stabbing him instead. He couldn't help but take a step back, and his pupils shrank as he said, I was just joking. Young lady is magnanimous, please don't blame me. Mei Shuiyin nodded and walked out with Jun Moxie. Ning Wuqing's eyes flashed. He suddenly took a step forward and said in a deep voice, Young Master Jun, you and your wife are powerful enough to roam the world unhindered. There's no need for this old man to say so much. But there's one thing that you and your wife need to pay attention to. Jun Moxie stopped and said, Senior, please speak. With your Shen skills, I believe that you and your wife can roam the world. But you must be careful if you meet someone. Ning Wuqing's long beard fluttered even though there was no wind. May I ask who that person is? I really didn't know that there's such an ability in this world. Jun Moxie smiled faintly. He was full of confidence. That person is the Venerable Mei of the Tian Fa Forest. Ning Wuqing's eyes shone as he looked at the two's backs. Venerable Mei is the Beast King of Tian Fa. He's not of our race and his heart is definitely different. He's ruthless and cruel and devoid of conscience. In those days he did all kinds of evil. But his Shen skills are extraordinarily high and no one can control him. Back then this old man had once joined hands with 9 great experts to stop him. Unfortunately he still managed to escape without a trace. The only consolation was that this old man had once heavily stabbed Venerable Mei's body with my sword. But the price was that this old man was kicked in the chest by him. That injury took me 30 years to recover. These past few years there's no news of him. I heard that he appeared in Tian Fa some time ago, stirring up trouble, and did not hesitate to use his great power to bully and humiliate the great masters of this generation. I heard that young Master Jun also participated in this. You must be careful. You must know that if this kind of divine pill is obtained by a crazy person like Venerable Mei, it will definitely have a great impact on this peaceful world. The calamity it will cause may not be less than that of the strange races. Jun Moxie's entire body trembled and he said with lingering fear, so there's actually such a strong expert. I will definitely be extra careful and not let the bad guys have their way. Many thanks for Senior Ning's guidance. The two did not speak again and slowly walked out. Ning Wuqing, Ma Jiangming, and the rest looked at the two's backs, not saying anything. When the two's figures turned a corner and disappeared, Ma Jiangming's lips moved, and he sent a voice transmission to Ning Wuqing. Old Demon Ning, what do you think? Ning Wuqing shook his head in a somewhat perplexed manner. His lean face was full of doubt as he replied, I'm not sure. I can't be sure. Ma Jiangming made an O sound. Then he said in a meaningful manner, it's a pity that we can be sure if Yun Bichen was here. Ning Wuqing slowly shook his head and slowly paced 2 steps. Then he sent a voice transmission to Ma Jiangming, there are many doubtful points in the Battle of Tianfa that day. The Xian beasts of Tianfa had an ambiguous stance. Moreover, they didn't attack the people of the Jun family. Moreover, a mysterious expert has appeared in the Jun family. And this Miss Mei's Xian cultivation is obviously above ours. But I've never heard of her. Bear King and Tiger King had come to Tianxiang to deliver medicine. Oma, what do you think? However, that black-clothed man who appeared in Tianfa appeared at the same time as Venerable Mei. So, it's obvious that they are not the same person. Ma Jiangming's gloomy face exposed an uncertain expression. But, who else has the ability to command millions of Shen beasts apart from the Beast Kings of Tianfa? It's true that your city lord and our palace lord have great achievements. But, can they command the Shen beasts? Ning Wuqing heaved a sigh of relief. Then he muttered to himself, even if they are not the same person, they must be related. What do you mean? Ma Jiangming looked at Ning Wuqing in a somewhat vigilant manner. The 3 Holy Lands have been the leaders of the continent for 10,000 years. Brother Ma, what do you think of the strength of the 3 Holy Lands? Ning Wuqing smiled. Ma Jiangming snorted and said, I don't dare to say anything else. But the strength of my great golden city has far surpassed that of our ancestors. Then, in your opinion, what are our chances of victory in this war for seizing the heavens? Ning Wuqing narrowed his eyes and shot out 2 sharp cold lights. We will certainly win. This has already been confirmed without a doubt. If the progress of the 3 Holy Lands is equal, then even if only one of them takes action, it will still be easy. Ma Jiangming said in a gloomy manner. But his eyes flickered with arrogance. I don't mean to look down on those strange races. But just based on their strange appearances, Brother Ning, even if they are very strong, how strong can they be? That's right. How can our 500 years of accumulation be a small matter? Ning Wuqing's expression also turned gloomy. In that case, why do we still need the Tianfa forest? Ma Jiangming seemed to be taken aback. Brother Ning? You mean? Even if the Xian beasts of Tianfa can transform into human form, does that mean that their essence has also changed? We are dignified men of the human world. Do we still need to rely on a group of wild beasts to resist the invasion of foreign invaders? Ning Wuqing snorted. Then he suddenly said bitterly, for 10,000 years, we have always used Tianfa in every battle. But who would have thought that relying on the strength of beasts is the greatest humiliation of the human race? Could it be that we can't win without relying on these wild beasts? But our city lord still holds the Shen beasts of Tianfa in high esteem. Ma Jiangming thought for a while and said seriously. But our palace lord has already decided on a grand plan to get rid of Tianfa. Ning Wuqing's expression was cold as he transmitted his voice. If we can make all the beast kings of Tianfa into our beast pets, doesn't that mean we can also go into battle? And it will definitely be a great help to us? Ma Jiangming was taken aback and asked in surprise, Brother Ning? Is this the palace lord's intention? That's right. Ning Wuqing nodded and suddenly asked. Oh Ma, you've seen Yun Bichen before. In your opinion, this #1 expert of the mortal world, the leader of the 8 great masters. How strong is he? His strength, I believe that he is definitely not below you or me. Ma Jiangming first used an uncertain believe. But then he felt that it was not accurate, so he changed his tone to one of certainty. However, this person's temperament has always been aloof. He only likes to travel around and have no interest in the struggles of the world. But his personal strength has already reached the realm of saints. If he has that beast pet of his, then even we will lose without a doubt. Chapter 522. Ma Jiangming was startled. Then he suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Why didn't I think of that? Not bad, not bad. That's right." The two of them had been conversing in secret. But now he was so excited that he had actually shouted out loud. This had attracted everyone's attention. "Silence." Ning Wuqing's stern voice rang out. "Now, you should be able to imagine the benefits of having a pet beast, right? Yun Bi-chin is a mere junior. But after having a pet beast, his strength has increased by leaps and bounds. In fact, he has even surpassed us. This is the biggest benefit." "That's right. At our level, it is indeed difficult to find a worthy opponent. So, it is as difficult as ascending to the heavens if we want to reach the next level. But, if we have a pet beast of comparable strength, it will be a completely different story. Even if it is a little weaker, it will be enough to compare with us every day and improve together. Not only will it be able to break through quickly, but it will also be able to quickly overcome bottlenecks. At that time, it will not only be a matter of doubling our strength." The more Ma Jiangming spoke, the more excited he became. "So, we might as well put aside our personal grudges for now. Let's deal with the shame of Tianfa first. That way we will have a much higher chance of winning in the war for seizing the heavens. You must know that bringing a pet beast into battle is not counted in the number of participants." Ning Wuqing smiled sinisterly and said, "Our palace lord has this intention. This time, the reason why this old man personally came here is because of this matter. The first benefit is that after we get rid of Tianfa, only our 3 holy lands will be left. At that time all the glory will be ours. Moreover, we will be able to wash away the shame of our ancestors who used the strength of beasts to protect the continent for the past 10,000 years. The second benefit is that we will be able to obtain a strong pet beast, and our own strength will also greatly improve." Ma Jiangming touched his chin and smiled. His eyes were full of longing. "Even if we don't do well, we will still be able to obtain a Xian Dan. That is a good thing. There is also a third benefit." Ning Wuqing clasped his hands behind his back and said, "The Jun family and Tianfa must have a great relationship. That mysterious alchemist? Do you understand? This is called, pull one hair and the whole body moves." After saying that, he let out a long sigh. "It's a pity for Jun Moxie. That young man's way of doing things is to my liking. Today I have the intention of appreciating talent, but for the sake of the common people in the future, I have no choice but to do so. It's a sacrifice, so be it. If that's the case, wouldn't I be able to produce an endless supply of godly pills in the future?" Ma Jiangming had just taken a godly pill, and his mind was currently at its peak. "Humph. That's why I said that you have no foresight. Is this the only type of divine pill you have?" Ning Wuqing had a profound look in his eyes as he slowly said, "As far as I know, the aristocratic hall has already auctioned 3 kinds of miraculous pills. Moreover, old Ma, if you can only refine these 3 kinds of pills, won't you leave one behind? Therefore there would definitely be a 4th or even a 5th. Furthermore, the ones that hadn't been revealed yet, the more precious they were. Even if it's immortality, it's not impossible." Ma Jiangming's body trembled. His deathly pale face slowly turned red, and it took a long time for it to recede. His eyes emitted an extremely greedy light. "Old Ning, there's no need to say anything. I'll go back and report this matter to the city lord. I'll strive to make it happen. The cucumber will be cold by the time you get back. Our empress has already sent a letter to your city lord. This matter is still being discussed. But the results will probably be out by the time you get back." Ning Wuqing's eyes lit up, but the breakthrough point lies with the Jun family no matter what. Or it should be said that it lies with that woman surnamed Mei. Moreover, I reckon that this woman is the strongest link in the Jun family. Everything else will fall into place as long as we can break through from here." "That's right." Ma Jiangming nodded heavily. "Moreover, I'm almost certain that this woman is a Xian beast in human form." Ning Wuqing's complexion turned gloomy as he said in a heavy tone, "Brother Ma, this woman doesn't look more than 20 years old from her appearance. How can she have such a high Xian technique if she isn't a Xian beast in human form? Even you and I aren't a match for her? You must know that there are miraculous medicines in this world that can increase one's Xian techniques. However, there are certain conditions for their usage. It's impossible to raise one's Xian cultivation to Tian Xian, or even Xin Xian, but there's always a chance. But have you ever seen anyone raise their cultivation to the great master level? Moreover, where would you find so many heavenly treasures?" "That's right. The strength of the great master level and above is tempered over a long period of time. How could it be possible?" Ma Jiangming's eyes also lit up. Even if there are heavenly treasures that can increase one's cultivation by 10,000 years, it's impossible to increase one's experience at the same time. Brother Ning's words make sense. Only a Xian beast in human form would have this possibility. Therefore, I boldly conclude that this woman is a Xian beast. Moreover, it's very likely that she is Venerable Mei himself. Ning Wuqing clenched his teeth and finally transmitted his voice to Ma Jiangming. What? Impossible. Ma Jiangming opened his eyes wide. Venerable Mei is a man. This is a well-known fact. That's not necessarily true. Ning Wuqing snorted. No one has ever seen Venerable Mei's true appearance ever since he made his debut. So, it's very difficult to guess whether he's a man or a woman. Even the top 10 experts weren't able to force him to reveal his true form. However, he may not be a man. In fact, I even hope that they're the same person. Why do you say that? Ma Jiangming was somewhat surprised. That Venerable Mei's strength isn't inferior to the palace lords. In fact, the beast kings under his command have been progressing very slowly in recent years. In fact, none of them have been able to surpass the great master level. However, this Mei girl's strength is unfathomable. In fact, she's at least stronger than you and me. So we'll have to re-evaluate the strength of the Tianfa lineage if she's not Venerable Mei himself. And I'm afraid that the grand plan we've drawn up will have some changes. Ma Jiangming remained silent as he pondered. Moreover, this is a very good opportunity. He may have escaped from the last ambush, but we still managed to inflict serious injuries on him. He may not be able to recover even after many years. At the very least, he's almost as strong as he was when he was at his peak. So, he won't be able to recover without years of recuperation. Therefore, his Xian cultivation may not be comparable to the palace lords. But we can't be careless. Therefore, we must be extremely cautious if we're going to act this time. We must make sure that nothing goes wrong. Moreover, the news must be strictly sealed. We mustn't beat the grass and alert the enemy. The top 10 experts didn't manage to take his life last time. So, we must dispatch at least 30 experts this time. Ning Wuqing took a deep breath. 10 experts from each of the 3 holy lands. 30 experts above the great master level must be killed in one strike. We must leave no room for luck. That's right. The illusory ocean of blood has also become enemies with them this time. So, I'm sure that the illusory ocean of blood will be very proactive if we act. Ma Jiangming laughed in a strange manner. Old Ning, we've been fighting for 200 years. I didn't think that we'd have to cooperate in the end. It won't be too late for us to continue our fight after this matter is over. Ning Wuqing Lingling said, or we can set our goal at the war for seizing the heavens. Whoever kills the most strange races will be the winner. What do you think? That's a wonderful plan. Ma Jiangming laughed heartily. The afternoon auction is about to begin. Let's go and get the other pill first. Ning Wuqing smiled. His face was calm as he walked out. His every movement was as smooth as the floating clouds and flowing water. Yes, I'll go to the Tianxiang city to meet someone after this matter is over. Ma Jiangming nodded and followed him out. Oh. Ning Wuqing seemed very interested as he asked. Well, it's Lei Wu Bei's disciple. He'll be recommended to the Great Golden City as a candidate to watch the next war for seizing the heavens. This old man will personally train him if he's suitable. Then, I'll recommend him to the lord of the city. Ma Jiangming's voice was still gloomy as he sighed. The strange races can't be completely annihilated. Our people can't cross the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. The decisive battle that happens once every 500 years is very difficult to predict. Our generation may win. But, who knows what will happen in the next 500 years? Ning Wuqing was silent for a moment. Then he said, we'll do our best and leave the rest to the heavens. Who in this world can be so thorough? As long as we do our best, it's fine. As for the future generations, we'll leave it to the heavens. Has Lei Wu Bei joined your great golden city? No. But Lei Wu Bei will join soon. He has a deep relationship with the golden city. So he won't be too far away. Ma Jiangming laughed in a strange manner. Damn it. I've become a hero by following you? Ning Wuqing snorted. He walked out first and didn't speak again. They walked out of the hall and made 2 turns. Jun Moxie's calm face sank after he confirmed that he had lost sight of the people behind him. Mei Shuiyan's elegant face had turned pale at this moment. It was hard to tell what she was thinking. Jun Moxie pulled her tightly. They turned a few more times and arrived at Tang Yuan's room. Then he stretched out his hand and pressed on a certain part of the wall. A creaking sound was heard, and an entrance suddenly appeared on the wall. The door opened and a large amount of light shot out. The luminous pearls inside lit up one by one like neon lights. It was a very magical scene. Mei Shuiyin didn't understand what was going on. She wasn't in the mood to appreciate this magical scene. She only knew that she was following Jun Moxie all the way. At the same time they entered, the door to the secret chamber quietly closed. Jun Moxie's complexion turned dark and bright under the illumination of the luminous pearls. He looked extremely unsightly. "They're suspecting you?" Jun Moxie's complexion was very unsightly. In fact, it seemed as if it had turned green. "Yes. Ha." Mei Shuiyin was startled when she heard this. What are they suspecting? Chapter 523. Doubt? Convinced? Aha, they have always been suspicious. What's so strange about that? I really don't know why they doubt me, and what do they know about me? Mei Shuiyin faintly lowered her eyelids. Doubt? Convinced? Aha, they have always been suspicious. What's so strange about that? I really don't know why they doubt me, and what do they know about me? Mei Shuiyin faintly lowered her eyelids. There are no absolutes in this world. Anything is no longer mysterious once there are clues. You really shouldn't have rushed to make a move today. I could have handled it. In fact, it might have been better if I had handled it myself. You shouldn't have even made a move during the Battle of Auras. Jun Moxie sighed. If you had made a move, they would have locked onto you. And the Jun family is still young and inexperienced. So, how can they withstand the storms of the Three Holy Lands? Mei Shuiyin faintly said. Jun Moxie had already guessed it. But hearing her say it now, he couldn't help but feel touched. He softened his voice and said, "That's not necessarily the case. I will naturally restrain the effects of my own martial arts. At most it will be a draw. However, when you make a move, you will bear all the danger on your own body. You are so young, but you have such an imposing aura." With one palm, Xin Xian, a level 3 expert, immediately ran away. If you were a human, there would be no explanation. The only explanation is Tianfe. But in Tianfe there are not many people with such strength. Venerable Mei is the most suspicious one. Mei Shuiyin smiled sweetly and said, "Don't you have any doubts?" "No, I have never doubted." Jun Moxie snorted and said, "Because I have already confirmed it. What is there to doubt?" "What did you confirm?" Mei Shuiyin's eyes widened. Jun Moxie remained silent for a while. He didn't speak for a long time. Then he suddenly turned around like a whirlwind. His pair of sword-like eyes glared at Jun Moxie. "Venerable Mei, Master Mei, how long do you plan to hide this from me? But how did you know I?" Mei Shuiyin's brain short-circuited as she asked with her eyes wide open. "What's so hard to guess? I've known since the time you spanked me outside the city." Jun Moxie snorted, his expression still ugly. Jun Moxie, have never been spanked by anyone in my entire life. Not to mention it was twice so ruthlessly." His face was swollen. This feeling was exactly the same for both times. "Moreover, both of you have used the Heaven and Earth cage. Can that thing be used by just anyone? If I still don't know, then I'm really stupid. The most important thing is, even though you've restored your female body and used the fragrance of rouge, your body's fragrance can't be covered. Even though it's very faint, it's enough." Jun Moxie said leisurely, "I forgot to tell you this. Actually, I'm very sensitive to smell. Especially enemies, or women. Since you know, why are you still pretending?" Mei Shuiyin stared at him. Gradually, a layer of anger appeared on her face. "Are you kidding me? Are you very happy?" "Kidding you? Happy? Are you that fun?" Jun Moxie snorted. "I'm not as boring as you think." He walked up step by step until he was very close to Mei Shuiyin. Both of them could feel each other's breath. Jun Moxie stared at her and said in a low voice, "You have to believe me." Looking at Jun Moxie's fiery eyes and feeling his warm breath on her face, Mei Shuiyin actually felt a little flustered. Every time this kind of mentality arose, she would feel strange. She thought about how she had the all-seeing divine skill and the cultivation of a superior supreme. How could she be afraid of a small Tianshan peak? Why would she be afraid of a human, and it was the kind of fear that came from her bones? How could it be? Finally, she couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Her face was flushed. She pretended to be calm and arrogant as she braced herself and said, "I'll believe you. Why are you showing such a face? Are you trying to scare me?" "Now, I'm not going to talk to you about the disguise. Now you let me finish what I have to say." Jun Moxie was angry and amused at the same time. "They ganged up on you before, right? Did he injure you severely before?" Mei Shuiyin bit her lips and tilted her head to one side. She nodded lightly. The silly girl. Jun Wuxia was instantly infuriated. Then why are you still hoping that they will work together with you to deal with the war for seizing the heavens? You're about to lose your life and you're still thinking about this. Working together with the enemy who wants to kill you? Do you not have a brain? Or is there mold in your brain? What do you want me to say about you? Jun Moxie was furious. The more he spoke, the angrier he got. Regardless of what he could or could not say, he spilled everything out. How they want to treat me is an internal matter of the continent. But once it involves the war for seizing the heavens, it concerns the future of the continent. Although I, Mei Shuiyin, am a Xian beast, I will not disregard the lives of millions of people because of personal grudges. Mei Shuiyin sighed and said, even if I'm the only one in the world who has such intentions, I've already tried my best. I only hope that I have a clear conscience. But they might not. Jun Moxie laughed angrily. Asking a tiger for its skin, that's really stupid. Jun Moxie really wanted to say, what does the lives of the world have to do with you? But thinking that it might cause a huge commotion, he decided not to say it out loud. Everyone has a bottom line and I will naturally not sit and wait for death. Mei Shuiyin smiled and raised her head, looking at Jun Moxie gently. Don't worry. Furthermore, this is the responsibility that the Saint King has given me. I have to take it. But the problem is that I'm not at ease. How can I be at ease? Jun Moxie furrowed his brows. Ning Wuqing's last words are full of suspicion. This kind of person, once they start suspecting, they will definitely take action. And it will definitely be a big action. The first time they sent out their top 10 experts, they did not manage to stop you. This time their lineup will definitely be even bigger. If the consequences will be dire. Jun Moxie took 2 steps and snorted. If it were me, I would also take action. Humph, with my strength, it won't be that easy for them to kill me. Mei Shuiyin snorted coldly. If that's the case, I definitely won't mind going on a killing spree. Right now, the safest place for you is your base camp, Tian Fa Forest. Jun Moxie took 2 steps and said solemnly. Once this matter is over, return to Tian Fa immediately. I will make use of the time to speed up the refinement of the divine pills. Once all the pills are refined, immediately bring them back to increase Tian Fa's strength. Only then will you have the capability to fight. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Mei Shuiyin sighed softly and said in her heart, you fool, how can I leave at this time? What will you do if I leave? The auction in the afternoon was even livelier and more lively. But there were no shocking scenes. Everything was the same as in the morning. Apart from the liveliness, the speed of the auction was much faster. The only implication was that when the elusive world of immortals and the Great Golden City said that they wanted an extra portion, it still caused an instant silence. However, not many people felt that it was unfair. In this world where the fist was bigger, the 2 Holy Lands were already giving face by not buying a few more portions. In fact, it could even be said that they only wanted 1 more portion, which was already out of the expectations of the big families that were participating in the auction. There were a total of 50 portions of medicinal pills. The big families had originally estimated that the 3 Holy Lands would take at least 10 portions. Now that they had taken 5 portions, it was already a pleasant surprise for the big families. Jun Moxie naturally did not stand on ceremony. He directly sold the 2 additional portions at the highest price of 1.4 million taels of gold. Then he continued the auction. It was obvious that although Hermitage and Supreme Golden City did not care about such worldly things like gold and silver, the sky-high price of 1.4 million taels of gold still made them feel a lot of pain. Even Ning Wuqing's face twitched when the transaction was completed. However, Jun Moxie did not care at all. To him, the existence of the so-called 3 Holy Lands was basically his hidden enemy. Not for anything else, but once they could determine the greatest value of these medicinal pills, they would definitely become his enemy. There would be no room for negotiation and no need for a reason. Therefore, from the moment they arrived, Jun Moxie already had the thought that he could not coexist with them. Because he would never sacrifice his freedom to become an alchemist from the 3 Holy Lands. However, the 3 Holy Lands were determined to get their hands on this mysterious alchemist. It could be seen from the fact that the 3 Holy Lands had sent people to participate in this auction at the same time. In the past 1,000 years, the 3 Holy Lands had never appeared for the so-called worldly affairs. As long as they appeared, it meant that they were determined. Therefore, Jun Moxie did not need to consider their attitude at all. He could think whatever he wanted and do whatever he wanted. Could it be that you want to eat my bird? Are the 3 Holy Lands that powerful? How powerful can you be? If you are really that powerful, why don't you cross over and show me? You don't have that ability, right? Since I am the only transmigrator in this world, then I am the main character. Fully deserving of being the main character. Jun Moxie twitched his mouth, raised the hammer and continued to control the atmosphere. He was busy until the sky turned dark. All 50 sets of medicinal pills were finally auctioned off. The result of this auction and the amount of gold that was auctioned off made Jun Dashao's hair stand on end. 68 million taels. That was 3,400 tons. Gold. Oh my god. Jun Wuxia hadn't panicked when he'd raised the hammer. He'd played it down with a calm demeanor. However, Jun Wuxia's majestic body couldn't help but sway when he heard the final result. In fact, he had almost fainted from the shock.